Chapter 33-25. Junior Longchen offers greetings, Patriarch Penglai. Welcome back to Penglai Island, Patriarch. Longchen was very respectful. He landed in front of Patriarch Penglai, not daring to show any hostility. After all, Patriarch Penglai looked like a kind man, so this friendly approach would be more effective. When he saw Patriarch Penglai, Longchen was sure that the third ancestral god had arrived. He had no idea what was going on with the other two sides. "Do you know me?" Patriarch Penglai's voice was mellow, amiable, and adorable, like a good-tempered old man. "Of course I do. It's a long story. Ancestor, can I speak with you for a moment? I'll tell you everything from beginning to end." Longchen's tone was sincere and respectful. Besides, Patriarch Penglai had a lot of questions, so he nodded and said, "No problem." With a slight wave of his hand, the immortal mist swirled, and he and Longchen flew into the distance. Penglai Island was like a gem under their feet. "Here, you can tell me in detail who I am, what happened, and why I am here?" Patriarch Penglai asked slowly, not in a hurry. Meanwhile, Longchen was dealing with the affairs of the other two sides. Ancestral god Ling Su and Kitten had arrived in the everlasting star ocean, but the so-called Patriarch Wuji did not exist. The only change in the entire everlasting star ocean was the inexplicable death of the two god emperors. One of them had sent a message before he died, but the everlasting star ocean was still very peaceful, without any change. "Boss, could there be a mistake? Maybe Patriarch Wuji did not appear at all?" Kitten asked. "Impossible. No one in the infinite worlds would mess around, and the two god emperors would not die for no reason. The possibility of Patriarch Wuji's appearance is quite high, but we can't think of any ancestral god with common sense. It's very likely that he left as soon as he appeared. Susu, you search the vicinity and be on standby. Kitten, you go and help Xiao Lang." Under Longchen's arrangement, they made some changes. There was no news from Mo Xiaolang, but Longchen would not be easy to deal with. Patriarch Penglai would be the easiest to deal with. Longchen believed that Patriarch Wuji had appeared. However, although this guy was also blank, he was very frightening. As soon as he appeared, he killed two people silently and left. For Longchen, escaping out of control would be the biggest trouble. Once they went to other worlds, they might start a massacre. However, Patriarch Penglai's problem was right in front of him. After a while, Longchen said, "Senior, you are Patriarch Penglai. The world under your feet is called Penglai Island, which is one of the 10,000 worlds in the whole great world. Countless years ago, 10,000 ancestral gods created 10,000 worlds, and you are the creator of Penglai Island. All the mountains, rivers, and lives here originated from you, and you are also the guardian of this world, which is connected to your flesh and blood." "I see. No wonder I have such a familiar feeling." Patriarch Penglai nodded. He had some confidence in his strength and identity. Hearing Longchen's words, he was even more certain that Longchen did not lie to him. But Stone Ancestor was different. He did not believe anything Longchen said. "Then why did I suddenly appear today, and then lose all my memories?" Longchen took a deep breath. He could not tell him about the sky-devouring clan, so he said, "Senior, this involves the eternal mystery of the infinite worlds. It has been 100 million years since the last ancestral gods of the infinite worlds existed. 100 million years ago, all the ancestral gods of the infinite worlds disappeared, and since then, there has been no creator in the infinite worlds. Since then, we have almost forgotten about the existence of the ancestral gods of the infinite worlds. But recently, in a world called the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, their ancestral god Spirit Essence reappeared in the same way as you, and when he appeared, he had no memories, just like you. I think no one in the infinite worlds knows why." Patriarch Penglai nodded. He could accept this explanation. If the ancestral gods of the infinite worlds had disappeared at the same time, it was normal that Longchen did not know about it. After all, it had been 100 million years. In that case, I am the second elder god of the myriad worlds to be reborn. Longchen shook his head, no. Previously, in a world called the Endless Cosmos Mountain, an endless stone ancestor appeared. He had no memories, and perhaps he was influenced by some evil beings. The Endless Stone ancestor didn't believe what we said, and wanted to destroy the 10,000 worlds, harming many innocent lives. In the end, Ancestor God Ling Su and I had no choice but to imprison him. Old Ancestor, we bear the responsibility of protecting all lives. Now that the Ancestor gods of the 10,000 worlds have reappeared, and every one of them is extremely powerful, we hope that Senior can understand us. We are also loyal, and hope that Senior, since you created the world, you won't destroy the world and its living beings. All living beings are the same as us. Although they are weak, they have emotions, and they have goals. You don't need to say more, I understand. Don't worry, I won't be like the Endless Stone ancestor. Although I was a little confused when I appeared and killed some people, since this is my world, I created it, I won't hurt them again. After all, I can feel that I'm on a different level from them. Long Chen was overjoyed that Patriarch Penglai could think this way. He said, to be precise, Senior, you are the ancestor and origin of all the living beings on this Penglai island. It is because of you that they exist in the 10,000 worlds and have their origins. Patriarch Penglai smiled in satisfaction and said, although I disappeared and reappeared again, and I know nothing about my past, it is indeed interesting to have such an identity. Don't worry. He was a trustworthy person. Long Chen was anxious about what had happened in the other two worlds. Since he had settled the matter here, he went straight to the point and said, to tell you the truth, Senior, when you descended, there seemed to be ancestral gods in the Wuxia Star Ocean and the Cave of Myriad Snakes. 3 of my companions and ancestral god Ling Su went to the other two worlds. After all, we are worried that the ancestral gods with terrible power but blank minds will bring disaster to their worlds. So, you can actually come with me and see the other ancestral gods who suddenly appeared. On the one hand, he could support Emo Shaolang and the others. On the other hand, Long Chen did not completely trust Patriarch Penglai. Although he was basically fine, he could not be careless when it came to the lives of the common people. I understand what you're thinking, but it doesn't matter. I'll go with you. He did not expect that although Patriarch Penglai had lost his memory, he was actually very smart and knew Long Chen's other purpose. This made Long Chen feel quite embarrassed. Without another word, he opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate and invited Patriarch Penglai in. Then, he found the passageway to the Wuxia Star Ocean. Right now, ancestral god Ling Su was alone. Upon arriving, Elder God Ling Su was in the middle of searching the surrounding area. She was startled when she saw an old man standing behind Long Chen. She stammered, why you are Patriarch Penglai? You are also a creator ancestral god Ling Su. Patriarch Penglai was very interested in her. After all, they were the same kind. That's me. After a few glances at her, Patriarch Penglai could tell if Long Chen was telling the truth. In fact, ancestral god Ling Su was still the same. She had no memory of her past. How is it? Long Chen looked around as well. Sure enough, there was no trace of Patriarch Penglai. I don't know. I haven't found any trace of him since we arrived. At this moment, Patriarch Penglai wrinkled his nose and said, he did appear, and he was someone similar to us. But he left as soon as he appeared. I smelled his scent, but I only know that he went in that direction. He pointed in a direction. With his confirmation, Long Chen was even more certain. Things were urgent. He quickly discussed with the other lords of origin worlds and deployed many experts in the direction Patriarch Penglai pointed. If Patriarch Penglai appeared, it would be best to find him as soon as possible. Now that they had Patriarch Penglai on their side, they would gain more benefits. Let's go to the other side first. Just then, Long Chen received news that Emo Shaolang, Kitten, and Soi Ian had already begun fighting with Heavenly Demon Snake Ancestor. The process went like this. After heavenly demon snake ancestor conquered the cave of snakes, Mo Xiaolang and Kitten appeared. They basically told heavenly demon snake ancestor everything that Long Chen and Patriarch Penglai had said. Sky demon snake ancestor listened attentively and said, "So that's how it is. If there are only 3 ancestor gods and ancestor stone is still imprisoned by you, does that mean that if I kill you and Ling Su, I will be able to conquer the 10,000 worlds?" Although she had no memories, she had a strong desire in her bones. Mo Xiaolang and Kitten didn't know how to answer her. They could only analyze the pros and cons for her, saying that it was not a good idea and that the myriad worlds should prioritize the lives of all living beings. Who would have thought that the sky demon snake ancestor would casually kill over 100 million lives? He laughed coldly. What's the point of creating these ants? Other than worshipping me and making me feel better, they don't seem to have any other use. Why do I have to prioritize their lives? The 10,000 worlds should prioritize my life. Oh right, my name is the Sky Demon Snake Ancestor, right? At this point, coupled with the death of 100 million lives, Mo Xiaolang couldn't hold back anymore. He had a strong feeling that Heavenly Demon Snake Ancestor was even more ferocious than Endless Stone Ancestor. She didn't even need anyone to guide her. Her nature was extremely evil. Especially without the shackles of memories, she was even more fearless. You two are the strongest in the myriad worlds, huh? Looks like killing you two and then taking care of Ling Su is enough. Let's start with you two. Chapter 33-26. After a short interaction with the Sky Snake Ancestor, Mo Xiaolang and Soyian felt that they could not communicate with this ancestor god. Although she had no memories, her personality was deeply rooted in her bones. A strong desire, a cold heart. When the Sky Snake Ancestor had such intense killing intent, they realized the severity of the problem. At this time, they could only retreat and flee. It was not that they were afraid, but the urgent matter at hand was to prevent the Sky Snake Ancestor from destroying the Thousand Snake Cave. With her ability as a 9th-era progenitor, a casual attack could cause massive destruction. Such losses were unbearable. At this point, everyone deeply understood the fragility of the worlds. They were too fragile. To the ancestor gods, they were just like cotton. They could be destroyed with a wave of their hands. Hence, at this time, Mo Xiaolang was worried that she would not chase after them. However, his worry was unnecessary. The Sky Snake Ancestor had a strong determination to kill them. At the same time, she had a mental barrier against destroying the Thousand Snake Cave. When Mo Xiaolang and Yi Shiwen fled, the Sky Snake Ancestor chased after them. In the process, a huge snake gradually formed behind them with terrifying speed. Roar! The opponent was too fast. Mo Xiaolang and Soyian had no choice but to transform into sun-devouring direwolf and primitive giant demon. They left the Thousand Snake Cave together, searching for a suitable place to fight. However, they could not be too far away from the Thousand Snake Cave. After all, the nearby world was the Thousand Snake Cave. Long Chen had to rush over from the Death World Dragon Gate. When Mo Xiaolang turned around and saw that the Thousand Snakes Cave was only the size of a fist, he knew that he had arrived at the right place. When he turned around, he saw a huge snake that was even bigger than him and primitive great demon combined. It was black all over with black blood lines on its body. It was slender and sinister. Even Mo Xiaolang and Little Demon felt great pressure when they looked at its eyes. Your time of death has come. Sky Demon Snake Ancestor rushed over. She was one of the primogenitors of the demon race and now, she was fighting with Mo Xiaolang in close combat. The battle was extremely intense. In the starry sky, a gigantic demonic wolf, a gorgeous platinum giant demon, and a demonic snake were fighting crazily. A large area of the starry sky was shrouded by their battle. Everything in the surrounding space was destroyed, but fortunately, the 10,000 Snakes Cave was still fine. Rumble. Currently, Mo Xiaolang was completely enveloped by the 7 ancestral flames and the billions of divine flames. His flames were a weapon in close combat, but the venom of the sky demon snake ancestor was also an invisible weapon. Like the Julie Great Devil, the primitive Great Devil had a powerful physical body. It could also turn its body into hard metal like the Garuda Golden Devil. It could also devour like the heaven-devouring Great Devil. It could even make itself disappear like the Void Devil. In the Tao of Laws, the primitive Great Devil was very accomplished. Although she and the sun-devouring demonic wolf were far inferior to the ninth epoch's primordial ancestor like the sky demon snake ancestor, it was clear that they could hold on for a short period of time. Moreover, the sky demon snake ancestor had just appeared, and even the 10,000 Snakes Cave was only left with the illusory grade. It was not even comparable to the spirit essence star sea. Clearly, before the epoch, the sky demon snake ancestor was not as powerful as the spirit essence ancestor. From the 10,000 Snakes Cave, the three behemoths were fighting crazily in the distant sky. It was like the end of the world had arrived. All the demons in the 10,000 Snakes Cave did not dare to breathe as they watched in a daze. Can they win? Don't worry. Moreover, Long Chen and the rest have not arrived yet. They will definitely succeed. Although the sky demon snake ancestor was their primordial ancestor god, the 10,000 Snakes Cave had suffered heavy casualties this time. They were filled with fear and hatred. Flames, laws, close combat. Mo Xiaolang's wolf claws, the primitive Great Devil's claws, tail, and teeth had left wounds on the giant serpent's body. But the sky demon snake ancestor had also left hideous wounds on their bodies. Poison was spreading. When primordial ancestor god level fought in close combat, the damage and shock caused would not be any less than laws. All battles actually started from the simplest form of killing. Using flesh and blood to kill was the foundation of battle. In terms of physical injuries, Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan were indeed more heavily injured. But Mo Xiaolang had the Chaos Green Flame. The Chaos Green Flame was a purifying, healing, and life fire. It was perfectly effective against the sky demon snake ancestor's poison. It could burn away the world poison of the sky demon snake ancestor. As a result, Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan had successfully endured. This caused the sky demon snake ancestor to be unable to use his full strength. After a while, the sky demon snake ancestor raged, "Are you trying to stall for time?" At this moment, from the direction of the 10,000 Snake Cave, a white light flashed. A pure white ferocious tiger traversed through space, charging over from the endless starry sky. Seeing the three giant beasts fighting, he did not say a word and directly charged over. The fourth giant beast joined the battle. "A pair of bitches, Lord Cat is here to save your gloomy lives." From afar, Kitten was already acting arrogantly. Such a relaxed and arrogant attitude infuriated the sky demon snake ancestor. She originally thought that Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan were the strongest. She did not expect there to be such a giant beast. The battle between the three giant beasts might not be able to suppress the sky demon snake ancestor, but it made it difficult for the sky demon snake ancestor to destroy them in a short period of time. They could take care of each other and work well together. Sometimes, they could even injure the sky demon snake ancestor. "What do we do? We can't kill this girl," Kitten said anxiously. "That's for sure. She is a creation ancestor. However, our first task is to stabilize her and imprison her. If that doesn't work, we can only wait for Big Brother and the rest to come." "That's right. Big Brother seems to have settled it and is rushing over. Old ancestor Wuji has already escaped. We can't let another one escape." Just as they were conversing secretly, light flashed near the 10,000 Snake Cave again. This time, Long Chen and the two creation ancestor gods, Ancestor Ling Su and Old Ancestor Peng Lai, appeared at the same time. The moment they arrived, Long Chen and the rest noticed the battle here. Of course, the sky demon snake ancestor also noticed their arrival. When two existences on the same level as her and Long Chen appeared, the impact on her was too great. "How dare you lie to me? There are so many experts in the myriad worlds. The sky demon snake ancestor's voice was shrill. Seeing the arrival of Long Chen and the rest, the sun-devouring monstrous wolf and the rest did not say a word. The three of them simultaneously launched a destructive attack on the sky demon snake ancestor. Their current goal was to completely stabilize the sky demon snake ancestor before Long Chen and the rest arrived. Heaven-devouring fire diagram. The sun-devouring monstrous wolf used billions of divine fires and 7 ancestral fires to form the heaven-devouring fire diagram to imprison the sky demon snake ancestor. World of gods and Buddhas. World of myriad tribulations. The laws of 2 worlds descended from the left and right, attacking the sky demon snake ancestor who was trapped in the heaven-devouring fire diagram. The collision of the 2 worlds produced unprecedented destructive power. Go over. Long Chen and the 2 ancestor gods charged over. In fact, Long Chen knew very well that the creation ancestor gods had just descended and had yet to fully recover the power of the 9th era's progenitor realm. Right now, they were only equivalent to the strongest experts below the progenitor realm. If they were alone, Long Chen would not be able to deal with them. But now that there were many of them, there was no need to worry about the sky demon snake ancestor. The most important thing now was to prevent him from escaping. Therefore, Mo Xiaolang and the rest had made a good choice to attack at this time. His speed was not inferior to the 2 creation ancestor gods. Hiss, hiss. Under the attacks of the 3 gigantic beasts, the sky demon snake ancestor was enraged. Her eyes were filled with dense killing intent. As she used her laws to resist the 3, she coldly stared at the 3 on Long Chen's side. There were a total of 6 opponents and 2 creation ancestor gods. If I don't leave now, I won't be able to leave in the future. I was too rash. I should have hidden among them and waited for an opportunity to attack. Now, I can only escape. But all of you will be killed by me one by one. I want to become the sole ruler and control this boundless domain. At the moment of battle, the sky demon snake ancestor suddenly transformed back into her human form. That cold and enchanting figure that was as enchanting as a snake, yet also as terrifying as a snake, swept through the starry space. Long Chen could sense that she was about to escape. Stop her. Now that he knew nothing about the sky demon snake ancestor's laws, it was troublesome. At this moment, the sky demon snake ancestor burrowed into the starry space like an infinitely small snake. The destruction of Mo Xiaolang and the other 2 had caused a huge commotion. For a moment, dazzling light shone. When the storm of laws disappeared, the sky demon snake ancestor also disappeared before their eyes. He escaped. Until now, the thing that Long Chen and the rest did not want to see the most still happened. The creation ancestor gods had too many tricks up their sleeves. To them, even if they were surrounded, it would not be easy to escape. This guy is quite good at escaping. I guess he was a sneaky guy before the epoch. No wonder I don't know him, said Kitten disdainfully. Everyone gathered together again. Seeing that Long Chen had dealt with Patriarch Peng Lai, they were very envious. In fact, this had nothing to do with ability. It was purely because Patriarch Peng Lai was easy to get along with, unlike Patriarch Wuji and the sky demon snake ancestor. Now, Patriarch Wuji and the sky demon snake ancestor were fleeing. Kitten said, I've seen Patriarch Wuji before. He's not a bad guy, just a bit cold. Now that he has lost all his memories, the possibility of him acting recklessly is not as high as the sky demon snake ancestor. This one is too much. We must catch her next time, or else the longer we wait, the more trouble we'll be in. Long Chen's only solution was to increase the defense of the worlds. Senior, you should return to Penglai Island first. Sorry for disturbing you. It was not easy to rope in Patriarch Penglai. Long Chen did not want to offend him. It's not really a disturbance. Everyone has a responsibility. How about this? Once you find them, you can tell me at any time. I have nothing to do anyway, so I can be of some help. I quite like peace and quiet. I don't feel comfortable seeing that person make such a big commotion just now, oh. Chapter 33:27. The ancestor gods of the everlasting starry ocean myriad snakes cave were now roaming the myriad worlds, capable of dealing devastating blows to the myriad worlds at any time. The situation was urgent, and even Lord Creation and Lord Primordial Chaos could do nothing to help. They could only send more people to guard the major worlds and spread them out so that they could inform Long Chen as soon as possible. Lord Primordial Chaos and the others were helpless about this. Long Chen and the others returned to the 10,000 Snakes Cave. Because of the heavenly snake ancestors' slaughter, there were many casualties here. Long Chen expended his energy to envelop the 10,000 Snakes Cave with the soul-returning melody. Jade green flames danced under the tune of the soul-returning melody. Those souls that had just lost their physical bodies were reborn under the nourishment of the soul-returning melody. Long Chen was very grateful for the soul-reviving melody. Without it, there would be no hope for the deaths of all living beings. This was a gift from the Tai Chi life-form dragon. This single law would change the entire myriad worlds, the lives of countless people. In fact, this was also the reason why Long Chen had so many believers in the myriad worlds. Even the demons in Myriad Snake's Cave, who only feared their ancestor god, had a deep faith in Long Chen. Especially those who had lost their loved ones. Seeing their loved ones return, they all recognized the emerald flames. This was the legendary fire of life of Long Chen, the Lord of Myriad Worlds. Patriarch Penglai had no memory of this scene, but seeing so many living beings crying tears of joy made him feel wonderful, and he also gained respect for Long Chen. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Your blessings are rare in the world. All living beings are living beings, and those who slaughter them will eventually pay the price. Patriarch Penglai suddenly said in a profound tone. Although he had no memory of what he had experienced, it did not affect his thinking and comprehension. Many thanks. If the problem of these two ancestor gods wasn't resolved, the future of the myriad worlds would be bleak. Also, the greatest worry in Long Chen's heart was that 5 ancestor gods had already descended, and this was completely illogical. In that case, what would happen to the other worlds? If more ancestor gods descended, would he still be able to control the myriad worlds? Most importantly, why did the ancestor gods descend? Wasn't it said that all the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds had been devoured by the sky-devouring clan? The dense fog could not be dispelled. Long Chen only realized how insignificant he was after going to the era before. After settling the matter with the Cave of Snakes, he tried his best to disperse all the experts across the myriad worlds. Worlds like the Cave of Snakes now had more than a dozen divine emperors. He even scattered the ultimate gods from several origin worlds. There were close to 10,000 ultimate gods in the myriad worlds. Almost every world had an ultimate god. At the very least, he would be able to discover the presence of the ancestor god much faster this way. The myriad worlds were so vast that it was impossible to track every single ancestor god. Long Chen and the others could only stay in the death realm and wait for their prey. Everyone who had just calmed down after settling the primeval troll instantly tensed up. Let's not talk about the future and what secrets there are. Just the stone ancestor, the infinity ancestor, and the sky demon snake ancestor need to be dealt with as soon as possible. The infinity ancestor might be able to establish a friendly relationship with the infinity ancestor. As for the sky demon snake ancestor, I guess we can only imprison him immediately and think about other things later. It was useless to prepare for what would happen in the future. The myriad worlds were here, and there was no way to escape. When the other two did not appear, Long Chen asked Mo Xiaolang and the others to keep an eye on them while he went to the demonic dragon tomb. The stone ancestor was imprisoned here by ancestor god Ling Su's jade disc. Long Chen had already asked Kitten about the jade disc. He did not expect it to be a very important existence. Before the epoch, the myriad worlds were the standard 10,000 worlds. There were a total of 10,009 similar things. Why was it 10,009? It was because it was something that only ancestor gods could possess. For ancestor gods of destruction like Kitten, they could not. This was actually a huge difference between ancestor gods of creation and ancestor gods of destruction. It was the advantage of ancestor gods of creation. The 9,999 ancestor gods of the myriad worlds and the 10 great ancestor dragons all had something similar to the jade disc. It was just that the form was different. This kind of thing was born at the same time as every ancestor god. To the ancestor dragons, it was like syndicate dragons, ancestral fire, an ancestral world. The birth of every ancestor dragon was accompanied by 8 syndicate dragons and an ancestral fire. Every ancestor dragon also had a huge world that belonged to them. Of course, it also included this jade disc. At the end of the day, this was actually the weapon of every ancestor god. However, this weapon was a part of their body and corresponded to their respective abilities. This weapon seemed to have an important relationship with the world they created. Ancestor god, the weapon, and the world they created. The three of them complemented each other. Before the epoch, ancestor god Ling Su's jade disc was something known as the world source. Every ancestor god had a world source. Kitten did not have one. The 10 great ancestor dragons all had a world source, including the Chaos Heaven Devouring Dragon. This was also the reason why the Chaos Heaven Devouring Dragon was regarded as an ancestor god of creation even though it did not create a world. Every ancestor god's world source was different. They all had their own unique characteristics. For example, ancestor god Ling Su's jade disc definitely had more uses. It was just that she could not recall them at the moment. Ancestor gods and gods were on completely different levels. Everything would change. Moreover, ancestor gods of creation and ancestor gods of destruction were different. Normally, ancestor gods of destruction were closer to fiend gods, while ancestor gods of creation were further away. The power they used was also different. Basically, they surpassed the power of the origin level. It was a qualitative leap. Speaking of world source, there was actually something called the world genesis. World source and world genesis were completely different concepts. Because of the urgency of time, Long Chen did not understand them clearly. World source was used as a weapon, while world genesis was the core of every ancestor god's power. It was like the world tree and the billion divine palaces combined. It was something of a higher level. Long Chen only knew that for ancestor gods, when they were born from the infinite worlds, they possessed their own world genesis. The reason why the 9th era's ancestor god was inferior to the 8th era's ancestor god was because the 8th era's ancestor god had 2 world genesis, while the 9th era's ancestor god only had 1. This was destined from the very beginning. And so on and so forth. Rumor had it that the first group of dragons was born in the first era. They had 9 world genesis, which were actually 9 power cores. The primordial sacrificial dragon was born in the second era and had 8 world genesis. The void universe dragon had 7 world genesis. The other ancestor dragons had 6 world genesis. The ancestor gods of the primordial chaos world, and supreme ancient immortal realm had 6 world genesis as well. As for ancestor god Ling Su and the endless stone ancestor, because they were born in the 9th era, they only had 1 world genesis from the very beginning, and it had never changed. The cultivation of the ancestor gods would never change. Except for the Chaos Heaven Devouring Dragon. He was born in the 5th era. At the beginning, he only had 5 world genesis, similar to the ancestor gods of the primordial incipient worlds. He was weaker than the Chaos Heaven Devouring Dragon. But later on, he had 2 world genesis, a total of 7, the same as the Void Universe Dragon. As for how many world genesis he had after the 5th era, it was impossible to predict. It was possible that there were more. The 9 world genesis were the end points. Of course, although the ancestor god of destruction was a deity and didn't have a world genesis as a weapon, he could increase the number of world genesis. In the process of cultivation, there was a chance to increase the number of world genesis. For example, Kitten's world genesis was created from nothing, and he had at most 4 world genesis. But now, he didn't have a single one. The sealing of the 9th era had caused his world genesis to disappear. Although there were still outlines, it was a long way to go before he could reform them. To Long Chen, the most important thing was where the ancestor dragon's world genesis was. In theory, if he obtained the world genesis, he should be able to use it. But the myriad worlds were only so big, and he hadn't even found the origin dragon's soul, let alone the world genesis. The world genesis was a weapon. The world genesis was power. Although the name was similar, there wasn't much of a relationship. Looking at ancestor god Ling Su's world genesis, Long Chen thought of the ancestor dragon, but that seemed too far away. Now that ancestor stone was still trapped here, Long Chen was thinking that if he could get on ancestor stone's good side, it would be much easier to deal with the sky demon snake ancestor and the others. They still needed to negotiate. In fact, he had made some progress recently. Why are you here again? After calming down for a while, Ancestor Stone's temper was much better. Senior, I'm here to talk to you. Long Chen stood in front of him. There's nothing to talk about. You will definitely lie to me. I don't have my memories, and that's too much of a disadvantage for you. He had been deceived by Qinshue, and the influence was too deep. Long Chen thought about it carefully. Ancestor Stone was just hot-tempered, and he might not be that bad in nature. So he said, Ancestor Stone, actually, other than you, 3 more ancestor gods appeared today. They are all the same as you. If there were more cases, he might feel that it was more realistic. What did you say? Ancestor Stone didn't expect this. Today, 3 elder gods of the same caliber as you appeared, Long Chen said. No wonder you suddenly left. Ancestor Stone frowned. After a while, he asked, what's the situation? What are they doing? Long Chen answered honestly, it's not easy to come into contact with ancestor gods. We received the support of 1 ancestor god, and he is now on our side. The other 2 ancestor gods left directly, and we can't find any traces of them. I see. Chapter 33-28. After letting him understand the situation, Long Chen said, Ancestor Stone, everything I told you before is absolutely true. Ancestor Penglai and I just met, but he supported me and helped me. If you don't believe me or Ancestor God Ling Su, you should believe in Ancestor Penglai. If you want, I can ask Ancestor Penglai to come over, and you can believe him. After pausing for a while, Long Chen added, before the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds descended, I was the strongest expert here. I was also the one with the highest prestige. You can ask anyone in any world about this. They all know this, so you have to understand how difficult it would be for me to deceive you and find another existence as powerful as you. You can also ask anyone to verify whether my brothers and sisters and I were the strongest group of people in the myriad worlds before you all appeared. At this point, with Ancestor Penglai's help, Long Chen could at least be sure that if Ancestor Stone still had a bit of intelligence, he should know about his identity. Long Chen did not lie to him. He was the creator of the endless mountain of the universe. All right, I believe you. Finally, Ancestor Stone suddenly smiled. He looked at Long Chen, meaning to ask Long Chen to let him leave the jade disc. This time, it was Long Chen's turn to be troubled. He was a little doubtful whether he should really let him go. What if something happened to him? While he was hesitating, Ancestor Stone's face suddenly turned cold, and he said coldly, You're really boring. You don't believe me in the first place, so what's the point of telling me so much? Senior, this matter is of great importance. I hope you can give me some time to prepare. The myriad worlds are fragile, and if there are more casualties, I will bear great responsibility, Long Chen said cautiously. He planned to let everyone come over and then release Ancestor Stone together. In this Devil Dragon ancient tomb, he should have more confidence. There's no need. Ancestor Stone's face was gloomy. It was hard to believe that he would stand on Long Chen's side. His expression made Long Chen even more determined not to let him out for a while. He was a dangerous person. But at this moment, the rugged stone ancestor's lips curled into a cold smile. It was a terrifying smile. In the blink of an eye, the stone ancestor moved. It was as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Normally, he wouldn't have been able to move while trapped in the jade disc. However, Long Chen noticed that a sharp stone hammer had appeared in the stone ancestor's hand. It was a seemingly inconspicuous, wide hammer with a sharp bottom. It was forged from a piece of stone, and there seemed to be moss on it. Time had left many mottled marks on it. It was this stone hammer that made Long Chen realize the danger he was in. But it was too late. Ancestor Stone had been waiting for this opportunity. He broke through the jade wall and rushed out. Clearly, he already had the ability to break through the wall, but he had been holding it in until this moment. Of course, if Long Chen had released him of his own accord, that would have been even better. After all, it would have been safer. All he had to do was pretend to trust Long Chen. However, when he saw that Long Chen was about to summon Elder God Lingsu and the others, he had no choice but to act immediately. World Essence. That's right, this stone hammer was the world source that belonged to him. Long Chen had overlooked this. He had thought that only Elder God Lingsu had kept it. Now that Ancestor Stone had it, he understood. Perhaps Elder God Lingsu hadn't noticed it yet, and it had taken some time for Elder God Lingsu to notice it as well. The Endless Stone Ancestor had it as well, but he hadn't noticed it at first. Perhaps he had only noticed it today, but he hadn't immediately broken through the jade disc to alert Long Chen. In truth, he was preparing for the next step. This was the demonic dragon tomb. He didn't know what this place was, but he knew that only Long Chen would know. Thus, when he instantly broke the jade disc and struggled out of it, the first thing he did was attack Long Chen. This was an ancestral god of the Ninth Era's progenitor realm, and he had been waiting for this attack for a long time. Quake. The stone hammer slammed into Long Chen's head, striking the air for a long time. A terrifying power of natural laws surged out, unstoppable. It arrived in an instant. Although it hadn't hit him directly, the stone hammer was the world essence. To Long Chen, this heavy blow was simply too powerful. He immediately felt dizzy. Even his consciousness was blurred. It was very dangerous. If he used his next attack, he would very likely be heavily injured or even killed. Being ambushed at such a close distance was a very troublesome matter. In addition, Long Chen was almost certain that after using the stone hammer to shake Long Chen's primordial spirit, Ancestor Stone's next attack was brewing. It would descend in an instant, and this time, it would definitely destroy Long Chen. A terrifying crisis. Ancestor Stone was even stranger than he had imagined. Long Chen found it hard to understand. Now that he knew the truth, why did he still want to kill him? Could it be that he wanted revenge because he had imprisoned him? All of a sudden, Long Chen felt that his life was in danger. The only way to open the door for Ancestor God Ling Su and the others to save him was to open the door of the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb and instantly escape to another world. The Death World was definitely out of the question. Long Chen instantly chose the eternal whirlpool of the time tunnel. Perhaps he could rush into the eternal whirlpool for a while, and in that instant, he passed through the eternal whirlpool. As expected, it was difficult to get in contact with him in such a short period of time. Ancestor Stone had already caught up, and the stone hammer's attack was almost at the top of Long Chen's head. Ancestor God Ling Su and the others were chasing after him. However, distant water could not put out a nearby fire. In his dizziness, Long Chen tried his best to use the power of the eternal whirlpool to stop the other party. However, he quickly discovered that Ancestor Stone's brutality was something that even the eternal whirlpool could not stop. Actually, all of this happened in an instant. He had to go to another world in order to escape. The life world was not as good as the eternal whirlpool, and the death world was even worse. There was no need to talk about the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. The only choice left was the myriad worlds. When he thought this through, Longchen instantly understood his goal. So he already had this world source, but he waited for me to return before using it. It was to escape from the dragon's ancient tomb, so I had no choice but to let him return to the myriad worlds. However, this was indeed the only way for Longchen. He had to say that although Ancestor Stone had lost his memories, he was now too cunning. To be able to learn to this step in such a short period of time, it could only mean that before the epoch, he had always been like this. Qianxue had only unearthed his personality. Myriad worlds. In the next instant, Longchen escaped to the myriad worlds with great difficulty. As expected, when he discovered that he was in the myriad worlds, Ancestor Stone's attacks slowed down. Because of this, Longchen won a small chance of survival. He knew why Ancestor Stone was so slow. After arriving in the myriad worlds, he wanted to escape. Because Ancestor God Ling Su and Longchen's team were about to arrive, he would rather not kill Longchen and escape. This was actually a trade-off between the two. Longchen had to protect his own life. The world source was too terrifying, and he wasn't sure if resurrection could bring him back to life. It was very likely that a single blow would kill him in both body and soul. Buzz. Ancestor God Ling Su, Patriarch Peng Lai, and Mo Xiaolang all arrived, but Ancestor Stone was in another direction. He transformed into a streak of starlight and disappeared. He had no desire to kill Longchen, so he didn't waste any time. If he did, he might not be able to escape. Patriarch Peng Lai and the others gave chase, but they immediately realized that they couldn't catch up. Ancestor Stone had fled first, and the myriad worlds were so huge. They were worried about Longchen's safety. How is it? Everyone immediately surrounded him. I'm fine. Longchen gradually regained his senses. Just now, he had been shaken, his nascent divinity suppressed, and his divine palaces sealed. That had been an unbearable feeling. Although he was fine, the price he had paid was that Ancestor Stone had escaped. I'm sorry. I thought he had no memories, but he's much more cunning than I imagined. I was careless. Perhaps because Ancestor Stone had no memories, Longchen subconsciously thought of him as a child. If he had been a child, he would have immediately used the world source. That was why Longchen hadn't expected that Ancestor Stone would have the world source, much less hide it and use it at a time that Longchen would never have expected. We didn't expect it either. Everyone felt helpless. Longchen, this isn't your fault. Don't blame yourself. I trapped him with a jade pendant and didn't even know it, Ancestor God Ling Su said, her heart aching for him. I understand. Longchen did understand, but now that Ancestor Stone was added to the mix, there were now 3 major uncertainties in the myriad worlds. Clearly, they were in even greater trouble. And now, the myriad worlds were in such a crisis. They were like a bubble that could burst at any moment. The 3 elder gods were like 3 needles. With a single stab, the myriad worlds would be gone, and all life would be gone. There's no point in blaming yourself. Let's think of a countermeasure. Longchen pulled himself together. He really hadn't expected that Ancestor Stone would have played him for a fool. He had indeed underestimated the thought processes of the elder gods. The main reason was that Ancestor God Ling Su had misled him. It was as if he had lost his memories, as if he were a fool. But in truth, Ancestor Ling Su had always been like this. It was just that when Longchen had met her before the epoch, she had memories and knowledge, so she had seemed slightly more mature. The Endless Stone Ancestor might have been confused at first, but he was now the most dangerous of the 3. He knew the truth, but he still wanted to go against Longchen. That was the most terrifying thing. It was very likely that what he would do next would be revenge. Revenge was a terrifying thing. I have the world source as well. When Patriarch Peng Lai heard this, he searched his body for it. Before long, he excitedly took out a peachwood walking stick. It was about the same height as him and looked no different from ordinary peach wood, as if it could break at any moment. This is my world source. Patriarch Penglai had found it. Chapter 33-29. After Ancestor Stone escaped, Longchen hastily sealed off the entire myriad worlds. If there was any news, it would be discovered very quickly. But this was not an absolute guarantee. Currently, the news about the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds had already spread throughout the myriad worlds. The calamity of the primordial giant demons had just passed, and the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds had already descended upon the myriad worlds. 5 of them had appeared just in time, and the troubles they brought were immeasurable. So far, 2 ancestor gods were on Long Chen's side. Stone Ancestor and Sky Demon Snake Ancestor were definitely going to start a fight. The only one whose attitude was unknown was the Limitless Ancestor. Long Chen had thought that after Ancestor Stone had escaped, he would quickly cause a ruckus due to his desire for revenge. But to his surprise, the 3 ancestor gods didn't do anything even after a long time had passed. Time passed quietly. Long Chen had a premonition that the longer this dragged on, the more tragic the calamity would be when it finally erupted. Therefore, he could not relax at all. He originally thought that with the disappearance of the primeval troll, the myriad worlds would have a long period of peace. But this idea was completely ruined by the arrival of the ancestor gods. Everyone needed to be stronger in order to protect this huge homeland. Among the myriad of worlds, in a tiny corner that seemed inconspicuous, there were 2 people sitting on 2 of the stars. One of them was none other than the stone ancestor with messy hair and a muscular body. And in front of him was the seductive and sexy heavenly demon snake ancestor, who was approaching from a faraway place. In terms of beauty, Sky Snake Ancestor was not as pure and alluring as Ancestor God Ling Su. But in terms of figure, Sky Snake Ancestor's wild body was undoubtedly superior. Therefore, Ancestor Stone desired Sky Snake Ancestor even more. When he saw this woman, he forgot everything else. He widened his eyes and approached Sky Snake Ancestor. His entire body was filled with intense desire and his breathing became heavier. What do you want to do to me? Sky Snake Ancestor looked at him coldly without a hint of fear. Ancestor Stone was startled. No matter what, he felt that the other party was very strong and not easy to deal with. Do you believe that I will bite your ugly thing in half? Sky Demon Snake Ancestor said sinisterly. Ancestor Sure quickly retreated and covered his crotch with both hands. A horrified look appeared in his eyes. Giggle. The heavenly demon snake ancestor burst out laughing. That proud figure of his, the body of an ancestor god, caused Stone Ancestor to gulp down a mouthful of saliva. All right. Since that guy hasn't arrived yet, I'll make an agreement with you. In the future, if we can deal with the group led by Long Chen and the 2 elder gods and become the rulers of the infinite worlds, I'll be yours. The heavenly demon snake ancestor said seriously. What about the other guy? Ancestor Stone was referring to the limitless ancestor. The heavenly demon snake ancestor smiled coldly and said, simple. One more person will be a hindrance. We are close and can be husband and wife, but he can't. So if we can deal with those enemies, we can work together to deal with this guy. But before that, we must not let him know of our agreement. Do you understand? Understood. Ancestor Stone nodded his head in a silly manner. Good boy, I like people like you. Remember, when only the 2 of us are left in this vast starry sky, you'll be able to have me. All right. Ancestor Stone grinned. He looked like a fool, but deep in his eyes, one could see a cold glint. He was able to escape from Long Chen's Devil Dragon ancient tomb, so he was definitely not that simple. Oh right, you mentioned that weapon just now. Every ancestor god has such a weapon. Actually, they all believed in their identity as ancestor gods. It's just that their thoughts were different. To them, protecting their own small worlds was rather boring. Yes, look for it on your body. Ancestor Stone let her see his stone hammer. Sky Demon Snake Ancestor searched for a long time before a pitch-black needle appeared in his hand. It also looked like a venomous snake's fangs. It was slightly curved and looked similar to a jade disc, peach wood, and stone hammer. This venomous needle-like world origin looked very simple, but no one could predict what it would feel like if one was pricked by it. Now that they had lost their memories, they could not fully display the effects of the world origin. What a wondrous thing. Do we need to tell the limitless ancestor? The heavenly demon snake ancestor asked. Ancestor Stone thought about it and said, "Aren't we going to kill him in the end? We have to tell him. Otherwise, if he sees that we have it but he doesn't, he will definitely suspect us. It will be hard to deal with him then." The heavenly demon snake ancestor smiled in satisfaction. "I thought you were stupid, but you are actually quite smart." To the heavenly demon snake ancestor, he was indeed smart. Unfortunately, as an ancestor god, he was actually infatuated with beauty. What a weirdo. As long as Ancestor Stone lusted after her, she had ways to deal with him. About 3 days later, the third person finally appeared. It was a white-haired, white-browed old man in cloth robes. His eyes were solemn, and his expression was cold. He appeared before them. "Let's get to know each other. I am the heavenly demon snake ancestor. This is the endless stone ancestor. You are the creator of the limitless star ocean, the limitless ancestor." Long Chen never thought that the three of them would gather together. After all, it was very easy for the three of them to contact each other, but the stone ancestor did it. He had heard about the other two in the Dragon Devil ancient tomb, and as soon as he came out, he was looking for the two of them. As expected, the two of them actually appeared. The limitless ancestor's expression was solemn as he asked, "Ancestor Stone, what do you want from us?" The endless stone ancestor and the heavenly demon snake ancestor glanced at each other. He said, "I have already told you about our identities. It's very simple. Right now, there is a group of enemies in the myriad of worlds. We have to defeat them to regain our freedom. Otherwise, we will forever be on the run." The heavenly demon snake ancestor also said, "The moment I appeared, I was attacked by them. I almost died in battle. They are the ones who control the myriad of worlds. If you don't listen to their orders, your life will be in danger. When you appeared, they also came looking for you. It's just that you escaped first and escaped. So, we don't want to be the lackeys of others. After all, we are the ancestor gods of the myriad of worlds. However, 2 of us have already become their lackeys. The 2 of us decided to defeat them and pursue our freedom. After all, they were the ones who attacked us first. Let's ask, are you going to join us?" Now that they were working together, 2 against 1, forming an alliance, they could actually suppress the limitless ancestor. Of course. The limitless ancestor didn't speak much. It was hard to understand what he was thinking. That's good. Ancestor Stone couldn't help but laugh. With the 3 of them forming an alliance, things would be much simpler. In the future, the 3 of us will be allies and friends. As a friend, let me tell you a secret that will be extremely beneficial to you. The endless stone ancestor said. He took out his stone hammer and said, "Do you see this? It's connected to your flesh and blood. Its strength is immense. It's a good item." The limitless ancestor said calmly. "I have one too." The poison needle appeared in the heavenly demon snake ancestor's hand. "So, it means that I have one too." The limitless ancestor was extremely intelligent. As he said that, he was already searching his body. His movements were extremely quick. In just a short while, a pure white jade sword appeared in his hand. The jade sword wasn't long, only half a meter long. It looked crystal clear and extremely beautiful. However, it definitely didn't look like a weapon. It looked more like an ornament. Not bad. What is it called? The limitless ancestor asked. I don't know. It's fine as long as it works. The endless stone ancestor suddenly changed the topic. Now that we have formed an alliance and are ready, let's begin the first step of the plan. Because the ruler of the myriad worlds is in another dimension, it's hard to find him. So, we can only attack the two elder gods who are their lackeys. Their overall strength is equal to the three of us. However, if we can sneak attack one of them, we will have an overwhelming advantage. So, we must sneak attack and finish them off quickly. Otherwise, the others will arrive very quickly. We must use the fastest and most vicious method to finish off one of them. No problem. The limitless ancestor didn't seem to have any objections. He was still studying the jade sword in his hand. The heavenly demon snake ancestor couldn't help but ask, then, who should we attack? I feel that Patriarch Penglai and Ancestor Ling Su should be stronger. We should attack Ancestor Ling Su. No problem. The limitless ancestor said the same thing. But the endless stone ancestor shook his head. No, Ancestor Ling Su is too close to Long Chen. If we attack her, he might retaliate. That will make things harder. Patriarch Penglai doesn't have a deep relationship with them. Even if he dies, I think we can escape unscathed. The heavenly demon snake ancestor looked at him suspiciously. Are you sure you don't want Ancestor Ling Su? The endless stone ancestor said, impossible. She's not even 1/10,000th of your strength. Heaven demon snake patriarch's mood improved a lot when he heard that. He waved his hand and said, then let's do it this way. We'll head to Penglai Island and kill Patriarch Penglai as soon as possible. If we succeed and no one is injured, we can start the final battle. If anyone is injured, we'll retreat after killing Patriarch Penglai and come back after recovering. No problem. After the three agreed, they headed towards Penglai Island. With their abilities, it was easy for them to sneak into the myriad worlds and obtain a star chart. In fact, they had already entered other worlds many times. The divine venerables wouldn't be able to find them unless they went on a killing spree. Chapter 3330. Long Chen didn't know about the meeting between the three ancestral gods at all. Stone Ancestor heard the news about the limitless ancestor and the heavenly demon snake ancestor in the demonic dragon ancient tomb. After coming out, he tried his best to find the two of them. Compared to Long Chen, the other two were obviously more willing to contact him. Therefore, he had found the two of them before Long Chen. Now, he was already heading towards Penglai Island. As for Long Chen and the others, they were still anxiously waiting for news. Currently, the myriad worlds were in a state of panic and silence. Long Chen never expected that during this process, he would receive a piece of good news. That was what Li Xuanji told him. Amidst the chaos, his sun seemed to be about to descend. To be honest, Long Chen had waited for this day for a very long time. In fact, it should have come a long time ago, but he waited until today and it was such a tense moment. Although it wasn't Long Chen's first time being a father, he was still very excited after hearing this news. He was originally still watching the death rain, but now that a long time had passed and the three ancestral gods didn't make any moves, Long Chen thought that they wouldn't make trouble at this time. Even if they did, he could rush back immediately. Therefore, he let Mo Xiaolang and the others stay here while he returned to the dragon sacrificial continent. Li Xuanji was here in the dragon sacrificial continent. At this time, Lingxi and the others were taking care of her. Dragon Emperor Yongya, Yang Yu, and Yang Lingqing were also here. Under normal circumstances, with them around, there was actually no need for Long Chen to come personally. The problem was that Li Xuanji's child was very likely to be a little ancestral dragon like her dragon face. Now that her dragon face was growing rapidly, it was rapidly approaching Long Chen and the others. This was a talent that only a complete ancestral dragon would have. She was a little primordial blood spirit dragon. As for what this new child would be, it was still a mystery for the time being. The dragon's face would only truly take shape after it was born. If the boy was not bad and was in the same situation as Long Yen, Long Chen would have to come back. He remembered that when Long Yan was born, he had absorbed a lot of power from Pangu continent and the realm of life. Without him, Li Xuanji would not be able to provide so much power. Now that Long Chen had reached such a level, Li Xuanji, who was a part of his body, was also growing in power. However, she was not Long Chen, after all. She had been taking care of the child all this time, which had delayed her cultivation. For the time being, there was no improvement in the laws of transformation. "You're back," seeing Long Chen, Li Xuanji, whose face was slightly pale, felt much more at ease. "Don't worry." Long Chen squeezed her palm, his eyes full of tenderness. The two looked at each other and smiled. With such company, there was nothing to worry about. "Leave here. If anything happens in the myriad worlds, you have to go back as soon as possible," Li Xuanji said. "No problem." Long Chen was the one who made her feel at ease. After a while, it was almost time. With their help, Long Chen was temporarily on the other side. Long Chen was right under her feet. If it weren't for Long Chen stopping her, she would have pounced on him. "Daddy, I want to see my little brother." "Don't stop me." Long Yan bared her fangs and brandished her claws, wanting to crawl over there. "Wait, don't worry." "No, Yenner is so anxious. I want to see my little brother." Long Chen had a headache. He could only tie up this troublemaker. The child was too lively. She had turned the draconic sacrificial continent upside down. Long Chen could only pray that this new child would not be as naughty as this little girl. What should I call him? During this process, Long Chen was still racking his brains for a name. It was easy to get Long Yan back then. This name was also suitable for this child. At this moment, Long Chen clearly felt that a large amount of spiritual energy on the draconic sacrificial continent was rushing toward Li Xuanji and gathering in her abdomen. It seemed that it had already begun. "Don't move." Long Chen pressed the little girl with his hand. More and more spiritual qi was being swallowed by Li Xuanji's abdomen. His birth was the same as Long Yan's. It was also a process of transformation. Only after he had absorbed enough energy would his characteristics truly be revealed. Yeah. Long Yan was still struggling, but unfortunately, Long Chen's attention was not on her. The degree of absorption is even more than Yenner. It seems that it's not simple. Soon, most of the spiritual energy on the original grade draconic sacrificial continent had rushed here. The other divine dragons had to stop cultivating because there was no more energy that they could absorb. The birth of this child caused a turmoil in the entire original grade world. At that time, Long Yan was only an original incipient world. It was still ongoing. Suddenly, the child stopped absorbing spiritual energy and turned to absorbing life energy. This caused him to devour Li Xuanji's life energy, which was also considered to be devouring Long Chen's life energy. This process would cause Long Chen and Li Xuanji to age rapidly. After realizing this situation, Long Chen hurried forward. Just like last time, it was very familiar. He opened the gate to the realm of life and arrived at the familiar realm of life. Under Long Chen's control, all the mountains, rivers, and trees in the realm of life turned into green life energy. "Go in." This life energy replaced Long Chen and Li Xuanji and became the child's nourishment. Seeing that the situation had gradually stabilized, Long Chen gradually felt that this child seemed to have a kind of time power. It should be the Void Aeon Dragon. This was the essence blood of the second divine dragon that Long Chen had inherited. The time power was getting thicker and thicker, which further confirmed Long Chen's judgment. In the process of devouring life energy, this young life was still taking shape. He was like an illusory little dragon that was still coiled up in Li Xuanji's body. He needed sufficient strength to support himself in order to come to this world. He had yet to open his eyes and see this world. At this time, Li Xuanji relaxed a little. "What are you going to name him?" Although Li Xuanji's face was slightly pale, the happiness on her face made her feel deeply beautiful. At this time, you can't push it back. "I'm thinking." Long Chen's brain worked fast. If he did not name the child, Li Xuanji would probably go crazy. He was racking his brains. Void Aeon Dragon, time. Originally, he wanted to find a word between these two words, but found that it was not suitable. Then, he thought of the Void Aeon Dragon talisman, and then the reverse scale that the Void Aeon Dragon used to imprison Kitten. Actually, it's good to call it Dragon Scale, but the word behind it should be changed to Lin. Then, I'll call it Dragon Lin. So, he called the two words Dragon Lin Li Xuanji. Do you think it's okay? He was a little uneasy. He was good at fighting, but naming was really difficult. As long as you name it, of course it's okay. What Li Xuanji actually wanted was a name from him, a name that he personally named. He will like it. This is something that will accompany him for life. Yes, although the name seemed simple, it was something that would accompany him for life. It was very important. Dragon Face, Dragon Lin. A pair of children. Long Chen also did not expect that a name that he casually named would become the mark of his son's life. Dragon Lin. When he was born, he absorbed more energy than his sister, but it was much more peaceful. It was a stable absorption that would not harm Li Xuanji, which made Long Chen feel more at ease. As time passed, a large amount of life energy from the entire realm of life entered Dragon Lin's body. Under the nourishment of life energy and spiritual energy, his body of the Void Aeon Dragon was indeed taking shape. He is still growing. Still, it did not stop. All of a sudden, he had enough life energy. At this time, he still needed spiritual energy, but if he continued to stay in the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, he would destroy the foundation of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. Long Chen thought that he was enough, but it turned out that there was still room for transformation. This was a good thing. If it was in the past, it would be troublesome if there were only original incipient worlds, but now there were origin worlds. He immediately took Li Xuanji and moved to the chaotic divine realm. He just needed to say hello to the chaotic divine warrior here. When they arrived at the original location of the Divine Lord continent, Dragon Lin began to crazily devour again. The characteristics of the Void Aeon Dragon were becoming more and more obvious. It was a stable and rapid absorption. Long Chen stayed by Li Xuanji's side to guard this important process. He held Li Xuanji's hand and did not let go. With him by her side, everything was peaceful. Now, they just had to wait for Dragon Lin to finally come to this world. Long Chen did not know that at this moment, the three ancestral gods he had been waiting for had appeared at the same time. And this time, what they brought was not as simple as a disaster. Penglai Island. Penglai Island was shrouded in clouds, like a miniature version of the Taigu immortal realm, full of immortal qi. On the island, the living beings were relatively relaxed. After all, their ancestral god had returned, and he was in Long Chen's camp. Patriarch Penglai was extremely benevolent to the living beings. Because of his existence, the Penglai immortal tribe had a peaceful environment. They did not have to worry about the sudden appearance of other ancestral gods and destruction. It was like the moon concealing star in the Jade Fall demon realm. It had been a long time since the three ancestral gods had appeared. During this time, Patriarch Penglai had been familiarizing himself with his world and its origin. He knew very well that because the ancestral gods were too strong and the myriad worlds were too fragile, there would be a greater war between Long Chen and the other three ancestral gods, who guarded the myriad worlds, and he could not stay out of it. If he had to stand in one camp, of course, it would be Long Chen. Disappeared and then came back with amnesia. Why? Is it possible that they are under the control of a higher level? Patriarch Penglai was full of doubts. Even he himself was thinking, is it possible that the five of us are not the only ones? There will be more ancestral gods descending. When that time comes, how will Long Chen still be able to control the myriad worlds? The future is bleak. I hope the other ancestral gods will not lose their memories. This fragile world could not withstand any more torment. At the thought of this, Patriarch Penglai sensed a deadly crisis. Chapter 33-31. Patriarch Wuji, Infinity Stone, and Heavenly Snake Ancestor descended like comets in a very short time. Having prepared for a long time, they brought with them their ultimate killing moves from the moment they first appeared. Each of the three ancestor gods had unleashed their world essences. Patriarch Wuji's Jade Sword, Infinity Stone Ancestor's Stone Hammer, and Heavenly Snake Ancestor's curved poisonous needle all flew toward Patriarch Penglai from three different directions almost at the same time. When Patriarch Penglai realized what was happening, it was already very late. After all, they had prepared this attack with the intention of killing him, and Patriarch Penglai was completely unprepared. He did not even expect that the three of them would join forces and launch a planned attack. He knew this very well, which was why he had immediately notified Long Chen of what was happening here. By the time Long Chen arrived with his team and Elder God Lingsu, it would definitely take them some time to arrive. However, it was not easy to block this fatal killer move even if it was just a little bit of time. For a moment, the situation was extremely dangerous. Stop! Patriarch Penglai raised his peach staff. His whole body seemed to have fused with the staff, which in turn seemed to have fused with Penglai Island under his feet. His opponent's attack was not only aimed at him, but also at the entire island. Clearly, these three ancestor gods were all ruthless people. Their main goal was to kill Patriarch Penglai, but they did not care about the lives and deaths of the people on Penglai Island. Everything came too fiercely and violently. The Jade Sword, Stone Hammer, and Poisonous Needle descended from heaven and arrived in a flash. Each of the world essences carried an irresistible power, the power of the origin of the Ninth Era's ancestral realm. They were the powers forged by the boundless divine magic, which surpassed the origin of origin. Among them, Infinity Stone Ancestor's Stone Hammer was the first to arrive. He loved to show off, so he was one step ahead. The stone hammer enlarged abruptly, and with its power, it descended on Patriarch Penglai's head in a flash. In a flash, Patriarch Penglai had already informed Long Chen. Then, he faced death with equanimity. In a hurry, he grabbed the peach staff with both hands, raised it over his head, and used all his strength to collide with Infinity Stone Ancestor's stone hammer for the first time. The power of the peachwood staff might not be inferior to Ancestor Stone's stone hammer. However, the power produced by this collision was simply too terrifying. This was a collision between the origins of two worlds. It was possible that there had never been a collision of this magnitude since the beginning of an era. Rumble. Patriarch Penglai had miscalculated. He barely managed to block the attack of the Endless Stone Ancestor during the collision, but everything around him was annihilated in the aftermath. Of course, this was the only choice he had. If he did not stop them, the entire Penglai Island would not be able to escape the misfortune. However, when the three ancestral gods decided to attack him, Penglai Island was doomed. No matter what Patriarch Penglai chose, he could not stop the destruction of Penglai Island. Patriarch Penglai was fine for the time being when the peachwood staff collided with the stone hammer, but he suffered a violent impact. However, the power he unleashed exploded in an instant, sweeping out in all directions and submerging the entire Penglai Island in a very short time. In the blink of an eye, the entire world was destroyed into endless smoke and debris. Buzz! Penglai Island and the trillions of living beings on it perished in an instant. All that was left of them was the dust that filled the sky. This was the trace they had left behind. Destruction. The scene stunned Patriarch Penglai for a moment. Just as Long Chen had told him, this world belonged to him, it belonged to his people, and everything in this world belonged to his descendants, but at this moment, everything disappeared. It disappeared so cleanly, leaving only the thick smoke that gathered together and did not dissipate, as if to prove the existence of this place. However, the smoke and dust were not worlds, but fragments of worlds. From this moment on, Penglai Island was completely doomed. Trillions of Penglai immortals had perished in the long history of the myriad worlds. Even Long Chen was worried about such a crisis of death. After the destruction of a world in the primeval troll, another world was going to be destroyed this time, and it was the primeval Penglai Island. Although he had lost his memory, at this moment, the deepest hatred, the trillions of hatred, was deeply planted in Patriarch Penglai's heart. What about you? You damned lackey. Ancestor Stone's smile was full of mockery. Your time of death has come. The stone hammer was only the first wave of attacks from the three ancestor gods. They had planned it. The moment the stone hammer knocked away the peach staff, the second and third origins of the world descended. One on the left and one on the right. There was no room for resistance. 3 against 1, and that was Patriarch Penglai's doomsday. The only thing Patriarch Penglai could do was to place the peach staff in the most critical position. Compared to the jade sword, the poisonous needle was more frightening. In that instant, the poisonous needle collided with the peach staff. Although it was hurried, Patriarch Penglai was well prepared. Moreover, Boundless Stone Ancestor had restrained most of Patriarch Penglai's strength, so the poisonous needle pierced through the peach staff and stabbed into Patriarch Penglai's body. Ah! Patriarch Penglai let out a blood-curdling scream. Many black runes appeared on his body, each of which was actually a small black snake. In a flash, they enveloped him, even his eyes were filled with them. Stimulated by the origins of the world, Patriarch Penglai completely lost his combat strength and fell into a miserable state. However, that did not stop Patriarch Wuji from attacking. The jade sword he controlled pierced through Patriarch Penglai's body in a flash. Ugh! Patriarch Penglai grunted under the attack of the origins of the world. The parts of his face that were not occupied by the black runes turned deathly pale. The moment the jade sword pierced through his skin, it destroyed the insides of his body, causing him to suffer a severe injury. He had completely lost his combat strength and could only wait for death. He's not dead yet. Ancestor Stone and the others were stunned. In fact, according to their plan, Patriarch Penglai should be dead after this round of attacks. The reason Patriarch Penglai was still alive was that he had a method of rapid recovery in his laws, which was similar to the ability of Long Chen's Flame of Life. Although he was severely injured, his recovery speed was faster than that of ordinary ancestral gods. Of course, no matter how fast he recovered, he could not escape the next round of attacks from the three ancestral gods. They had even destroyed Penglai Island, so they would not show any mercy now. Even Patriarch Penglai knew that if Long Chen and the others did not come soon, he would not be able to hold on any longer. Perhaps he would die together with Penglai Island. In his eyes, the dreamy Penglai Island scattered into sand. Dead souls and tears converged into a river. When Long Chen received the news from Patriarch Penglai, Li Xuanji was already at the most critical moment. Long Chen was looking forward to it. He knew that he would soon have a second child. His first son. His heart was filled with excitement. However, at the most exciting moment, he felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. I'll be back. Without any time to talk, Long Chen suddenly loosened his grip on Li Xuanji's hand and disappeared in a flash, leaving Li Xuanji alone in the chaotic realm. Of course, when Long Chen left, he had already arranged for Lingxi and the others to come quickly so that more people could guard Li Xuanji. It was a pity that he could not accompany her to wait for the birth of his child. Li Xuanji was telepathically connected to him. In fact, she knew that something must have happened to the three ancestral gods, and it must have been something serious. Otherwise, Long Chen's expression wouldn't have changed, and he wouldn't have left so quickly. Don't worry. You'll see him when you come back. On the way to Penglai Island, Li Xuanji's gentle voice rang in Long Chen's ears. Okay. At this moment, Lingxi and the others were already accompanying Li Xuanji. Let's go. The Death Realm Dragon Gate opened, and everyone gathered together once more. Because Long Chen was in the chaotic realm, Mo Xiaolang, Soi Yan, and Kitten had already left. When Long Chen arrived, he just happened to bump into ancestral god Ling Su. The two of them quickly appeared, but by the time they appeared, Penglai Island had already become a ball of mist. It no longer existed. In that instant, Long Chen's eyes turned red. It wasn't just because of them that he had not been able to protect his son when he was born. It was because of them that they had brought such a terrifying disaster to the myriad worlds. Trillions of lives. Even if the resurrection melody of life could save as many as they could, they would lose their homes. Who could make up for this loss? There were only so many worlds in the myriad worlds, and the destruction of any one of them would be a blow to Long Chen. Trillions of lives were not just numbers, but living beings. Each of them was no different from him in Poplar Town. In Long Chen's eyes, all lives were equal. However, just like the dragon's sacrificial continent, there was only a ball of mist left. This was the only trace of Penglai Island left in the myriad worlds. A blood feud. Unforgivable. It was unforgivable, not just for Long Chen, but for all of them. Even now, Patriarch Penglai was in grave danger. Long Chen knew the purpose of their attack. They wanted to reduce the strength of Long Chen's side, so they wanted to destroy Patriarch Penglai as much as possible. If they were allowed to achieve this goal, more people would die in the future. And more worlds would be destroyed. Save him. There was no doubt that this was the most urgent matter now. But now that Patriarch Penglai had lost his fighting strength, he was as good as a cripple. How to distribute his fighting strength was a huge problem. Because of this, the three ancestral gods exchanged a smile when they saw them descend. Since Patriarch Penglai was crippled, of course they were going to fight the final battle to decide who would be the overlord of the myriad worlds here. Chapter 33-32. As the pillar and the decision-maker, Long Chen had to shoulder more responsibilities at this time. When Long Chen arrived, Kitten, Mo Xiaolang, and Soi Yan had all transformed into giant beasts and barely managed to save Patriarch Penglai. Kitten used chaotic reincarnation to send Patriarch Penglai millions of miles away to recover on his own. If he recovered, he would naturally return and rejoin the battle. This was the way to protect Patriarch Penglai. As soon as Patriarch Penglai left, they were exposed to the three ancestor gods. It was not easy for the three ancestor gods to truly recover. During this period of time, they were confident that they could crush the remaining people, including Long Chen and ancestor god Ling Su. Now that they had the chance, they naturally wanted to kill them all at once. Otherwise, when Patriarch Penglai recovered, all their plans today would be for naught. Without Patriarch Penglai, they still had the upper hand. Avenge the billions of lives of Penglai Island, Patriarch Penglai said to Long Chen through gritted teeth before he left. There was a deep sadness in his words. He felt that he had let down Penglai Island and was not worthy of being its creator. Long Chen had almost the same feeling and hatred. He was burning with rage, especially at the time when Dragon Qilan was born. At this moment, the five of them were facing the three ancestor gods. Patriarch Wuji was cold, emotionless, and expressionless. Heavenly demon Snake Ancestor was sinister, disdainful, and sneered. Unending Stone Ancestor was ruthless, and he was particularly pleased with himself because he had taken revenge on Long Chen. Even now, can you still speak to me with the tone of a ruler? Unending Stone Ancestor said through gritted teeth. If they were allowed to escape this time, Penglai Island would not be the only world destroyed in the future. Long Chen naturally hoped that everything would end today. That was exactly what his opponents thought, so the clash had been fierce from the very beginning. I'll deal with her. Heavenly demon Snake Ancestor's long and narrow eyes instantly fixed on ancestor god Ling Su. Go, and don't lose, Long Chen said to ancestor god Ling Su. I won't. Ancestor god Ling Su was very angry. She had never been this angry before. In fact, she was in danger this time. If these three had decided to attack the Spirit Essence Star C, then the Spirit Essence Star C might have been destroyed, and she might have died as well. Today, a debt of blood must be paid with blood. Humph. Ancestor god Ling Su and the Sky Demon Snake Ancestor moved to another location simultaneously. The two world origins began to stir, as though they were about to engage in battle. None of them were equal. Big brother, let Kitten stay with you. The two of us can hold on, Mo Xiaolang said to himself. He understood Long Chen very well. In a situation like this, with the four of them facing off against two terrifying elder gods, Long Chen's strategy would definitely be to deal with one elder god while the three of them dealt with the other. This was Long Chen's personality, which was why Mo Xiaolang had advised him. No, the two of you are too dangerous. If you fight alone, you'll be in even more danger. Kitten joined the conversation as well. It's better for me to be in danger alone than for two. Listen to me and cut the crap. Mo Xiaolang was in a bit of a pickle. Big brother, your child with Xuanji is about to be born. They're definitely waiting for you to return. You can't take too many risks. At this point, Long Chen understood this as well. But he was different from the three of them. He had a better chance of survival. Enough talk. If there's a chance of defeating the Endless Stone Father, don't hold back. I can wait for you to reinforce me. Since Long Chen had already made up his mind, and he had already made up his mind, there was no way he could change his mind. Mo Xiaolang and the others exchanged a glance. Kitten said, if that's the case, we'll first torture this big guy to death, then we'll come help you. If they couldn't change Long Chen's mind, then they would have to defeat the enemy first before coming to help. They knew what they had to do, and all they had to do was control the enemy as quickly as possible. But this was actually quite difficult. But of course, it would be easier than Long Chen facing the boundless patriarch by himself. Foolish stone. If you have the guts, come at me with Lord Cat. Mo Xiaolang and the others moved to provoke the Endless Stone Father. The three elder gods were rather surprised to see the enemy's battle formation. Go, the boundless patriarch said calmly. Fine. Then I'll take advantage of you. Three of you? That'll be fun to kill. The Endless Stone Father let out a furious roar, then moved to the left and began to howl. The only ones left at Penglai Island were Long Chen and the Boundless Patriarch. This was going to be an ultimate battle, one that had been built upon their hatred. In the blink of an eye, the two women, Elder God Ling Su and the heavenly demon serpent Ancestor, were fighting with their lives on the line. On the other side, for the sake of helping Long Chen as quickly as possible, the three of them worked together to surround the Endless Stone Father. Alas, they were a bit too stubborn. If the Endless Stone Father didn't have the world essence, they might have been able to deal with him. But now, they were in just as much danger as Long Chen. Boss, I know this guy. His world essence is a jade sword named Boundless. It's pretty powerful. You need to be careful. Boundless. This was the first world essence that Long Chen had ever heard of. Not even Elder God Ling Su and the others knew what their own world essence was called. Thanks to Kitten's warning, Long Chen had to pay more attention to his opponents. He hadn't talked to the Boundless Patriarch yet. The Boundless Patriarch wasn't in a hurry to fight. Instead, he held the Boundless sword in his hand and looked at Long Chen coldly, as if nothing could interest him. Senior, can you tell me what you want? Innumerable Stone Patriarch and Heavenly Serpent Patriarch were both freaks who could not be reasoned with. However, he knew that ordinary elder gods should be like Patriarch Penglai. What did this Patriarch Wuji want? Freedom, the Boundless Patriarch said. As long as he wasn't a freak. Aren't you very free? No one's restricting your freedom. Long Chen didn't understand. Although he had to get even with the Boundless Patriarch for destroying Penglai Island, it would be best if he could tie him down and give Patriarch Penglai more time to recover. The Boundless Patriarch shook his head. What I want is absolute freedom. Absolute freedom lies in the fact that no one in the world is stronger than me, and no one I want to be. That's why I want to get rid of everyone who's on par with me. That way, I can sleep without worries. Sure enough, he was a freak. What about the Endless Stone Father and the other two? Long Chen couldn't help but ask after hearing the Boundless Patriarch's words. The Boundless Patriarch didn't say anything else. The jade sword in his hand moved. He was about to attack. Senior, there's no need for you to do this. No one will restrict you. Many things have happened, and many mysteries remain. Even if you do as you say, even if you're the only expert here in the future, what if more people stronger than you appear in the future? That's why there's no point in you attacking. Who are you? An elder god from another world, right? The boundless patriarch replied coldly. That's right. Then, I'll destroy you first. We'll talk about it when they actually appear. The boundless patriarch's attitude was very clear. When he said this, he basically didn't want Long Chen to say anything else. He just attacked. The jade sword was like a little life, completely obeying his commands. It moved according to his hand gestures. You're a good seedling. Let's see if you can withstand 3 of my attacks. If you can, I can promise you that I won't cause trouble for you or anyone else. I'll live in seclusion in the boundless starry sea. He didn't expect that he would propose such an attractive condition. What if I can't? The boundless patriarch smiled. Then you'll lose your life. Life is the greatest price to pay. Very good. He only needed to withstand 3 attacks. It was not like the others' battles, which had reached the most desperate stage. Long Chen was constantly concerned about Imo Xiaolang. The 3 of them were fighting with all their might, wanting to destroy the Endless Stone Father. However, the Endless Stone Father had the world's origin, so he still had to suppress the 3 of them. If this went on, they would be in great danger. He had to end the battle quickly and force the boundless patriarch away. Long Chen was going to go all out. Come. He was already prepared. 3 attacks. 3 attacks it was. Even if they were all executed with the irresistible world's origin. Very good. World's origin, boundless patriarch. A white jade sword danced in the old man's hand, like a sentient life. You're very courageous. The other battlefields continued to rumble, but this place was as quiet as a lake. However, because of the boundless patriarch's attack, an even more terrifying storm was stirring. The battle was instantly ignited. Although it was only 3 moves, it was very likely that they would be the 3 strongest rules of the other party, so it would not be easy. When the old man made his move, Long Chen used all his strength and the support of countless living beings in his mind to strike first. Dragon's Inverse Blood. The primordial blood spirit dragon's rules triggered the boundless patriarch's blood, turning him into an primordial blood spirit dragon. Billions of dragons attacked from within the boundless patriarch's body. Even though the boundless patriarch's body was as vast as the stars, it was still occupied by Long Chen. But what surprised Long Chen was that even though the primordial blood spirit dragon was wreaking havoc in his body, it didn't seem to affect the boundless patriarch as much as he had imagined. He frowned and waved his hands, summoning the world's origin. The boundless patriarch instantly found out about Long Chen's crisis. Blizzard. In an instant, the rules swept out. In Long Chen's eyes, the entire starry sky had turned into a world of wind and snow. In this world of ice and snow, the wind howled and snow swirled. Countless snowflakes fluttered between heaven and earth, but upon closer inspection, each snowflake was formed from an endless number of jade swords. In that instant, countless snowflakes flew in the storm, and their only target was Long Chen. This rule was similar to Long Chen's Dragon Ball of Destruction. They were both top-notch killing techniques. Under such circumstances, Long Chen could only strengthen the dragon's inverse blood and use new rules at the same time. He had thought that the dragon's inverse blood would be able to withstand it, and things would be easier from here on out. But it didn't work at all. The opponent was a true progenitor after all, just a little weaker. Karmic Judgment Light. Chapter 33-33. Inverse Dragon Blood and Karma Judgment Light. Long Chen had the faith of billions of lives. Returning to the infinite worlds, he would have endless power to replenish himself. That was why he could fight to his heart's content. Using 2 different rules separately, he had enough power to support them. Karma Judgment Light, because of the primordial dragon halberd, was much more powerful than before. This white beam of light collided with the flying snow. Rumble. Actually, the most intense collision was between the primordial dragon halberd and the world's infinity source. Of course, without the inverse dragon blood, Long Chen would have been defeated to a large extent. Thanks to the combination of the two rules, the karmic judgment light barely managed to block the snowstorm that filled the sky. Bang! The snowstorm shattered in front of Long Chen's eyes. But the huge impact of the world's origin still made Long Chen feel his blood boil. Pft, pft. In an instant, he flew back millions of miles. In the blink of an eye, the infinity ancestor appeared in front of him. At this time, the inverse dragon blood was suppressed. When he appeared again, he gave Long Chen a lot of pressure. Not bad. The cooperation of the two rules greatly limited my killing power. But if this is all you have, you won't be able to block this move of mine. The infinity ancestor was slightly different from the other two ancestral gods. Most obviously, the other two ancestral gods would definitely not have a 3-move agreement with him. He still had to endure 2 more moves. If he could receive this attack, he could change his mind and stay in the limitless starry sea. As long as he didn't die in battle, no matter how severe his injuries were, Long Chen was willing. His most important goal was to kill the other two completely. Of course, he had promised Li Xuanji that no matter how dangerous the situation was, he would return alive to see them. The infinity ancestor's attack was merciless. When Long Chen turned into human form, fused with the origin dragon palace, and held the primordial dragon halberd, the other party's jade sword appeared in his hand again. Rainstorm. From snowstorm to rainstorm. In that instant, Long Chen thought that he had arrived at the dragon devil's ancient tomb. Under the cover of the boundless old ancestors' laws, Long Chen was now in a world of torrential rain. This dark world gave off a terrifying pressure. Here, the jade swords turned from white to pure black. Countless black jade swords gathered into a single raindrop, and billions of raindrops formed this terrifying storm. The power of each raindrop could penetrate most of the world. Not to mention this endless torrential rain. Seeing this endless curtain of rain, Long Chen knew that he was in trouble. He was prepared to use the Nirvana Primeval beginning to withstand this attack, and then use the Destruction Dragon Ball to resist it. However, it was clear that the Nirvana Primordial Beginnings rules could not withstand such an attack. Only the Destruction Dragon Ball could resolve it. If he exposed this rule now, and if his opponent had a third move, the third move would definitely be stronger. He would definitely choose the one that had the confidence to suppress the Destruction Dragon Ball. Then, it would be very difficult for Long Chen to win the third move. The opponent's strength instantly forced Long Chen into a troublesome situation. However, he had to make a change. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand the second move. Although it was incomparably thrilling, only by dealing with the one in front of him would he have the chance to face the one in the back. Long Chen always remembered that he only needed to withstand the opponent's 3 rules. Rainstorm, limitless, descended. In that instant, Long Chen decisively transformed into the primordial sacrificial dragon in this dark world of torrential rain. His body swam in the torrential rain like a dragon sacrificing a continent. Primordial chaos, creation, and chaos, one ring after another. A dark black star appeared in his mouth and expanded, displaying a terrifying ability. The evolution of creation, the compression of primordial chaos, and the berserk 9 types of chaos elemental chaos completely gathered together. Not bad. As the limitless old ancestor sighed, Long Chen held the Destruction Dragon Ball in his mouth and charged towards the torrential rain that filled the sky. In order to suppress the 3 ancestor gods this time, in order to smoothly see his son, Long Chen's heart was filled with an incomparably strong belief. Break. The Destruction Dragon Ball broke through the sky and exploded above the dark clouds. The terrifying power it produced swept out in all directions. For a moment, the wind and rain swayed, and countless jade swords were shattered. Bang! When the dark curtain was torn apart, Longchen finally opened the rainstorm sky curtain. Under the attack of the destruction dragon ball, the opponent's rules dissipated into thin air. This was the first time that Longchen had broken the opponent's rules without being at a disadvantage. The second move had ended successfully. Not bad. I underestimated you. The limitless old ancestor was still unscathed. He appeared in front of Longchen calmly. This 9th-era origin ancestor was the most difficult person Longchen had ever encountered. He was clearly stronger than Ancestor Stone and Ling Su. Although he had underestimated him, he didn't really admire him at all. Under such circumstances, he would usually use his last move to the limit. That was simply a situation where it would be very difficult for Longchen to survive. Moreover, Longchen had already used his limit. His limit had been exposed to the limitless old ancestor, but he didn't change his expression. Clearly, it was still acceptable to him. He was still confident that he could kill Longchen. Therefore, although he had dealt with the second move, Longchen was now in the greatest crisis. The third move had arrived. The last move will decide life and death. Whether you can turn the tide depends on yourself. Your 3 companions are all injured. They may be defeated or even killed. The limitless old ancestor's words inadvertently put a great deal of pressure on Longchen. Indeed, with the world origin, Ancestor Stone was even more difficult to deal with. Mo Xiaolang and the others had underestimated him. This time, Longchen's side was completely defeated, and it was indeed difficult for Patriarch Peng Lai to recover in such a short period of time. The boundless Patriarch ended the battle quickly. Longchen admired his ferocious personality, but he was also terrifying. In his final attack, he gripped the jade sword in his hand and became one with it. It was a feeling that was even more terrifying than when he had unleashed the tempest of storms in the previous battle. You can die now. The limitless old ancestor's confidence in himself was quite strong. He was almost the most mature of all the ancestor gods. Big Dipper. He thrust the sword into the sky 7 times in a row, stabbing 7 spots in the sky. The 7 spots expanded and turned into a domain of nothingness that looked like 7 black holes. The 7 huge starry caverns were arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. They were right above Longchen's head. Longchen remembered that this was an attack that the other party was very confident of surpassing his limits and finishing him off. The moment this killer move appeared, Longchen sensed extreme danger. When he looked down, he saw that 7 holes had appeared on his body at an unknown time. The 7 blood holes corresponded to the Big Dipper caverns in the sky. Chapter 33-34. Big Dipper, Life Snatching. This was the true name of this law. Silently, easily snatching life. When such a bloody hole appeared on his body, Longchen knew very well that this was definitely a rule similar to his own reverse dragon blood. There was no way to avoid it at all. In fact, as long as he used it, unless he could suppress it, he would definitely die. Could it be that I can only pin my hopes on resurrection? If he used resurrection, he would have blocked the third move and won. But on the one hand, Longchen was not too sure if he could come back to life when his opponent was an ancestor god. Also, he did not want to be killed. A fatal danger shrouded his heart. Although he was fine now, the bloody hole in his chest could very well reveal a fatal lethality at any time. Although he did not see the source of the world, Limitless, the wound on his chest was definitely caused by Limitless. As for the relationship between the bloody hole in his chest and the 7 black holes of the Big Dipper in the sky, Longchen found that they corresponded to each other. The Big Dipper in the sky was like a source of power. It was very likely that if Longchen did not destroy the 7 black holes, there would be no possibility of survival at all. Longchen saw the crux of the matter. When the Big Dipper descended, he rushed into the sky and transformed into the primordial sacrificial dragon, preparing to destroy the 7 black holes with the destruction dragon pearl. But at this moment, a fatal pain descended. The Big Dipper in the sky spun, and the wound on his chest spun as well. It was as if the jade sword had pierced into his body and was spinning continuously. An unprecedented pain. Arg. Long Chen clenched his teeth as he endured this fatal threat. He discovered that even the life return song couldn't make the bloody holes on his body disappear. His life was disappearing just like that. The bloody hole in his chest was moving rapidly. Before it reached a place, it would completely destroy that part of Long Chen's body. Even the life return song could not stop this destruction. Boom. Boom. Death descended. Old ancestor limitless cold laughter echoed in his ears. Long Chen had a slight thought of giving up, but it was quickly erased. He could not rely too much on resurrection. There would be a day when it would really kill him. Only when there was no leeway could one surpass one's limits. Now, he could only use all of his strength to suppress the power of death and the 7 blood caves. The 7 blood caverns were similar to the ancient blood spirit dragon in Long Chen's reverse dragon's blood, but they were not the same. This was because the 7 blood caverns were supported by the power from above. Turn into ashes. The infinity ancestor was running out of patience. Even with his own strength, it was difficult to suppress the limitless old ancestor. Long Chen wanted to take advantage of this time to attack the limitless old ancestor, but the other party was well prepared. Even the destruction dragon orb would not be able to hit him. What should we do? If this continued, not only would he be in danger, but Mo Xiaolang and the others would be in danger as well. Ancestor God Lingsu would be in danger as well. If his faction was defeated, then everything in the myriad worlds would be in danger. At this time, it was responsibility and protection that made Long Chen persevere. I can't die. Once he thought of so many things, he could not relax for even a moment. He roared angrily, resisting the destruction of his body. The 7 blood caverns were like 7 invisible mouths, tearing at his flesh. Long Chen had long known the lethality of this type of law. His eyes were bloodshot. Today is the most unworthy day to die. I can't let my son be born without a father and face doomsday as soon as he is born. I don't want him to witness so much destruction and pain. My father gave me everything and let me achieve what I have today. How can I, Long Chen, not give him anything? I don't want him to have a good life as soon as he is born. No, definitely not. Perhaps in this final moment, what supported Long Chen the most was the child who was about to come into this world. Long Chen had been waiting for him for a long time, and this day had finally come. When his son was born, how could the gift he gave him be turned into ashes? He couldn't imagine how Li Xuanji would tell him his father's whereabouts. On one side was the myriad of worlds, on the other side was his wife and children, and on the other side were his brothers and sisters. There was no reason for them to lose such a crucial battle here. When his brain was filled with blood and his body reached a boiling, explosive state, Long Chen would enter a new state. Perhaps it was the guidance of the heavens, or perhaps it was unknowingly, but he subconsciously divided the power of each of the 7 ancestral dragons, except for the primeval sacrificial dragon, to suppress one of the blood caverns. This was the first time Long Chen separated the power of the 7 ancestral dragons. When the power of the 7 ancestral dragons was clear, it was like 7 torrents flowing in his body. At the moment of death, Long Chen couldn't help but think that in the past, he had always fused 2 or 3 types of laws. If he could find a balance and fuse all 7 types of laws together, what would happen? Thinking about it carefully, even he found it unbelievable. This was his only chance. One side was death, and the other side was to try. Very clearly, Long Chen chose to try. At this moment, there were 7 blood caverns in his body. There were 7 black vortexes in the sky, and they were arranged in a spoon-like shape. This made Long Chen understand that this was a special and stable structure. Coincidentally, the number was also 7. At that moment, at the moment of despair, it was the most wonderful moment in one's life. Some crazy ideas would often be born, and there would often be a shocking intuition. In an instant, Long Chen made his move. He arranged the laws and powers of the 7 ancestral dragons according to the Big Dipper. These 7 ancestral dragons were actually very closely related. They were all apart from the first, second, and 10th ancestral dragons. The first and second ancestral dragons rarely appeared. The first and second ancestral dragons were a traitor, and the 7 of them, including the dragon servants, were together. They were more like a whole. Before the epoch, it was the 7 of them who ruled the world. Long Chen picked a suitable law from each type of law. It did not need to be the strongest, but it had to be the most suitable and the most coordinated. At this time, he had an unimaginable intuition. Perhaps there was someone helping him. Among them, the Void Universe Dragon took the lead. The other 6 ancestral dragons were arranged according to position. The 7 types of laws fused together to form a stable structure. In a trance, Long Chen had great confidence. It's about to succeed. The 7 laws were in the process of merging. But they were stuck again. They could not be truly integrated. Even if they succeeded, the power would not be strong. In such a short time, his body was still being destroyed. If he was stuck again, he would die. Long Chen was anxious at this time, but he did not understand where the problem was. Intuition was also ineffective here. Just as Long Chen was at his most depressed, Li Xuanji's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. He was born. He is very obedient and waiting for you to come back. A few simple words. But to Long Chen, it was extraordinary. He had just arrived, and at this same moment, how could he die? A new life was coming. Just like how he felt to Long Qinglan. These words made Long Chen's mind enter a new state. He could be the Void Universe Dragon. Like Long Yan, he was a little ancestral dragon, the kind that was heaven-defying from birth. He absorbed more power than Long Yan. Suddenly, he remembered that the Void Universe Dragon was born in the 3rd era. When the first and second ancestral dragons were not around, the Void Universe Dragon was the leader. Right, my laws are missing a leader. They should not be merged, but all the laws are guided into the Void Universe Dragon to form a core. Perhaps this was the great inspiration that the birth of his son brought to Long Chen. It was truly formed. 6 types of laws fused into time, and this time law became not just a time law, but a combination of the 7 types of ancestral dragons. Since you were born when my son was born, I will call you the Wrath of the Dragon Scale. It was a very casual name. But it was also in line with Long Chen's style. When the Wrath of the Dragon Scale was born, the 7 blood caves had already destroyed more than half of Long Chen's body. Just as he was about to die, the 7 laws merged. The moment Long Chen suddenly opened his eyes, a ray of light with a lot of colors flashed in them. His gaze instantly shone on old ancestor Wuji. It was just for a moment. Chapter 33-35. Dragon Qilan's Wrath. In fact, it was similar to the dragon's inverse blood and the Big Dipper killer. However, it was different due to the participation of the 7 ancestral dragons. That rule contained Long Chen's will to survive and his promise to Li Xuanji. It contained his hatred for the destruction of Penglai Island. At that moment, 7 dragon shadows rushed out from the 7 blood caves and gathered in Long Chen's sight. Void Universe Dragon, Divine Way Heart Refining Dragon, Mixed Element Heavenly Dragon, and so on were all clear to him. The 7 laws merged into one and were directly born in the boundless ancestor's body. That was an inescapable law. At that moment, the 7 ancestral dragons materialized on the boundless ancestor's body. However, those were 7 symbols in the shape of the Big Dipper. There was a divine dragon shadow in the position of each star. Those were all ancestral dragons. It was as if Long Chen had stamped 7 seals on the boundless ancestor's body with his gaze. Compared to the Big Dipper killer, it was like an eye for an eye. When the 7 ancestral dragon shadows were formed, countless ancestral dragon laws began to attack the boundless ancestor's body through his flesh. Long Chen was confident and could see with his own eyes that the boundless ancestor's divine body was being destroyed under the dragon Qilin's wrath and the 7 ancestral dragons' combined attack laws. The speed of destruction was even faster than Long Chen's. Buzz, buzz. Within the body that the opponent could not see, the 7 ancestral dragons went crazy. It was a disaster within the boundless ancestor's body, with laws flying around and destruction rampaging. The 7 divine dragon marks were simply symbols of death and had a stronger destructive power than the 7 blood caves on Long Chen's body. In terms of laws alone, Long Chen had obviously surpassed his opponent. However, his opponent had the world origin which far surpassed Long Chen in terms of power and weapons. However, it was not easy for Long Chen to achieve that as a perfect realm ultimate god. It was the boundless ancestor's suppression before, but it had now become a battle of attrition between the two sides. If that continued, Long Chen would certainly die in battle, but the boundless ancestor would also be severely injured. It was obvious that the Wuxia ancestor had his own considerations. Long Chen had the feeling that he was smarter than the other 2 elder gods. Thus, he definitely wouldn't allow himself to be heavily injured. If that were to happen, his status would no longer be guaranteed. At this moment, life and death hung by a thread. The birth of his son gave Long Chen boundless strength in his heart. At this moment, he was practically smiling at his opponent. This was his will. How tenacious. At this point, the boundless old ancestor could not help but sigh. As a founding ancestor of the 9th era, he naturally admired Long Chen as an opponent. The reason why Long Chen could have such a status in the myriad worlds was because of the respect and trust of the people. Suddenly, Patriarch Limitless waved his hand and the 7 caves in the sky disappeared. The 7 bloody holes on Long Chen's body disappeared as well. Only then did the soul song of life come into play. Long Chen's wounds began to heal. You've received the 3rd move. Don't worry, I will fulfill my promise and stay in the limitless star ocean to protect that world. I will no longer harm the innocent. The boundless old ancestor was very straightforward. Under such circumstances, Long Chen could only choose to believe him. This was also a kind of intuition. After all, the boundless old ancestor was an honest person. At least, he was better than the other 2. At this moment, Long Chen also removed the rules of the wrath of the dragon Qilin. After all, it was the other party who had let him go first. If he continued to hold on, it would not be good for either side. It would be even worse for Emo Xiaolang. They would not be able to hold on for long. No matter who among them died in battle, it would be an unbearable pain on that day. The boundless old ancestor said, "You can rest assured. Although I have lost my memories, I am still a man of my word. Of course, whether you believe me or not is up to you. If you want to kill me, just come to the limitless star ocean to find me. Besides, I am partly responsible for the destruction of Penglai Island. I only have 1 life. If you really want revenge, you can come to me. Since you knew this day would come, why did you join forces with the 2 of them?" Long Chen was a little confused. The boundless old ancestor said straightforwardly, "I don't know what you are capable of, so why would I stand on your side? What if they get rid of you and then join forces to get rid of me? So, I can only participate. Sorry, I think I am a selfish person, not as great as you." He was very realistic. Everything he did was indeed for his own sake. However, he did not have the arrogant ambitions of the other 2. So, Long Chen understood. You can go. If he left, Long Chen could join the battle on Ancestor Stone's side. That way, the balance would be balanced and they would have the confidence to win. Sure, but as a kind of compensation for Penglai Island, I will give you a gift. Saying this, the boundless old ancestor controlled the everlasting jade sword in his hand. Just as Ancestor Stone and Emo Xiaolang were fighting arrogantly and had the upper hand, the boundless old ancestor suddenly moved the jade sword in his hand behind him. Big Dipper, take life. It was the attack that had been aimed at Long Chen. Ancestor Stone had never expected that the boundless old ancestor would attack him from behind at this moment. When the 7 caves in the sky formed, 7 bloody holes appeared on his back. Ah! Ancestor Stone cried out in pain and turned his head with difficulty, only to see the boundless old ancestor's cold face. You! Before he could release his monstrous anger, Mo Xiaolang and the others saw this opportunity and immediately unleashed their rule power. 3 terrifying attacks bombarded the stone ancestor's body, almost blowing the stone ancestor into pieces. If not for the stone hammer blocking part of the attack, the stone ancestor would have been turned into ashes. Even so, he could not avoid a serious injury comparable to Patriarch Penglai's. Although Mo Xiaolang and the others did not know what was going on, they seized the opportunity. Primitive troll Soi Eon restrained Ancestor Stone, and the 3 of them attacked wildly. Ancestor Stone was in a terrible situation, especially the boundless old ancestor's Big Dipper, which plunged him into the forbidden land of death. Swoosh! The jade sword once more flew out of his hand, shooting out like a streak of white light towards the heavenly serpent elder and elder god Lingsu. These 2 female elder gods were at the height of their battle. They were evenly matched, and this caused both of them to be so angry that they were shaking with rage. But right at this moment, an enormous threat appeared behind him. Heavenly Snake Ancestor was stunned. She had been worried about Ancestor Ling Su this entire time, and had not expected that the boundless old ancestor would attack her. Courting death. Heavenly Snake Ancestor had blocked the attack, but she had not expected that Ancestor Goddess Ling Su's jade pendant would strike her on the head. Heavenly Snake Ancestor was completely stupefied. That single detail completely changed the rhythm of her battle against Ancestor Goddess Ling Su. Let's go. The boundless old ancestor's betrayal had changed the course of the battle, and he immediately flashed away. He was a great help. Although the Big Dipper's rule had been lifted, Mo Xiaolang and the other 2 still had no problem dealing with Stone Ancestor, who was struggling at death's door. Moreover, Patriarch Penglai had returned from afar. Although he had not fully recovered, he was still a great help. Ancestor Innumerable Stone was on the verge of death, and could no longer escape. Heavenly Snake Ancestor, on the other hand, was not heavily injured. In truth, Long Chen had not expected that the boundless old ancestor would suddenly betray them before leaving. He would have a much higher chance of success than Long Chen, and thus, the disadvantageous situation for Long Chen's group had been reversed. This was a great opportunity for Long Chen's group. Kill! Long Chen instantly seized the opportunity and appeared before Heavenly Snake Ancestor, preventing her from escaping. Because of the boundless old ancestor's earlier attack, she was already at a disadvantage. Ancestor Goddess Ling Su had completely suppressed her. This woman was the main culprit behind the destruction of Penglai Island. Showing mercy to her would be cruel to oneself. At this moment, the rage and hatred in Long Chen's heart had yet to dissipate. Heavenly Snake Ancestor and Ancestor Innumerable Stone were both stunned. The betrayal of the boundless old ancestor was a huge blow to them. Who could bear it? Damn! All of you should die. Heavenly Snake Ancestor had forced Ancestor Goddess Ling Su away, and was about to abandon Ancestor Stone and flee. Now that Ancestor Innumerable Stone was heavily injured by Mo Xiaolang and the others, and there was also the enraged Patriarch Penglai, there was no way she could escape. But she still had a chance. But right at this moment, Long Chen said nothing. Chapter 33-36. Wrath of the Dragon Qilin. It could be considered a law that was comprehended to commemorate the birth of her son. Even its final form was related to the Dragon Qilin. Just as the Sky Snake Ancestor was preparing to escape, Long Chen did not say a word. The wrath of the Dragon Qilin and the 7 ancestral dragon powers descended on the Sky Snake Ancestor. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A power several times stronger than the inverse blood of the dragon exploded on the Sky Snake Ancestor's body. In an instant, parts of her body were destroyed by Long Chen's attack. Arg! With a painful cry, the sky snake ancestor had completely lost her chance to escape. Now, she was being pestered by the 7 ancestral dragons. She could not escape at all. Soon, her life was in danger. The killing power of the wrath of the dragon Qilan surpassed the destruction dragon pearl to a certain extent, especially when it was used against a single person. Although the sky snake ancestor's body was huge, it could not withstand the impact of the ancestral dragon's billions of laws. Under the impact, everything on her body was being destroyed. Rumble, rumble. She exploded into smoke. You. She looked at Long Chen in anger and pain. At this moment, have you ever thought of the trillions of people in the Penglai Island that you have destroyed? In his anger, Long Chen increased the destructive power, causing the sky snake ancestor to suffer heavy injuries. She was almost on par with the stone ancestor. Keep. At this moment, ancestor god Ling Su trapped her within the jade annulus. At the same time, she handed the world source that belonged to the sky snake ancestor to Long Chen. She said, "You can suppress them in other worlds. Don't let them have any contact." If he could kill them, Long Chen would have done so. But on account of their relationship with the ancestor god, he could not kill them for now. Of course, Long Chen would not make the same mistake as the previous time. This time, he wanted to injure them even more severely. Moreover, he did not allow them to recover. He wanted them to be in a heavily injured state. Then, he would separate them from their world source. It would be best if they were in one world and the world origin was suppressing it in another world. When the world essence lost its ruler, in Long Chen's hands, it was like an insignificant poison needle, completely useless. Long Chen shook the poison needle, then tossed it into the space-time tunnel, into the ruins of time. With the time difference, it would be even more difficult for Ancestor Stone and the others to communicate with the world origin. On the other side, Patriarch Penglai had returned. In his rage, he nearly killed Stone Ancestor. Long Chen's wrath of the dragon Qilan was still in the body of the sky demon snake ancestor. At this moment, the sky demon snake ancestor was being tortured, but she couldn't move at all. She was furious, but she had no regrets. That's what you get for being arrogant. Humph. Elder God Lingsu was in an excellent mood right now. By now, Infinity Stone Father had been virtually crippled, and Elder God Lingsu had reappeared and sealed him within the jade slip. This time, the two of them were even more seriously injured than Ancestor Stone. This time, having learned their lesson, everyone locked onto them and paid close attention to their movements. Long Chen tossed Infinity Stone Father's stone hammer into the ruins of time. It was over. After Long Chen had successfully sealed Ancestor Stone and Elder God Lingsu in the Devil Dragon Tomb and sealed them with layers of seals, virtually sealing off any chance of escape, they gathered together again. Now, they could finally relax. Just a moment ago, they had been hovering on the edge of life and death. Boss, what's going on with that Patriarch Infinity? Are we still going to capture him? Everyone wanted to know what had happened. Patriarch Penglai didn't understand either. After recovering, he had rushed back. The battle was already over, and he hadn't been able to help. Long Chen told everyone about what had happened with Patriarch Infinity. Only then did everyone understand that Patriarch Infinity was such a person. Then do we still have to deal with him? Long Chen thought for a moment, then said, not for now. I'll interact with him more. But if he doesn't come looking for trouble and is even willing to team up with us, that's a good thing. Our team needs more helpers. Everyone nodded. At least 2 big problems had been solved. Long Chen was a little anxious to go back and see his son. At this time, Patriarch Penglai looked at Penglai Island under his feet with tears in his eyes. Senior, my condolences. In a while, I'll let most people be reborn. But I can't restore the destruction of the world, Long Chen said apologetically. In the future, let them stay in my god nation until I create a new Penglai island for them. Patriarch Penglai wiped away his tears, but his eyes were still filled with hope and confidence. It can still be recreated. the destruction of the world could still be rebuilt. Of course, the dragon sacrificial continent was different. Long Chen had inherited the essence blood of the primeval sacrificial dragon, which was why the dragon sacrificial continent had returned. However, this was not the complete dragon sacrificial continent, just a starting point. Looking at the mahogany staff in his hand, Patriarch Penglai said, "I'm not sure, but my intuition tells me that the world's origin is the core of the world. As long as I have it, I might be able to rebuild the world. Of course, it's just my intuition. Look, although Penglai Island has been destroyed, the smoke and dust are still here and haven't dissipated." The smoke and dust on Penglai Island had condensed into a misty sphere. Long Chen suddenly remembered that after the destruction of the dragon sacrificial continent, it was also a misty sphere. "Of course, I don't have this ability now," Patriarch Penglai said regretfully. Long Chen nodded. It was indeed a guess, but it also gave him hope. "If you figure out anything, please tell me. Don't worry. I want my world back more than anyone else," Patriarch Penglai said. While he stayed here, Long Chen and the others returned to the dragon sacrificial continent first. After such a battle, everyone wanted to see that little life as soon as possible. After returning to the dragon sacrificial continent, Long Chen saw Li Xuanji surrounded by a group of people. They were none other than the Dragon Emperor and the others. Almost all of her relatives were here. Long Chen saw Li Xuanji at first glance. She had regained her perfect figure and looked a little tired, but her motherly charm fascinated Long Chen. They looked at each other and smiled. She had been living on the edge of Long Chen's world. Perhaps this moment was the biggest gain for her. "Come and see your son." The Eternal Dragon Emperor, who was at the side, called out. Long Chen went in surrounded by the crowd. "I want to hug my little brother. I want to hug my little brother." As soon as he came back, he heard Long Yan's clamor. Now, Long Lin was in Lingxi's arms. Yan still obeyed Lingxi and didn't dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, if it were someone else, she would have started snatching him. "Mom, I want to hug my little brother and play with him." The little girl was very anxious. "My little brother is still young. It will take some time. Why don't you throw him into the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time? He will be mature soon." "No, he will grow up." Right at this moment, Long Chen came back. He had fulfilled his promise and returned safely. Although he didn't tell his family about the thrilling experience, they all knew that it was not an easy battle. "Dad." At the sight of Long Chen, Long Yan came over and hugged his thigh. She stuck out her tongue and looked very obedient. However, this was all because of the little witch's disguise. She knew that her dad's words carried the most weight in the entire world. By pleasing her dad, she would have the greatest right to speak. Long Chen carried her and brought her to Lingxi. "Your son. Here you are." Lingxi smiled coquettishly and replaced Long Yan. Not until then did Long Chen see his son. Of course, it was a baby. He was chubby and a bit red. What was most attractive was his pair of light blue eyes which were as vast as the stars. The most terrifying thing was that his body was illusory for a while and real for a while. Void dragon. A perfect void dragon. He was exactly the same as when Long Yan was born. Even his soul was a complete origin dragon soul. Moreover, he was already in the Tai immortal realm when he was born. Seeing him, Long Chen felt reassured. Perhaps he would only have these 2 children in his life. Their talents were all heaven-defying, and that was the best. Different from Long Yan, this boy was really quiet and obedient. When he saw Long Chen, he gazed at Long Chen curiously with his big eyes, which looked very cute. After a while, he stretched out his little hand and grabbed something in the air while giggling at Long Chen. If it was Long Yan, he would have already flown away. "Mom, my little brother is different from me." "Oh." Chapter 33-37. It was late at night on the dragon sacrificial continent. Li Xuanji had gone to rest. After years of pregnancy and childbirth, her mind was strained. Now, she finally regained her freedom. The main reason was that it was too difficult for Long Chen to give birth to a child. Being pregnant for countless years was simply a nightmare. It was rare for Long Chen to have peace as he talked to the child in his arms. The little boy was very quiet but also very smart. It had only been a while, but he already knew how to call someone Daddy. His clear eyes were as moving as water. You have inherited the Void Universe Dragon. Your grandfather and I are also the inheritors of the Void Universe Dragon. I hope you will have great achievements in the future. Most importantly, you must be kind. Boys were harder to teach than girls. After he fell asleep, Long Chen handed him over to Lingxi and then returned to Penglai Island. There were too many souls here that needed him. I heard your son was born. Only Patriarch Penglai was left here, staring blankly at the world that once belonged to him. Yes. Congratulations. Perhaps this was the only good news in this disaster. It was a huge project to resurrect trillions of people. If it weren't for all the living beings in the myriad worlds providing him with the power of faith, he wouldn't have been able to persevere. Even so, it would take a long time. Long Chen only hoped that nothing else would happen during this long time. At least, the two ancestral gods were locked. Amazing. Amidst the life echo, souls were resurrected one after another. Patriarch Penglai couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In fact, it seems that you are the real creator, and I'm just related to this world, Patriarch Penglai couldn't help but say. This time, it lasted for a full 2 months. It took 2 months for Long Chen to resurrect most of the living beings with complete souls. As for the rest, it was too late to save them. No matter how many people were resurrected, all of them had entered Patriarch Penglai's divine nation. They could barely survive, but his divine nation was not a place that could last forever. At least, as long as I'm alive, they will be safe. Senior, you can stay in the origin world. They have more spiritual energy. As a matter of fact, as ancestral patriarchs, they should be able to create spiritual energy. However, Patriarch Penglai and the others needed a certain method, which they had forgotten. Thank you. If you have any trouble in the future, don't hesitate to look for me. After bidding farewell to Patriarch Penglai, he returned to the dragon sacrificial continent. Although Long Lin's human form was still that of an infant and could not walk normally, he could transform into a void cosmic dragon. In front of him, there was a blood-colored little dragon and an illusory baby dragon that was a little blue in color. They were running around the entire dragon sacrificial dragon continent, and Long Yan's bell-like laughter could be heard everywhere. Now that he had a playmate, there was no need to mention how happy she was. Sister, don't run so fast. I can't keep up. Long Lin was panting from exhaustion. In the blink of an eye, Long Yan, who was having fun, had already run off somewhere. It would probably take a long time for her to realize that her brother had disappeared. Long Lin looked at his unfamiliar surroundings and felt slightly afraid. At that moment, a few wild beasts came over, and seeing their massive bodies, Long Lin felt quite afraid. Don't move. Long Lin stammered, but he did not expect that after he finished speaking, the wild beasts really stopped moving. Actually, Long Lin had used the rules of time to make them stop moving. Of course, he did not know that. In an instant, Long Chen appeared in front of him. Daddy. Seeing Long Chen, Long Lin hurriedly ran over and nestled in Long Chen's arms. He stared at Long Chen with wide eyes and said in a childish voice, "Sister, I suddenly disappeared." Long Chen could not help but feel a little depressed. He had a daughter, but she was even more mischievous than a boy. He had a son, but he was even more obedient than a girl. If it was Long Yan, she would not be nestling in his arms, but directly wrapping around his neck, trying to strangle him to death. Wow. Right at that moment, Long Yan ran over and shouted, "Silly little brother, why didn't you keep up?" As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Long Chen. She stuck out her little red tongue and immediately ran away. This pair of children made Long Chen feel much better. No matter what, he would give these two little things a happy environment to grow up in. If they were like him, then it would be a little difficult. A few days later, Long Chen arrived at the Wuxia Star Ocean. The boundless old ancestor really stayed here. This time, Long Chen came mainly to see the boundless old ancestor's situation. After all, he was not particularly at ease with this guy. Now that the myriad realms were peaceful again, if there was a disaster, it could only come from the boundless old ancestor. Because the other two were still seriously injured, they were also sealed by Long Chen. The boundless old ancestor did not refuse his arrival. Soon, Long Chen arrived at the Wuxia Star Ocean. This was a mortal empire, a place like the imperial city. It was very lively, and the strongest people were only in the divine martial arts realm. The boundless old ancestor was in a mortal tea house, sitting by the window, looking at the people coming and going below, and tasting the fragrant tea in his hand. Long Chen appeared in front of him, sat opposite him, and asked, "Does the tea of mortals have any taste?" Simple and crude is a kind of taste. The boundless old ancestor was very casual. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were calm as he looked at the world. It was as if he had blended into this world. Many customers in the tea houses next to him did not think there was anything strange about him. "It's quite interesting. These are all my descendants. These days, I have been watching all this, and I actually have feelings for this place. Only now do I know how vicious it was to destroy Penglai. If you want to judge me, don't be polite," the boundless old ancestor said very casually. "You have made up for your mistake." Seeing him like this, Long Chen was much more relieved. Many expressions and things like that could not be faked. These were his real thoughts. The boundless old ancestor quietly tasted the tea and asked, "What are you going to do next?" "What do you mean?" Long Chen took the teacup from the waiter and poured himself a cup. No one would have thought that the two people in this tea house were the ruler of the myriad worlds, Long Chen, and an ancestor god. The boundless old ancestor said, "What I mean is, from my point of view, the 5 of us have appeared, but 10,000 ancestor gods have disappeared. You told us this, so where are the others? We are all existences of the lowest level among the ancestor gods. From my point of view, they will come back sooner or later." "I understand what you mean." In fact, this was the most difficult problem for Long Chen to face. The 5 ancestor gods that had descended were basically fine. So, what are you going to do? If another ancestor god appears, you will not be able to control the situation as you do now. Long Chen took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. 10,000 creator ancestor gods. To be honest, as long as more than 10 of them appear, the myriad worlds will fall into complete chaos and enter a chaotic era. If every ancestor god has no memories, then there's no need to talk about it. If that really happens, I can only resign myself to fate. Right now, I can only pray that the 5 of you are an exception and no more will appear. Long Chen did not mention the sky-swallowing clan. He hoped that they were the fish that had escaped the net, and that the other ancestor gods had been devoured by the sky-swallowing clan and would never return. This guess was possible. This was what Long Chen had thought from the start. Simply put, the more ancestor gods that appeared, the less likely it was. I hope you're right. Moreover, what you said isn't wrong. The creator gods aren't ordinary gods and devils. You're already heaven-defying, but compared to the creator gods, you're still too immature. If more than 10 of them really descend, the myriad worlds will no longer be under your control. If that really happened, Long Chen hoped that it would be a little later. He could be a little stronger, and he might have a chance to protect some people. Otherwise, the ancestor gods would be like waves. Even Stone Ancestor and Sky Demon Snake Ancestor were so difficult to deal with, let alone the others. If an 8th era ancestor god appeared, needless to say, it could destroy everything that Long Chen had worked so hard to build. Now, it was up to fate. I will leave first. Goodbye. After chatting for a while, Long Chen left. Chapter 33-38. After returning from the boundless starry ocean, Long Chen first went to the Devil Dragon tomb to check on Stone Ancestor and Sky Snake Ancestor. They had yet to recover from their previous injuries. This time, Ancestor God Ling Su had put in a lot of effort to prevent the two of them from escaping. The two of them were heavily injured, and were frozen in the jade annulus. Long Chen stood before them with his hands behind his back, allowing Ancestor God Ling Su to give them a chance to speak. How does it feel to be imprisoned? Long Chen was not afraid of offending these two ancestor gods. Even if they had the power of the origin world. Their origin world was incomplete, so they did not have the true power of the ancestor gods. If they recovered to the perfect ancestor realm, Long Chen would not be able to imprison them. Stone Ancestor could not even grit his teeth. Long Chen, hurry up and let me out. Otherwise, the day I can get out, I will destroy the entire myriad worlds. Sky Snake Ancestor threatened, let us go, or you will know what it means to be miserable. Long Chen waved his hand and said indifferently, you can threaten me all you want. Your words will only make me more determined. From now on, I won't let you leave this place for millions or even tens of millions of years. Just you wait and see. In any case, you won't be lonely. Enjoy your days. Seeing that they couldn't intimidate Long Chen, Stone Ancestor and Stone Ancestor could do nothing but rage. Remember, don't give me a chance to leave. Stone Ancestor roared. Do you have anything else to say? Long Chen mainly wanted to check on their situation. Now he understood that these two, even if he had to kill them, he must not let them out. Otherwise, the tragedy of Penglai Island would continue. The Sky Demon Serpent Ancestor laughed coldly at this moment. If the 5 of us can return, then so can the 10,000 ancestor gods. It's best if they all lose their memories. When the rest of them return, I want to see how you will be able to dominate the myriad of worlds. Those who should be destroyed will be destroyed in the end. Humph. Long Chen had the ancestor god Ling Su seal their ability to speak, then left the torrential rain in the Dragon Devil ancient tomb, trapping the two of them in eternal darkness. But in fact, Long Chen remembered their words and the words of the boundless old ancestor. They made it sound as though all the ancestral gods would return. However, if all the ancestral gods could return, then what did the Sky-Swallowing clan devour? Could they spit it out after devouring it? With the greed of the Sky-Swallowing clan, how could they spit out what they had swallowed? Impossible. In any case, Long Chen found it hard to believe. The 5 of them thought it was just a disappearance, so they believed a little. It doesn't matter if I've descended or not, it's impossible for me to move these 10,000 worlds. It's even more impossible for me to completely protect them. There's only one way for me to become stronger as soon as possible and find the ancestral dragon's origin dragon soul as soon as possible. Then, I'll be able to control the myriad worlds and fight against the sky-devouring clan when I become the real ancestral dragon. At that time, he hoped that the common people would no longer die, and that the myriad worlds would prosper. Half a year flashed by. Fortunately, no ancestral god of creation had descended since the last battle. The boundless old ancestor behaved himself, not to mention old ancestor Penglai and ancestral god Ling Su. The myriad worlds had returned to a peaceful and tranquil stage. For example, the people of the Spirit Essence Star Ocean and the other 2 worlds had gotten used to living together with the ancestral gods. Due to the ancestral gods' arrival, the level of their worlds and cultivation resources were improving. In the peace, people had somewhat forgotten about the tragedies that happened on the Closed Moon Star and Penglai Island. The Closed Moon Star in the Azure Demon Realm was penetrated by the Endless Stone Ancestor. Penglai Island was instantly destroyed. It was still scattered in the myriad worlds. Old Ancestor Penglai was trying to find a way to rebuild the world. I'm almost at the ultimate god realm. During this period of time, Long Chen had been searching for the origin dragon's soul and wholeheartedly improving his cultivation base. Although it seemed like half a year, he had actually been in the Tower of Time for a long time. Nearly 100 years had passed in a flash. However, his son and daughter had grown up quite slowly. According to the age of Biyao town, Long Yen was roughly equivalent to a 6 or 7-year-old girl, while Long Lin was equivalent to a 3-year-old child. Both of them spent most of their time in the Tower of Time, so they were actually hundreds of years old. When he was not cultivating, Long Chen would accompany Lingxi, Li Xuanji, and his son and daughter when he was tired. Li Xuanji did not need to cultivate, but Lingxi's cultivation base suddenly improved by leaps and bounds in the process of studying the divine spell ring. Long Chen would not be surprised if she had become a half-step ancestral god recently. She had almost used the dragon sacrifice inheritance blood essence in her body to its peak. Soon, she was almost a mature dragon sacrifice, which was the fastest among the supreme divine dragons in terms of cultivation speed. On the dragon sacrifice continent, Long Chen was playing with his son and daughter on a clear and boundless lake. After a while, a little dragon fell into Long Chen's arms and turned into a child. He looked at Long Chen with his bright eyes and said with some grievance, "Daddy, elder sister bullied me." She, don't tell on her." Long Yen ran in front of him with a swoosh, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws nervously. Long Chen caught her. This little tyrant was getting more and more lawless. However, Long Chen also felt sorry for them from the bottom of his heart. "Daddy, don't hit me. Otherwise, I'll tell Mom that you're hiding a lot of other women, more than 10,000 of them. You play with them every day and don't want Mom and Aunt Xuanji." Long Yen rolled her big eyes and immediately came up with a solution. "Who told you that?" "Uncle Kitten said it. He said that as long as I get hold of Daddy's weakness, I can make you kneel before me." "Daddy, you little bastard, come over quickly. I want to ride a horse." Long Chen was considering whether to steam or braise Kitten. He instantly cut off the tiger penis. "Daddy, elder sister is so scary. Uncle Kitten said that when elder sister grows up, no one will dare to marry her." In his arms, Long Lin, who was still considered a baby, said seriously, "I don't want to marry anyone. Even if I do, it has to be someone more powerful than me, more powerful than Daddy. However, there's no choice. There's no such person." "Humph," Long Yen said proudly. To Long Chen, having such a pair of children was probably the greatest fortune and happiness in this life. If this kind of life could exist for a long time, it would simply be his dream. However, as long as the sky-swallowing clan existed, there would be no future for the myriad worlds. The mystical dragon would not have a future. Long Chen would not have a future either. His wife and children would all have no future. One day, even this pair of children would die tragically. Thinking of that scene, Long Chen felt like he had just had a nightmare. He woke up from his joy. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He could not accept it. Daddy, Long Yen and Long Lin were startled. "It's okay. Daddy is leaving." Long Chen did not want to scare them. He just subconsciously thought of the future. He comforted his children and sent them to Lingxi and Li Xuanji. Just as he was about to leave, something happened. There was news from the Southern Star region. An ancestral god had appeared, and it was absolutely true. Fortunately, it was a prehistoric world. The ancestral god that appeared should be in the 9th era's ancestor realm. "It's here again," it was like a nightmare had descended again. "Be careful." Lingxi and Long Lin did not need to say much to know what had happened. Now, Li Xuanji could also help. She and Kitten and Mo Xiaolang were almost equal. After all, she could use all of Long Chen's rules. However, if it was just an ancestral god descending, Long Chen would not call her. After some time, when Lingxi became a half-ancestor, she would probably be able to help as well. Don't worry. The 4 in front of him were 4 of the most important people in his life. For them, Long Chen had to go out and fight. There was only one path for a beautiful future. That was to fight. Otherwise, the future would be a tragedy. Long Chen quickly arrived at the Death Realm. He was also summoning the others. He had originally planned for the three brothers to go over. After all, it might not necessarily be a battle. If it was really a battle, then he would call the others. When Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang, and Kitten gathered in the Death Realm, suddenly, new news came. Chapter 33-39. Another ancestor god had descended, and this one was from the far north. The difference between the two ancestor gods was too great. This caused Long Chen to have a bad premonition in his heart. Could it be that old ancestor Wuji's words had come true? You too, hurry up and call ancestor god Ling Su. Mo Xiaolang was shocked, and his expression turned ugly. Long Chen was getting nervous. After a long period of silence, he felt as though a storm was about to descend. He didn't just call ancestor god Ling Su, but also Sui Yan and Li Xuanji. Finally, he notified Patriarch Penglai and Patriarch Wuji. After spending some time together, Patriarch Wuji was willing to help them. More importantly, he had fallen in love with the boundless starry sea, and was willing to protect that world. Of course, he didn't ask them to help directly, just to make some preparations. Just as Long Chen finished notifying them, he received a third piece of news. Another ancestor god has arrived in the southern starry domain. His heart pounded. Boom! Boom! A storm was brewing. It seemed to explode in the next moment. While Mo Xiaolang and the others were still shocked by the appearance of three ancestor gods, Long Chen received a total of 8 pieces of news. Every piece of news was accurate. Ancestor gods had appeared. A total of 11 ancestor gods. It was as though a nightmare had descended. The thing that Long Chen was most worried about had come true. He had made arrangements in the myriad worlds. Now that everyone knew about the ancestor god, when the news confirmed that it was an ancestor god, the books couldn't be wrong. 11 ancestor gods. No, another piece of news came. 12. By the time Long Chen sent a notice to all the forces on his side to hurry to the death rain, the number of ancestor gods had reached 15. He hadn't told Xiaolang and the others yet. The only forces that could be mobilized were the 3 elder gods on this side, Long Chen's side, and the 5 behind Li Xuanji. The others wouldn't be able to help, and if an elder god wasn't easy to get along with, they might just die in battle. There were a total of 8 of them. Aside from the 3 elder gods and himself, who could just barely deal with an elder god, only 4 or 5 elder gods were truly effective. Long Chen felt a headache coming on. Patriarch Infinity, Patriarch Penglai, and Patriarch Infinity all arrived. A lot. Old Ancestor Limitless asked. The fact that they hadn't made a move yet was enough to show that there were too many of them. They had completely messed up their plans, and they didn't even know which world they should go to. A lot. Even as they spoke, the number was still increasing. The 8 of them huddled together, looking at Long Chen. From the serious expression on Long Chen's face, they could tell how serious the situation was. 24 will descend at the same time. In the end, Long Chen took a deep breath, then spoke. When the 3 elder gods had arrived at the same time, they had dealt a heavy blow to the 10,000 worlds. But now, if they hadn't missed anything, a total of 24 elder gods had appeared at the same time. If they had missed anything, there would be even more. This number gave everyone an enormous amount of pressure. Long Chen didn't want the 10,000 worlds to fall into chaos, but judging from the number, the 10,000 worlds would definitely fall into chaos. Unless Long Chen had the ability to instantly defeat an elder god. Otherwise, how could they possibly suppress the 10,000 worlds? Everyone was stunned when they heard this number. Even Patriarch Infinity began to laugh and cry. I feel like the words I told you earlier have come true. Enormous pressure. At a time like this, time was life. Trillions of lives. After a moment of silence, an unprecedented tempest began to tear at the 10,000 worlds. The 10,000 worlds were like little boats in the middle of a storm. Sooner or later, the 10,000 worlds would be torn asunder. 24. Many people wanted to give up when they heard this number. But Long Chen didn't. He gritted his teeth and brought the 24 death realms and dragon gates before him. When a disaster was coming, he needed to deal with it calmly. There won't be any more for the time being. 24 in total. I haven't received any other news, but I'm sure you all know how difficult it is for 24 of them. We can't run away and take care of our own safety. The only thing we can do now is to communicate with the other elder gods, just like I did with Patriarch Penglai. I believe that most of them are good people, so we need their help. Once they join us, our numbers will increase, and we might be able to get through this crisis. No one wants to see another Penglai island appear in the 10,000 worlds, understood? Indeed, increasing their numbers was the only way. The more people they had, the more helpers they would have. Later on, they could mobilize the other elder gods to communicate with the new elder gods. Patriarch Penglai and the others were also helping. That's right. That's the only way. At this point, no one stopped. According to Long Chen's arrangements, the three elder gods would travel separately, and he himself would go alone. Soi Ian and Mo Xiaolang could only stay alive if they worked together. As for Long Chen, he arranged for Li Xuanji and Kitten to form a team so that they could look out for each other. After all, it was very difficult for the two of them to deal with an elder god alone. Your own life is the most important. Don't try to show off, Long Chen reminded Li Xuanji. You should say that to yourself. It's not good for you to keep risking your life. She pursed her lips and arrived in another world. Time was of the essence, and every moment was torture. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen arrived in a creator realm in the northern galaxy. I wonder if there are any 8th era ancestors among the 24 who descended this time. If there were, it would be even more troublesome. Although according to the report, they were all worlds below the creation grade, they couldn't rule out the possibility that the worlds of the 8th era had fallen below the order grade, or even the prehistoric grade. After all, the dragon sacrificial continent of the First Era had been directly destroyed. Before the First Era, there were actually many worlds that had been destroyed. For example, there were not many original incipient realm worlds now. Before the First Era, there were more than 100 original incipient realm worlds. For Long Chen and the others, the pressure in their hearts was unprecedented. Nervousness spread in everyone's hearts. They were all afraid that something would go wrong and bring disaster to the infinite worlds. The world Long Chen arrived in this time was an ocean called the Azure Sea area. In the Azure Sea area, the merfolk lived. They were actually a kind of human race that lived in the water. The former Azure Sea area was like a sapphire in the infinite world's starry sky, dazzling and sparkling. But now, it was like a sea in a storm with tens of thousands of huge waves. The entire Azure Sea area was crazy. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Endless seawater surged up to 10 million meters high. There were merfolk in there who were blown to such a high altitude. Under such a storm, the buildings on the shallow sea were all destroyed. Many merfolk died. The Azure Sea area was originally quiet. But now, almost all the merfolk in this world were affected. Such a terrifying sea wave was a top-level disaster. Many people who didn't know the situation thought that the end of the world had come. To Long Chen, the descent of 24 elder gods meant that every world was in an abyss of suffering. There were quite a few situations similar to the Azure Sea region. Although no worlds had been destroyed, the number of deaths was still relatively high. The culprit behind the storm of the Azure Sea region was in the center of the Azure Sea region. Long Chen quickly discovered her. She was a naked, snow-white woman. She had long, ocean-blue hair and eyes. Her eyes rippled with seawater, and they were two real seas. Giggle, this beautiful blue-haired woman swam in the Azure Sea area's seawater, letting out crisp laughter. She was very happy, like a happy child swimming in the entire sea. Her eyes were filled with innocence and purity. However, she didn't know that her actions had brought harm to the entire Azure Sea area. Of course, this was much better than the Sky Demon Snake Ancestor. The Sky Demon Snake Ancestor was naive and evil, while this kind of person just didn't know what was going on. There was no time to lose. Long Chen instantly appeared in front of her. Although he was naked, this was the state of a primitive ancestor god. A newborn child wouldn't know what it meant to cover up. I know who you are. If you want to know, follow me. After Long Chen said that, he immediately transformed into a beam of light and vanished. I want to know. Don't go. Chapter 3340. This terrible war was a test of speed and efficiency. However, if one acted too hastily, it would greatly affect their efficiency. This was a contradiction in itself, so they needed to find a balance. Don't run. The Azure Sea's ancestor god chased after Long Chen with her beautiful curves. You have to put on clothes, like this. You'll look even more beautiful that way. Long Chen looked back. After all, it was the most important etiquette not to look at indecent things. Oh, it seems that everyone has clothes like this. She widened her aqua blue eyes and glanced at Long Chen's clothes. In the blink of an eye, she used her power to form an identical set of clothes on herself. Seeing that she was wearing the same clothes as him, Long Chen thought she was quite cute. He quickly said, I do know who you are. Your name is Azure Ancestor God. You are the one who created that world. According to what he had told Patriarch Penglai, Long Chen told Azure Ancestor God all the necessary details. She listened curiously and asked Long Chen some conceptual questions from time to time. Long Chen answered them one by one. I didn't know I was so powerful. I'm so happy. Hee hee, don't worry. I'll protect my world and won't let anyone hurt it, Azure Ancestor God said straightforwardly. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The first attack had gone very smoothly. It seemed that success or failure had a lot to do with the original nature of the Ancestor God. Now he could only pray that there would be more like her and Patriarch Penglai. I still need your help. Can you help me? Long Chen followed his original plan. He wanted to recruit more ancestor gods like Ling Su who could help him. The more ancestor gods that stood on his side, the safer the myriad worlds would be. What? I'll help. She was very enthusiastic. 24 of the missing creator gods have now appeared. Just like you, they have no memories. They can do whatever they want to their people and harm them. I want you to tell them everything I've told you, so that every life can be safe. Okay. As soon as Long Chen finished speaking, the other party quickly agreed. Azure Ancestor God's enthusiasm was somewhat beyond Long Chen's expectations. She was like a passionate girl with inexhaustible passion. Let's go. How about this? I'll take you to another world first. You can learn what I've told you. Okay. After all, Long Chen was not at ease to let her go to other worlds like this. He would take her to see it again first. After all, her temperament was not high now. Perhaps before the epoch, Azure Sea Ancestor was like this energetic girl. Long Chen brought her to the Death Realm and immediately passed through it to another world. His speed was considered the fastest. The other teams had not made any moves yet. They were probably still trying to persuade her carefully. As for what he should say, Long Chen had already sorted it out very clearly. Long Chen would mark out which worlds they had been to and which worlds they had settled. For now, there was no real chaos. Every world was independent. Generally speaking, ancestor gods were reluctant to destroy their own worlds. They had this feeling in their bones, so it wasn't too troublesome for now. But 24 was troublesome even just thinking about it. The second world was called the Skyfire Lava World. The Skyfire race was actually a type of human, but they lived in lava. From afar, the entire Skyfire Lava World looked like a huge volcano that emitted thick smoke. It was very wide. All of the Skyfire race lived in the lava within the volcano. It was this lava that forged them and made them even stronger. This was a creator-level world. As soon as they arrived, Long Chen saw that at the bottom of the volcano, in the endless lava, a giant made of lava was walking in this world. He walked forward blankly, and as he walked, he trampled a large number of Skyfire race members to death with each step. Another ancestor god. And from the looks of it, this one might be even more difficult to deal with. Long Chen didn't know his name, but he could just call it the Lava Ancestor God. It wouldn't be far off. The key was his identity. When Long Chen and the Azure Ancestor God appeared, he stopped in his tracks warily. His eyes were blazing, and he asked with a fiery voice, "Who are you?" "Who we are isn't important. What's important is, do you know who you are? If you want to know, come with us. I'll tell you slowly." Long Chen used the same trick again. But this time, he miscalculated. When Long Chen was about to leave, the Lava Ancestor God stayed there without moving. Even the Azure Ancestor God didn't leave. She didn't react immediately, but Long Chen didn't realize that the Azure Ancestor God was standing in front of the Lava Ancestor God with an ugly expression. Clearly, he hated this place. "I don't want to leave," the Lava Ancestor God said indifferently before continuing to walk through the lava. It was as though he was taking a bath, and he felt extremely comfortable. If he didn't want to leave, Long Chen naturally couldn't do anything about it. In order to save time, he told the Lava Ancestor God everything he had said to the Azure Ancestor God. He told him about his identity, the disappearance of the Ancestor God, and his previous contact with the Skyfire race. "They are my descendants." The Lava Ancestor God was stunned as he looked at the world beneath his feet. "In other words, this is my territory. This is my home." Long Chen realized that the Lava Ancestor God was harder to interact with than the Azure Ancestor God. But at least he managed to calm him down, and he knew that he couldn't kill any more innocent lives. "Long Chen, I want to leave this place. This ugly freak is too ugly. I don't want to talk to him." At that moment, the Azure Ancestor God spoke to Long Chen coquettishly. She looked at the Lava Ancestor God with a look of disgust and disgust. Long Chen didn't expect her to say such childish words. But he instantly understood that the Azure Ancestor God had a childish personality. It seemed like asking too much for her to be as mature as the boundless patriarch. Given her current state, it was impossible. Her emotions were too volatile, and she had no sense of propriety. She would only mess things up. But there was no turning back now. The Lava Ancestor God heard her. "You said that I'm an ugly freak." The Lava Ancestor God's nostrils emitted thick white smoke. As the saying went, fire and water do not mix. The fact that Long Chen had brought the Azure Ancestor God here only meant that his luck was terrible. He couldn't think too much at a critical moment like this. "It's you. You're so ugly." "Humph, don't talk to me. You're too disgusting." The Azure Ancestor God's look of disgust was real. She didn't hide her opinion of the other party's appearance at all. Even Ancestor God Ling Su wouldn't have said such a thing. "You're courting death." Just as Long Chen expected, the Lava Ancestor God flew into a rage. Without another word, he charged out of the Skyfire Furnace world and attacked the Azure Ancestor God. "You're the one courting death." The two creator gods completely ignored Long Chen and chose to fight at this time and place. Big trouble. Long Chen had believed that things would only get smoother and smoother from here on out, but he had forgotten about the clash between the two elder gods. This was especially true when his luck was terrible. He had been sent straight to the Skyfire lava world from the Azure Sea realm. Of course, bringing the Azure Ancestor God along was not the right choice. She was too childish and could easily anger the other ancestor gods. If a battle were to break out, the consequences would be immeasurable. With 24 ancestor gods appearing at the same time, there was no way they could settle things so easily. It wasn't just Long Chen. The others were in trouble as well. You can't fight. Listen to me. As they clashed, Long Chen's heart was burning with anxiety. He hurriedly shouted to drown out their voices, but these two ancestor gods were like sworn enemies from a previous life. After exchanging a few curses, their clash turned into a battle to the death. For a time, the Skyfire Furnace world, which was closest to the battlefield, was in dire straits. Even though Long Chen was in the middle, he was pushed back by the two ancestor gods. When he turned his head, he saw that their eyes were red. Chapter 33:41. Although the two of them did not know how to use the world's source energy, the power caused by their frenzied battle was still immeasurable. Of course, to Long Chen, they might not be able to defeat Long Chen. However, the problem was that before these three experts, the Genesis-level Heavenly Flames lava world was like a thatched house next to a giant beast that could shatter at any time. One collision and it would be destroyed. Stop. Long Chen was going crazy. The two Genesis-level ancestor gods were so engrossed in their battle that they did not care about the situation in the Heavenly Flames lava world. When Long Chen came to his senses, he was already in the midst of their battle. Especially the Azure ancestor god, he did not care about the Heavenly Flames lava world at all. A large amount of shockwaves from his attacks fell onto the Heavenly Flames lava world. Damn it. At that moment, Long Chen circled behind the lava ancestor god and transformed into the ancestor dragon to block most of the attacks. However, a large amount of shockwaves still hit the world. Boom boom boom. As the two ancestor gods were not paying attention to their battle, the Heavenly Flames lava world rapidly collapsed. Countless lives were rapidly dying. The number of living beings in this world was double that of Penglai Island. Rumble. At that moment, the lava ancestor god retreated. As he dodged the attacks, he crashed into the Heavenly Flames lava world. In an instant, the Heavenly Flames lava world completely collapsed under the might of the Genesis-level ancestor god. Oh no, Long Chen stared blankly at everything. To be honest, it was too difficult. This world was too fragile for the ancestor gods. It was easy for them to destroy it. A simple collision and it would be gone. The myriad worlds were just that fragile now. Long Chen did not have the strength to completely crush the two of them. Whether he could protect this world or not had nothing to do with whether or not he risked his life. It was difficult to protect something that should be destroyed. There was a cracking sound. In Long Chen's ears, he heard the screams of countless lives. Destruction, annihilation. One by one, souls were born. In an instant, the world completely collapsed under the impact of the lava ancestor god's violent retreat. It fell apart and turned into smoke and dust that filled the sky. The Heavenly Fire clan members within it all became ghosts of the dead. Only the divine venerable ones that Long Chen had arranged to be there could escape successfully. In fact, even a godly venerable could destroy such a world, let alone an ancestral god. In Long Chen's eyes, another world was being destroyed, and this time, even more lives were being lost. This scene caused Long Chen's heart to feel extremely heavy. However, he knew that with 24 elder gods descending now, it was very likely that this wouldn't be the last time. In fact, there would be many more times. Were the myriad worlds really destined to be destroyed? Bang! From then on, the Heavenly Flame lava world vanished from the myriad worlds, leaving behind nothing but smoke and dust to prove its existence. Ah, it's not my fault that your world is destroyed. You broke it yourself, ugly. Azure Blue Ancestor God's words allowed Long Chen to see her clearly. She wasn't as pure and kind as she looked. Perhaps she would protect her own world, but she didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy when she saw another's world destroyed. It was clear that Azure Blue Ancestor God was a dangerous person, but Long Chen hadn't noticed it at the start. Or rather, this was her true nature, and it was only now that she revealed herself. As for the Lava Ancestor God, he was violent, impatient, and didn't even care about his own world. He was almost like the Stone Ancestor. Long Chen found it hard to imagine that there were only a few elder gods like Patriarch Penglai and Ancestor God Ling Su that he had met so far. Were they really like this before the epoch? Were they just afraid to act recklessly in the myriad worlds ruled by the ancestral dragon? The destruction of this world had caused Long Chen to lose his rationality. He was incomparably furious. Now that the heavenly flame lava world was gone, there was no need to worry about fighting here. They had only clashed here because of Long Chen. Long Chen had to deal with them. If he left now to deal with other matters, these two crazy fellows would cause even more destruction. This time, Long Chen knew very well that perhaps it was his mistake that led to the destruction of the heavenly flame lava world. This was a calamity that he found very hard to accept. But things had already happened, and this was not the time for him to repent. His gaze fell upon the two elder gods. He had to deal with them first before he could go to other worlds and help the people there. There had been enough tragedies. You dared to destroy my world, so I'll bury millions of worlds with it. In any case, only a few elder gods have returned, right? I'll just destroy all the other worlds. After the heavenly flame lava world was gone, the lava elder god was even more enraged. He felt that he had suffered a loss at the hands of this woman. Then go. In any case, you can't find my world and you can't destroy it. If you want to destroy the other worlds, it's none of my business. From their conversation, Long Chen knew very well that given the current situation, he could only deal with them like Stone Ancestor and the Sky Demon Snake Ancestor. Otherwise, even more tragedies would occur. At this moment, Long Chen did not make a move. They seemed to have a blood feud. It was not the right choice for Long Chen to join in at this moment. He would wait for the two to fight to the point where both sides were heavily injured before making a move. At this time, he would use the life-reviving melody to revive more people. After reviving, Long Chen let the heavenly flame race enter his dragon sacrificial continent and enter the realm of life. There was still plenty of space in the realm of life. At least, they could temporarily survive. There was no way for all of them to be revived. He could only try his best. At the same time, he constantly watched the movements of the two. They were evenly matched. Long Chen was waiting for a suitable opportunity. Now, he knew that he could not show any mercy to the two. Letting them collide was the biggest mistake, but from another perspective, this was their nature. Sooner or later, they would also meet, and a disaster like today would happen sooner or later. As he observed, Long Chen thought of another method. Many worlds now had ancestor gods, but no one resolved the problem. Some problems were small, while others were huge. A world that no one resolved was like a ticking time bomb that could be destroyed at any time. In each of these 24 worlds, there were large numbers of people who believed in Long Chen. They provided the wishes of all life to Long Chen. There were many of them. They were the lifeforms in Long Chen's divine palace. Through the divine palace, Long Chen talked to them. He told them what he wanted to say to each ancestor god. All of you, tell your ancestor god together. Tell him his identity, his duty, and seek his protection. When the tens of millions of people told the ancestor gods the truth, at least some of them who had the same nature as Patriarch Penglai, they would help Long Chen. There was no need for Long Chen and the others to tell them personally. Moreover, it was not just tens of millions of people, but trillions of people in the entire world who told the ancestor gods their identities. As a result, according to the reactions of the myriad worlds, the casualties did decrease for a while. But there were still ancestor gods who did not listen to this at all. Some even acted recklessly and killed as they pleased, just like heavenly demon Snake Ancestor. This kind of people needed to be imprisoned. Otherwise, the myriad worlds would be even more chaotic. Now that Azure Blue Ancestor God was in such a situation, Long Chen did not dare to let the newly appeared Ancestor God advise the other Ancestor gods for the time being. After all, the truth had been told. The choice was up to the Ancestor gods themselves. As he expected, the two Ancestor gods, who were incompatible with each other, fought more and more intensely. They could not see eye to eye with each other. One mocked and the other flew into a rage. In the intense battle, Lava Ancestor God, in particular, did not even care about his life. After all, he was at a disadvantage. Roar. Towards the end, Long Chen had resurrected many dead souls, but the two of them were also exhausted and had sustained many injuries. I'm done fighting. You've won, all right? Ugly, I'm so tired. Azure Blue Ancestor God was tired and injured, so he no longer had any interest in fighting. But Lava Ancestor God was different. He roared angrily, "Dream on. I'll kill you." The laws of water and fire clashed fiercely in the starry sky. Lava Ancestor God did not want to stop until he completely destroyed his opponent. Long Chen was constantly waiting for an opportunity. As time passed, the other 24 worlds became more stable while the chaotic ones became more chaotic. Although there was no second world destroyed yet, it was definitely not far away. In the end, the two Elder Gods suffered a certain amount of damage from the intense battle. The Azure Elder God also paid the price for her cheap mouth. However, it was true that it wouldn't be that easy for the Lava Elder God to kill her. After all, the Lava Elder God's injuries were about the same. At that moment, Long Chen ended the melody of life and silently appeared behind Lava Ancestor God. Since Lava Ancestor God had his back facing him, he would start with him. Chapter 33-42. The reason why Long Chen decided to deal with the Lava Ancestor God first was because if he were to escape, it would be more dangerous for him. After all, he was in a berserk state right now. If he were to be allowed to grow stronger, the other worlds would be the ones to suffer. And given the personality of the Azure Ancestor God, he was less of a threat to the other worlds. This was the most crucial moment. The two Ancestor Gods seemed to have gone berserk. In their eyes, there was only one opponent. All sorts of mystical laws and ultimate killing methods were unleashed. They did not know of the origin of the world yet. If they were to unleash the origin of the world, things would definitely be even more chaotic. At this moment, Long Chen appeared behind the Lava Ancestor God. Because he was not an Ancestor God, the Lava Ancestor God and the others did not think much of him. With a total of 24 Ancestor Gods descending, there was no time to waste. After making up his mind, Long Chen struck out decisively. Before he struck out, the two Ancestor Gods had not expected him to be this brazen. Neither could they have imagined that Long Chen had the power to injure them. Dragon Qilin's Wrath. Compared to the Destruction Dragon Ball, this law was more suitable for sneak attacks. When the 7 Ancestor Dragon laws fused together and turned into a mark, the moment Long Chen's gaze landed on the Lava Ancestor God, the might of Dragon Qilin's Wrath burst forth. The 7 Ancestor Dragon silhouettes were arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper as they imprinted themselves on the back of the Lava Ancestor God. They seeped deep into his body, and instantly, countless laws surged into the other party's body. The Lava Ancestor God, who was already injured, went berserk after receiving such an attack. He let out a deafening roar as boundless flames surged out, covering everything in his field of vision. Even Long Chen was surrounded by them. Break. No matter what, Long Chen persevered and unleashed Dragon Qilin's Wrath with all his might, dealing a terrifying blow to the Lava Ancestor God's body. From the outside, one could see that his gigantic body was crumbling as large amounts of rocks began to explode and turn into dust. You dare to injure me? I will destroy the entire myriad worlds. This is the price you have to pay for injuring me. The temper of the Lava Ancestor God was simply too explosive. Long Chen couldn't quite understand why these Ancestor Gods of the myriad worlds would have such a mortal personality when they were supposed to transcend. They had greed, anger, and even lust. To a certain extent, even though they were Ancestor Gods of the myriad worlds, their desires and natures were even more mortal than mortals. Take Elder God Magma for example. When he was enraged, his heart was filled with nothing but vengeance. However, Long Chen had indeed grasped the opportunity to injure him. Most importantly, the Azure Ancestor God had also grasped the opportunity. Without a word, she had frozen the Lava Ancestor God magma within her ice, unable to move at all. That piece of ice had been dyed red by the Lava Ancestor God's flaming flesh. One could see countless icicles piercing through the body of the dissolved Oxygen Ancestor God. Every single icicle was formed by boundless laws, just like an ocean. The boundless ocean had formed a block of ice that froze the Lava Ancestor God. If it had been previously, it might not have been able to freeze the Lava Ancestor God. But now, it was completely possible. The two of you. One day, I will exact my vengeance on the two of you. I will make you regret this. The Lava Ancestor God's raging voice was getting softer and softer. Eventually, it was drowned by the laws of the Azure Ancestor God. In reality, the Lava Ancestor God felt as though he had sunk into an incomparably deep sea with severe injuries. The despairing seawater had trapped him within for all eternity. His struggle was his anger. Seeing that the Lava Ancestor God had been dealt with, Long Chen was preparing to deal with the Azure Ancestor God. At that moment, the Azure Ancestor God was all smiles. She bounced over to Long Chen and said, "Thank you so much. I didn't expect you to help me. This detestable ugly monster deserves such a punishment. You're still pretty good." Perhaps she had already forgotten about the world that had just been destroyed. Right now, countless souls of the Sky Fire race were still drifting about. Unfortunately, Long Chen didn't have the time to revive all of them. At that moment, Long Chen hesitated for a moment. Right now, the Azure Ancestor God wasn't too guarded against him. Long Chen was originally prepared to attack her directly, but he held himself back. At the end of the day, the Azure Ancestor God's heart didn't have a boundary between good and evil. She was just a mischievous child, and a dark mischievous child at that. All of her actions were closely related to her mood. In short, even though she appeared to be on good terms with Long Chen, she was still a dangerous person. "We've caught him. How should we deal with him?" Long Chen asked her. He had a rough plan in mind. The situation here had to be resolved as soon as possible. "I'll kill this ugly monster. It affects my mood too much." That fiendish look just now was really annoying. Long Chen asked, "Killing him will be meaningless. I have a place where we can imprison him. We can imprison and torture him forever. He can only beg us to let him go. How about it?" The Azure Ancestor God's eyes immediately lit up. "All right, I like that the most. This ugly monster deserves such a punishment. Let's quickly go to the place you mentioned. It's very simple. It's right here." Long Chen opened the demonic dragon's ancient tomb. He walked in first and said, "Come in." "All right." The Azure Ancestor God rushed in excitedly, then controlled the ice and brought it in as well. Long Chen directly connected to the door of the demonic dragon's ancient tomb and sealed off all the space that could be exited. This was his world. Ancestor Stone and the others were imprisoned in the distance. Actually, Long Chen had only changed the battlefield. He asked, "He won't escape from inside, will he?" The Azure Ancestor God said, "No, definitely not. He's heavily injured right now, I can control him. Even if he can escape, in this kind of space, he won't be able to escape anywhere. If we work together, we'll definitely be able to heavily injure him again. It won't be easy for him to recover from his current injuries." Long Chen was relieved. "Then I'll seal him up first." This demonic dragon's ancient tomb was a place that he controlled. He stored it in the depths of the demonic dragon's ancient tomb and added some seals himself. It wouldn't be easy for the other party to come out in his heavily injured state. "It seems like you can heal injuries." "Heal me, he injured me." After he was done, the Azure Ancestor God looked at Long Chen anxiously. At this time, Long Chen stood up and faced the Azure Ancestor God. His gaze was calm and cold, causing the happy Azure Ancestor God to be startled. She asked, "Why are you staring at me?" It was rare for her to be so naive. Have you forgotten about the destruction of that world? Long Chen stared at her and asked. Upon hearing this, the Azure Ancestor God stopped smiling and said, I haven't forgotten. But that isn't my world, it's this ugly monster's world. There are so many ugly monsters, so it doesn't matter if it's destroyed. Even now, she didn't know what the problem was. But to me, every world is precious. You destroyed that world, and to me, it's a blood feud. Long Chen said word by word. The Azure Ancestor God was a little agitated. Her eyes began to redden. In your eyes, I, your friend, am inferior to someone else's world? Long Chen didn't answer her. He now deeply understood that this was her true nature. Such things were difficult to change. It wasn't something that could be changed just because Long Chen explained it to her. So, you lured me here. When she thought of this, the Azure Ancestor God was enraged. She said with a sorrowful expression, I hate it. I trusted you, but you lied to me and tried to harm me. You are so heartless, so don't blame me for being unjust. Do you think this small place can stop me? With every passing moment, she would gradually recover from her previous injuries. The sooner Long Chen took action, the better it would be for him. He had a deep understanding of the Azure Ancestor God's personality. Now, he had made his decision. The Ancestor God had to leave her here. Therefore, in that instant, Long Chen transformed into the primordial sacrificial dragon. This enormous dragon soared in front of his opponent. This was a world that belonged to Long Chen, and he had a huge advantage here. This included an ultra-high-speed teleportation. The Azure Ancestor God was filled with killing intent. Destruction Dragon Pearl. But Long Chen showed no mercy. Within his enormous dragon maw, primordial chaos, and creation fused into one, giving birth to an extremely powerful black star. Roar. His opponent was the weakened Azure Ancestor God. Previously, the Lava Ancestor God had been gravely injured by a similar attack from Long Chen. Now that Long Chen was fighting head-on, he might not necessarily be weaker than these incomplete Ancestor Gods. An enormous black star began to transform in this blood-drenched world. The countless grains of sand within it began to transform as well. Each grain of sand contained boundless primordial elemental energy. Wind, fire, water, earth, and so on, all gathered together into an extremely small dot. Even the tiniest of explosions contained unimaginable power. Take this. Long Chen's eyes were cold. The primordial sacrificial dragon passed through, and the destruction dragon pearl in his mouth came crashing down. The Azure Ancestor God was his only target, and when she saw the black star, her expression changed. Previously, when Long Chen had attacked the Lava Ancestor God, she had thought that it was a sneak attack. After all, Long Chen was not an Ancestor God. But now, the Azure Ancestor God had to be in peak condition to be able to unleash such power. But now, she was not in peak condition at all. She couldn't even escape. And so, the Destruction Dragon Pearl swept towards her. Thousand Waters Tent, the dreamy rules of water blocked the path of the Annihilation Dragon Ball. For Long Chen, it was as if countless oceans had formed a barrier in front of him, blocking his way. Break. When the Destruction Dragon Pearl touched the laws of the Thousand Waters Tent, a destructive explosion was triggered. Time to end this. Only after dealing with this one could he move on to the next. Oh. Chapter 33-43. Rumble. In the demonic dragon tomb, the Annihilation Dragon Ball exploded like never before. This could be considered a form of hatred that Long Chen had for the Azure Ancestor God. The destruction of the Heaven Flames Furnace world was directly related to the Azure Ancestor God. She was the one who provoked the Lava Ancestor God. She was also the one who forced the Lava Ancestor God back, causing him to crash into the world. Trillions of lives had perished in the midst of destruction. The explosion of the Annihilation Dragon Ball was magnificent and spectacular, even surpassing the destruction of the world. Azure Ancestor God was completely surrounded by it and was unable to move at all. The dark black star's immense power poured down on her. I won't let you off. You're pissing me off. The Azure Ancestor God's shrill curses came from the center of the destruction. She was not at her peak, and now she was even weaker than Long Chen. Long Chen was cold-blooded and heartless. The Azure Ancestor God's injuries from the Annihilation Dragon Ball were no less severe than those of the Lava Ancestor God. When the storm dissipated, Long Chen saw that she was on the verge of death. Her entire body was like water, on the verge of melting. Boom! At that moment, the Lava Ancestor God rushed out of Long Chen's seal. Of course, the Azure Ancestor God had only let him go. He was just as badly injured as she was. Let's join forces against him and escape. The Azure Ancestor God had actually chosen to ally with the Lava Ancestor God, but she was too naive. At that moment, a woman descended from the sea of flowers beside Long Chen. It was the Ling Su Ancestor God. You're finally back. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. The Ling Su Ancestor God did not say a word. She followed Long Chen's instructions and trapped the two Ancestor Gods in her jade disc. From now on, there were 4 Ancestor Gods in her jade disc. I can't let them recover. I have to beat them up from time to time. I can't let these two communicate with the other two. It was mainly to prevent Ancestor Stone and the others from guiding the 2 Ancestor Gods to the world essence. Elder God Magma and Elder God Azure Blue were extremely noisy. Long Chen had ordered Elder God Lingsu not to allow them to speak. He had them completely sealed off. For the time being, he absolutely could not allow these 4 Elder Gods to leave. At this time, Patriarch Wuji, Patriarch Penglai, and Mo Shaolang returned to the Death Rain one after another. Long Chen also returned to the Death Rain. Since Long Chen had chosen to let the living beings tell the Ancestral Gods their identities, there was no need to rush over to rescue them. After all, there were some Ancestral Gods who chose to stay quiet after hearing the explanation from the living beings. But some are still raging. 24 Elder Gods had descended. This meant that the infinite worlds now had 24 supreme experts. It was still the most chaotic period. Some of the worlds had almost been destroyed. Some of the Ancestor Gods of the worlds were no longer in their worlds. Like old Patriarch Limitless, they had left directly. Hence, the current situation was rather chaotic. At least, after seeing so much death and destruction, Long Chen felt a little breathless. Everyone, we will now choose some of the worlds that have suffered more severe damage. If the opposing Ancestor God doesn't listen to our advice and has a serious tendency to destroy the world, we will attack directly. We must subdue the opponent and ask for help. If it's just ordinary, we must explain more and see the opponent's true nature. I have already corrected my mistake once. I hope everything will go smoothly from now on. This time, they rearranged the members. Long Chen and Li Xuanji were in one team, while Kitten joined Mo Xiaolang's team. This was a little safer. But if they encountered an Ancestor God that needed to be imprisoned, they still needed to summon more people. In the current situation, roughly half of the Ancestor Gods were easy to talk to. Long Chen chose one of the most chaotic worlds. So did the others. According to the information they received from the front lines, there were several worlds that were on the verge of destruction. Everyone exchanged glances and immediately headed to their respective worlds. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. From the looks of it, there are close to 30 Ancestor Gods descending. Even if you can control the situation this time, if hundreds or thousands of them descend, then there's nothing you can do. Perhaps some things are beyond your control. Perhaps when that happens, you really should calm down. After all, we still have a long war ahead of us. Li Xuanji was by his side. Long Chen understood what she meant. As a paragon, Long Chen had a long-term vision. He wanted to protect the entire world. As long as he could protect the myriad worlds, no matter how many gods and demons died, they could reproduce over the endless years. But Longchen couldn't do it. He could only watch helplessly as world after world was destroyed before his eyes. At the very least, let's deal with these 30 first. They arrived at a place called the Immemorial Lightning Pool. This was a prehistoric world. It was located in the northern starfield. Once upon a time, the sacrificial god world and Longchen had some conflict. The Immemorial Lightning Pool wasn't too far from the sacrificial god world. According to the information they received, the ancestor god known as the Violet Thunder Ancestor God was currently within the Immemorial Lightning Pool. He was releasing his lightning and was having fun just like the Azure Thunder Ancestor God, causing a large number of lives to die. Even though the Violet Thunder Ancestor God knew that Yi Shiwen was an ancestor god, he didn't stop. An existence like that was extremely dangerous. In the blink of an eye, Longchen arrived at the Immemorial Lightning Pool. In front of him was a world of lightning. Countless bolts of lightning weaved together to form a battery of lightning. It was a majestic sight. The thunder race that lived here was considered a very strong race. Of course, they were also considered part of the human race. They lived in the Immemorial Lightning Pool and absorbed the power of the lightning to strengthen themselves. But at this moment, it was the doomsday of the Immemorial Lightning Pool. The entire Immemorial Lightning Pool was originally filled with 9-colored lightning. But at this moment, all the lightning had turned purple. After arriving in this world, Longchen could easily see that in the center of the Immemorial Lightning Pool, there was a youth with light purple skin. It was a chaotic purple, like a purple gem. His eyes were filled with billions of lightning bolts, and countless electric snakes were hissing. He was extremely happy as he swam around the Immemorial Lightning Pool. Because of the powerful lightning he released, many lives and gods within the Immemorial Lightning Pool couldn't withstand the power and died. In an instant, the entire world was filled with the souls of the dead. This was all thanks to the Violet Thunder Ancestor God. He was the existence that created this world. Although he didn't destroy the world, it was more or less enough. When Longchen and Li Xuanji arrived together, the Violet Thunder Ancestor God saw them very quickly. He widened his purple eyes that contained billions of lightning bolts. That amethyst-like body came out from the Immemorial Lightning Pool. His entire body shone with brilliant light as he was shrouded in lightning. He asked Longchen, "Who are you? Why did you come to my world?" Indeed, he already knew that Lin Fan was the creator god. Longchen replied respectfully, "Ancestor God, I am a member of the original 10,000 worlds. Before the ancestor god descended, I was the one in charge of the 10,000 worlds." That amethyst youngster sized him up and suddenly chuckled. "The myriad worlds are really too weak. Even the rulers are only at your level. You're really too weak. I'm not interested at all." This fellow didn't seem like a good person. At least at this moment, he didn't continue to release lightning. The Immemorial Lightning Pool gradually regained its original color, and the large number of deaths stopped. Longchen felt a little more at ease as he said, "The 10,000 worlds are indeed weak. Ancestor God, it is precisely because the 10,000 worlds are weak that we have to protect them. For example, all the gods and devils in the Immemorial Lightning Pool are your descendants. Hence, Ancestor God, you have to be careful not to harm their fragile lives. After all, your blood still flows in their bodies." Waving his hands, he said, "Don't put it like that. How could such a bunch of useless trash possibly have my bloodline? I don't believe it. I just casually strolled around and they all died in droves. They're too weak, and living like this is a form of agony. That's why I'm helping them to transcend. Since this is my world, then I'm going to play around as much as I want. Any living thing in this world is just trying to take over my territory. That won't do. I'm just about to wipe them all out." This ancestor god's way of thinking was different from the other ancestor gods. But one had to admit that he was a relatively dangerous character, even more dangerous than the other ancestor gods. The other ancestor gods wouldn't want their descendants to be exterminated. Ancestor God, please don't think that way. Ancestor God, please don't think that way. The living beings and the world are one. Every ancestor god has their own world and they will protect their own living beings. How can you destroy them? In the future, there's a high possibility that all the ancestor gods of the worlds will return. Wouldn't that mean that at that time, only your world will have no living beings? Although Long Chen didn't dare to believe that all the ancestor gods would appear, he could at least use this to deceive this fellow. Actually, he was also testing this ancestor god. He wanted to see if this ancestor god was willing to join his faction. At the very least, from the looks of it, Long Chen was quite disappointed in him. What dog fart? Do I need a bunch of ants to give me face? The Violet Thunder Elder God laughed again. He glared at Long Chen and said, I've scoured the entire world, but I haven't met anyone who's worthy. You're barely passable. Let me see just how strong I am. As he spoke, his ancestor god aura was already pressing down on Long Chen. At this point, Long Chen was certain that this was an ancestor god that couldn't be allowed to live. He had to be imprisoned. Otherwise, he would be as terrifying as the stone ancestor, or perhaps even more terrifying. Since he had decided, he would act. Let's see if ancestor god has the ability to catch up to me. At this time, Li Xuanji fused into Long Chen's body right in front of the ancestor god's eyes, giving Long Chen the strength of an ancestor dragon. As soon as Long Chen finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash of starlight. You dare to compete with me in speed? The ancestor god laughed. He turned into a bolt of purple lightning and chased after Long Chen, leaving the eternal lightning pool in an instant. Long Chen's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain had easily succeeded. At the very least, the eternal lightning pool was safe. All of a sudden, Long Chen opened the Devil Dragon ancient tomb and rushed in. After that, he purposely delayed the closing of the Devil Dragon ancient tomb, allowing the other party to rush in. The hunt had begun. Chapter 33-44. Fighting in the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb could at least prevent the commotion of the battle from destroying too many living beings. At least here, there wouldn't be that much damage. Long Chen would not make the same mistake as the Azure Ancestor God and the Lava Ancestor God again. As long as they came to the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb, it would not be so easy to leave. It was not that they could not destroy the exit, but it was more difficult for them to find the exit. Back then, Long Chen was also unable to find a passage to another world by himself. Therefore, at least he could maintain it for a long time. When the Purple Thunder Ancestor God entered the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb, in order to save time, Long Chen and Li Xuanji directly participated in the battle. Of course, the Purple Thunder Ancestor God would not let them go. Do you think you can trap me by escaping here? You are too naive. The youth that was like a purple crystal stood in the air above the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb, allowing the wind and rain to howl on his body. He was the creator of the world, so he naturally had a kind of might that even gods and demons could not have. Until now, to him, Long Chen was not a threat at all. Long Chen and Li Xuanji stood shoulder to shoulder, blocking the Violet Thunder Elder God's path. The Violet Thunder Elder God laughed coldly, and in the blink of an eye, his body began to undergo a terrifying transformation. In the blink of an eye, boundless violet lightning wrapped around him, causing his body to grow larger and larger. In the end, he transformed into a violet-colored giant made entirely of lightning. It was as big as the eternal thunder pool. The size was not the key. The most terrifying thing was the endless purple lightning. It belonged to the ancestor god. Any one of them would probably destroy a world. How could the lightning of the creator god be simple? The lightning giant that appeared in the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb instantly lit up the black world, as if he had become the ruler of this place. His purple lightning pierced through a large amount of black clouds, producing a series of rumbling sounds. Its tyranny and might could be seen at a glance. Boom! Facing both Long Chen and Long Chen, the Purple Thunder Ancestor God showed no mercy at all. He even dared to attack before Long Chen could. At this moment, he raised his fist, which was filled with violet lightning. Although his body was huge, the speed of the lightning was far more violent than anyone could have imagined. With a single punch, everything caved in and the world shook. Vast amounts of lightning had already drowned out everything that Long Chen could see. It was as if this was an area controlled by the purple lightning ancestor god. Huh, you guys are too weak. How did you guys survive until now when you guys are so weak? The violet lightning ancestor god said gleefully. Long Chen and the violet lightning elder were completely unfazed by that thunderous fist. They had already encountered quite a few elder gods, and most of them were roughly as strong as the violet lightning elder god. In fact, some were even more powerful. Xuanji. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They were a good team, but they rarely fought together. At this time, Li Xuanji had already used the laws of change to possess all of Long Chen's laws. As long as Long Chen used it, she would be able to replicate it. Karmic Light of Judgment. Using the primordial dragon halberd as a guide, Long Chen calmly attacked amidst the thunderous light. The white light was like a sharp knife, piercing through the countless thunderbolts and piercing towards the violet lightning elder god. Inverse Dragon Blood. Li Xuanji was still familiarizing herself with these laws, but she was able to use it at this moment. At this moment, she was equivalent to one of Long Chen's doppelgangers. 2 sets of laws. Naturally, the inverse dragon blood was the first to be used on the violet lightning elder god. It dealt a certain blow to the violet lightning elder god, greatly affecting his attack. At the same time, Long Chen's attack was like a needle stabbing into his fist. Puchi. His body, which was formed from thunderbolts, exploded. Although it didn't hurt, the violet lightning elder god was still rather depressed after receiving such a blow. He turned even more berserk, and with a furious roar, he used his thunderous body to attack a few more times. But without exception, all of his attacks were completely neutralized by the teamwork of Long Chen and Li Xuanji. He hadn't expected these two insignificant existences to be so difficult to deal with. He also didn't know that Long Chen's current goal was to imprison him forever. Just as Long Chen blocked one of his attacks, he and Li Xuanji were connected telepathically. Under Long Chen's protection, Li Xuanji had already transformed into the magnificent jade-like phantom dream dragon behind him. The mystical dragon, as quiet and beautiful as the dark night, swam behind Long Chen. Let's try to finish him off in one go. This was the discussion between Long Chen and Li Xuanji. At this point, Long Chen had already prepared his own laws. Of course, Li Xuanji was also in the midst of preparing. The laws that Long Chen used were more powerful. At this moment, he was about to use the wrath of the dragon Kailan. As for Li Xuanji, she was simulating the laws of Long Chen's annihilation Dragon Ball. Although this was her first attempt, the black star had already appeared in the phantom dream dragon's mouth. Although it wasn't as powerful as Long Chen's, it was still very destructive. As for Long Chen, he suddenly used the wrath of the dragon Kailan. Compared to Li Xuanji's annihilation Dragon Ball, the wrath of the dragon Kailan was naturally more effective. The 7 ancestral dragon shadows followed Long Chen's gaze and imprinted themselves on the purple thunder ancestor god's body, forming the mark of the ancestral dragon. When the mark was arranged in the pattern of the Big Dipper, the purple thunder ancestor god could already feel its terrifying power. This was the moment when he was the most shocked. Even Li Xuanji's annihilation Dragon Ball had the power to injure him. Only now was he able to admit that these two existences that were clearly not universe-enlightened ancestral gods actually possessed the strength to go against him. Moreover, they'd drawn him here with the intention of confining him and even killing him here. Damn it. The purple thunder ancestor god had always been a hot-tempered person. At this moment, he was enraged. Counterattack. His gaze shifted from Long Chen to Li Xuanji. Between the two of them, Li Xuanji was the soft persimmon. Now that she was facing a double attack, Long Chen's wrath of the dragon Kailan was beginning to show its terrifying power. To the purple thunder ancestor god, the only way to neutralize this attack was to attack Li Xuanji. When he thought of this, he did it. A pair of lightning eyes instantly locked onto Li Xuanji. With a furious roar, the Purple Thunder Ancestor God's nomological power erupted. This was the first time the Creation Ancestor Realm nomological power of the Ninth Era was being used by the Ancestral God. 5-blow thunderstruck. Great heavenly lightning. Under the Purple Thunder Ancestor God's summons, clouds formed entirely of lightning and thunder gathered above Li Xuanji's head in an extremely short period of time. The speed at which the clouds gathered was extremely fast. In an instant, the first thunderbolt exploded and descended from the sky. This was the great heavenly lightning. When the thunderbolt descended, Li Xuanji had originally wanted to use the Destruction Dragon Pearl to attack the Purple Thunder Ancestor God. However, at this moment, she had no choice but to change her mind and rush forward with the Destruction Dragon Pearl in her mouth. When the dark stars and the violent purple thunderbolt collided, Long Chen's wrath of the Dragon Kylon erupted. At this time, the Purple Thunder Ancestor God was fighting against Li Xuanji, while Long Chen was using all his strength to destroy the Purple Thunder Ancestor God. Without a doubt, Li Xuanji would not be able to block the Purple Thunder Ancestor God. In the blink of an eye, 3 terrifying bolts of lightning descended from the ever-expanding clouds. Each bolt of lightning collided with Li Xuanji's Annihilation Dragon Pearl. Each bolt of lightning was able to wear down a large number of Annihilation Dragon Pearls. By the time the third bolt of lightning descended, the Annihilation Dragon Pearl was on the verge of collapse. For Li Xuanji to be able to do this was already quite impressive. The fourth thunderbolt descended with a loud rumble. Arg! However, Long Chen was not one to be trifled with. After the wrath of the Dragon Kylon erupted, it was completely unrestrained within the Purple Thunder Ancestor God's body. It carried out a terrifying destruction. The 7 types of ancestral dragon laws exploded, causing the Purple Thunder Ancestor God's body to be rapidly destroyed. The Purple Thunder Ancestor God's plan was to defend against Long Chen's attacks and attack Li Xuanji, forcing Long Chen to go and protect her. However, he had underestimated the strength and tenacity of these two. Li Xuanji had already blocked the first 3 attacks, and in such a short period of time, Long Chen's wrath of the Dragon Qilin had already inflicted sufficient damage to the Purple Thunder Ancestor God. The Purple Thunder Ancestor God's body, which was like a vast pool of lightning, was riddled with holes. Heavenly lightning. Although he was enraged, he could only hold it in. With a roar, he released the fourth thunderbolt. Finally, the Annihilation Dragon Pearl was completely destroyed. Of course, during this period of time, the injuries on his body worsened. Long Chen did not show any mercy. Of course, it was Li Xuanji who had helped him a lot. However, at this point, she was already directly exposed to the Purple Thunder Ancestor God's laws. The last and most violent thunderbolt descended after a very short period of time. However, at this time, Long Chen saw that the effects of the wrath of the Dragon Kylon were almost over. Although it did not severely injure his opponent in one go, it at least gave him a lot of trouble. He knew when to stop. Li Xuanji's safety was more important. Heavenly lightning. The last thunderbolt. Long Chen suddenly appeared above Li Xuanji, the primordial dragon halberd in his hands stabbing out. Nirvana primordial beginning. The primordial dragon sacrificial laws were still effective against the remaining 1/5 of the Purple Thunder Ancestor God's laws. As they clashed, Long Chen pulled Li Xuanji and flew out. Last time. From the start of this battle, the two of them had not suffered a single injury. After the first round of cooperation was effective, they immediately launched a new attack, completely ignoring the rage of the Purple Thunder Ancestor God. At this time, the Purple Thunder Ancestor God had already chased after them. Its eyes were already filled with malevolent killing intent. Countless dark clouds were directly torn apart by the Purple Thunderbolt. At this time, Long Chen and Li Xuanji retreated. In the process of retreating, Long Chen directly transformed into the primordial dragon sacrificial dragon and clashed with the Purple Thunder Ancestor God. As for Li Xuanji, she sat on the dragon's head, her long black hair fluttering in the wind. She was extremely beautiful. Another 2 types of laws. However, at this time, he swapped places with Li Xuanji. Li Xuanji would affect the opponent, while Long Chen would use the ultimate attack. Wrath of the Dragon Kailan. Chapter 33-45. The Wrath of the Dragon Qilan was a killing move. The last time Long Chen had used it, it had already caused great damage to the Purple Thunder Ancestor God's body. Now, the Wrath of the Dragon Qilan had descended once again. Although it wasn't as terrifying as Long Chen's, it was still able to greatly affect the Purple Thunder Ancestor God. Regardless of whether it was the dragon's inverse blood or the dragon's Qilan's wrath, these 2 rule laws were both instantaneous and terrifying. As the images of the 7 ancestor dragons descended, a boundless amount of destruction laws were born within the Purple Thunder Ancestor God's body. The 7 ancestor dragons had many different types of laws, and as they fused together, the Purple Thunder Ancestor God felt as though he was at the peak of chaos. It was as if these 7 were the source of most of the rules. Because of this, the countless chaotic rules descended, causing most of the lightning on the Purple Thunder Ancestor God's body to explode. One could vaguely see the Purple Thunder Ancestor God's original body. Of course, even though he was seriously injured, the Purple Thunder Ancestor God realized the danger he was in. He roared again. Long Chen had already forced him to the point of desperation. Now, the Purple Thunder Ancestor God deeply regretted his carelessness and bringing Long Chen here. Worldly Purification Lightning. When all the lightning power gathered together and formed this rule, the Purple Thunder Ancestor God felt like he was about to collapse. In particular, the rules of Li Xuanji's Wrath of the Dragon Qilan had a huge impact on him. The ancestral dragon's power filled his limbs and bones, destroying every inch of his flesh and blood. The rules of time, karma, fate, life, calamity, massacre, transformation, and other rules were deeply implanted in his body. Not a single one of them was easy. Because of this, when the World Purification Lightning was born, it wasn't as powerful as he had imagined, even though he had gone all out. Even so, he could only send the World Purification Lightning straight at Long Chen. The Worldly Purification Lightning was even more terrifying than the 5-blow thunderstruck. In the midst of purification, all things were destroyed. That was a deep purple bolt of lightning. Every single strand of lightning could turn into a gigantic lightning snake that could traverse 10,000 worlds. It was as if a river of stars had gathered together. The moment it appeared, it had already caused the endless devil mountains of the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb to be annihilated. The speed of lightning was, of course, heaven-defying. Of course, while Li Xuanji was controlling her opponent with the fury of the Dragon Qilan, Long Chen was not idle. He was the one who unleashed the Destruction Dragon Pearl. He was much stronger than Li Xuanji, because he was the primordial sacrificial dragon. Rumble. The dark star was born in his mouth, growing stronger and stronger. As he faced the purifying lightning, Long Chen's eyes glowed with a sinister light. Even as he charged forward, the Annihilation Dragon Pearl shot out. In terms of aura, the dark star was much stronger. At this point, Li Xuanji's Dragonkalan's fury was still in effect. As for the Purple Lightning Ancestor God, he had been injured to begin with. Now that they were colliding, the Worldly Purification Lightning was completely suppressed by Long Chen. Boom. No matter how confident the Purple Lightning Ancestor God was, the Annihilation Dragon Pearl still swallowed the lightning. The Purple Lightning Ancestor God had originally wanted to pass through the Annihilation Dragon Pearl and severely injure Long Chen. Unfortunately, under the influence of the fury of the Dragon Qilan, he was powerless. The Worldly Purification Lightning didn't rush out, but the Destruction Dragon Pearl didn't stop, especially with the addition of the Wrath of the Dragon Kailan. At that critical moment, it ruthlessly smashed into the Purple Thunder Ancestor God's body. In that instant, countless lightning bolts exploded, and the Purple Thunder Ancestor God finally reverted to the appearance of the Amethyst Youth from before. Of course, he fell to the ground with heavy injuries. Many cracks appeared on his body, like a gemstone that was about to explode. Within the cracks, lightning dashed forward. Of course, the fury of the dragon Qilin was still imprinted on his body, like a brand. At this moment it was still bringing destructive damage to the purple lightning ancestor god. This time, with the cooperation of Long Chen and Li Xuanji, this guy could be considered to have suffered a crushing defeat. Long Chen and Li Xuanji quickly arrived before him. At this time, the purple lightning ancestor god struggled to get up, lightning flashing in his eyes. Now that he was the defeated one, he no longer had the arrogance he had before. If I give you the chance to leave this place, will you take back your words? Long Chen asked indifferently. Right now, he was heavily injured, and this was the Devil Dragon ancient tomb. For the time being, there was no need to worry about him escaping. Impossible. Although this person looked like a little boy, he was also very unyielding. Clearly, if he were to be let go, sooner or later, he would become a scourge. Coincidentally, at this time, ancestor god Ling Su returned to the Death Realm, and Long Chen asked her to come to the Devil Dragon ancient tomb. How did it go? Her return usually meant that she brought good news. I just barely managed to convince a fellow, but I can't guarantee that he won't do anything rash in the future, ancestor god Ling Su said helplessly. Even someone as happy as she was now extremely worried. Let's first pull him into the jade disc. This guy won't listen to advice. All right. Upon hearing that Long Chen was indeed going to imprison him, the purple lightning ancestor god immediately turned to flee, but was caught by ancestor god Ling Su, who easily locked him into the jade disc. After all, he had already been heavily injured by Long Chen. Don't let me out, or I'll definitely make you regret it. The purple lightning ancestor god let out a heart-rending howl. That's what everyone says before they are imprisoned. How boring. Why don't you come out and let me have a look? Long Chen let out a cold laugh. Inside the jade disc, the purple lightning ancestor god didn't have the ability to speak. In fact, he didn't even know that there were other people inside the jade disc. However, after everything was settled, ancestor god Ling Su said, although they are all heavily injured and have yet to find their world essences, they are still elder gods of the 9th era, just like me. That's why my jade disc can only hold 5 people at most. Any more won't do. Long Chen understood. But of the nearly 30 elder gods who have descended, it seems that far more than 5 of them need to be imprisoned. This was the enormous problem they were facing. There were still many people in the infinite worlds who were in dire straits. They had to find a way to resolve this crisis. Otherwise, if this continued, a large number of people would die every short period of time. The infinite worlds. The elegy of sorrow. It was simply too difficult to restore peace and rebirth to this world. Who knew how much blood had been spilled over time and time again? However, Long Chen and everyone else didn't lose the courage to fight and resist. At this time, Long Chen looked at the trapped purple lightning ancestor god and suddenly thought of a solution. He said, actually, it's quite easy to lure the elder gods here. If it's a kind-hearted elder god, we can invite him and let him meet with all the other elder gods for the first time to discuss the future of the infinite worlds. As for those like these 5, if it really doesn't work, we can only trick them into coming here. We can try our best to lure all the elder gods into the demonic dragon ancient tomb at once. Thinking of this, Long Chen was still excited, but he knew that the most important thing was to carry out the plan. The matter of the ancestor gods could no longer be hidden from the living beings of the infinite worlds, and everyone knew the identity of these mysterious guests. Since he couldn't kill them, then what Long Chen should consider was how to coexist with them. He said, the benefits are, first, we can try our best to gather all the ancestor gods together, and the good ancestor gods can communicate with each other and form a force. Second, if the evil ancestor gods come in and see so many people with different thoughts, they won't dare to act rashly. Third, even if they act rashly, fighting in this demonic dragon ancient tomb will at least not affect the infinite worlds. Fourth, even if the negotiations fail and everything becomes chaotic, it will still be the chaos of the demonic dragon ancient tomb. Right now, the ninth era's ancestor god still doesn't have the strength to completely suppress me. This was the only way right now. It was based on the purple lightning ancestor god's thoughts. After all, he had attracted the purple lightning ancestor god over in a short period of time. In this way, it wouldn't be difficult to attract all of them in one after another. If they succeeded, Long Chen and the others would have a certain degree of initiative. Li Xuanji said, "Indeed, but we need someone to guard this place and welcome the first batch of ancestor gods. We need to stabilize them and discuss with them. Then, the first batch of ancestor gods must be those who are kind and easy to talk to. We will first form an alliance here, and then let those who are disobedient come in." That's right. With this method, the next step was to take action. Long Chen informed the three ancestor gods of his thoughts, as well as Mo Xiaolang and the others. Basically, he received unanimous approval. Everyone felt that this method was feasible. After all, any ancestor god was dangerous in the infinite worlds. Long Chen needed to familiarize himself with them, because some ancestor gods had already left the world they appeared in, so he had to find them. This was not an easy task. The three of you have the same status as them. With you guarding this place, it will be the easiest to obtain their approval. I will first try to communicate with those kind ancestor gods and see if they will come over. All right. Patriarch Penglai, Patriarch Wuji, and ancestor god Ling Su stayed here, while Long Chen took Li Xuanji and hurried to other worlds. If this method worked, Long Chen and the others could at least split up in the area of the kind ancestor gods and speed up their operation. Based on the information he received from the infinite worlds, Long Chen locked onto a few of them. He planned to let them come in first, then search for those who had disappeared from their own worlds. Of course, he had to be fast. He locked onto his first target. It was a primeval realm called the Ancient Wood Sacred Realm, a third-grade world. The ancestor god had also returned, but from start to finish, it seemed that the ancestor god hadn't done much damage, just like Patriarch Penglai. She also knew his identity. After finding out, she stayed there and didn't leave. Long Chen passed through the Death Realm Dragon Gate and quickly arrived at the Ancient Wood Sacred Realm. Chapter 33-46. Of course, the Ancient Wood Sacred World was different from the Builder Tree. The Jinmu Sacred Tree was a lush and verdant tree. The Ancient Wood Sacred World was a withered tree trunk. It was hollow. In this world, most living things lived on the outer surface of the withered tree trunk, which was bright and beautiful. But there were also living on the inner surface, which was dark, sinister, and dangerous. It was the complete opposite of the outer surface. Therefore, the Ancient Wood Sacred World called these two parts the Yang World and the Yin World. The races that lived in these two worlds were mortal enemies. They fought endlessly for territory. Of course, their fights were insignificant compared to the rest of the worlds. Now, the great balance of the worlds had been destroyed by the descent of the ancestor god. Long Chen soon saw the Ancient Wood Sacred Ancestor. She was a beautiful woman with delicate skin and long, jade-green hair. She exuded an ancient, primitive, and comfortable aura of nature. Her smile was very amiable. Before Long Chen arrived, she had already blended into the atmosphere of the Ancient Wood Sacred World. She was loved and praised by many. She was definitely the mother of all things. Although her memory was blank, her motherly temperament hadn't changed. Her every move was so elegant, and she gave off the feeling of a mother. When she saw Long Chen, her warm smile moved Long Chen. When he saw the Ancient Wood Sacred Ancestor, he realized the difference between the Azure Ancestor God and her. When he first saw the Azure Ancestor God, Long Chen had thought that she could help him. "You're the Lord of all realms, God Ancestor Long Chen, right? I heard about you from them. Before I appeared, you also saved the Ancient Wood Sacred Realm." Since she knew him, things would be easier. "Senior, it's me." In the blink of an eye, she was already in front of him. She had a rich, intoxicating fragrance. If a mortal took a whiff, he would probably become a god. Are you worried that I'll destroy the ancient wood sacred world? Don't worry, I won't. I like this place. In the future, as long as I'm here, no one will be able to destroy the ancient wood sacred world. Sacred Ancestor Gu Mu said gently, but his voice was firm and resolute. Long Chen said, Sacred Ancestor, I can actually hear what you're saying, and I know what you're thinking. But you don't understand. A total of 24 elder gods have appeared, and at least half of them don't share the same sentiments as you do. They loathe and look down on their own worlds, and they treat human lives like grass. That's why I've already fought 3 battles and imprisoned 3 elder gods. One of those worlds has already lost trillions of lives because of my carelessness. What I'm trying to say is that I want your help. For the sake of this entire world. He wasn't lying, he was pleading with the most sincere attitude. Is that so? Why are they so reckless even though they don't have any memories? Sacred Ancestor Gu Mu felt a headache coming on. Her attitude moved Long Chen. Before this, he'd only met freakish elder gods. Now, he'd finally met a normal one. Intuition told Long Chen that she could definitely help him. Sacred Ancestor, the elder gods all have their own personalities. That's how they were before the epoch. Even if they lose their memories, their personalities won't change. So that's how it is. Sacred Ancestor Gu Mu finally understood. She nodded and asked, then what do I need to do? Sacred Ancestor, if your goal is the same as ours, to make the myriad worlds more peaceful, please follow me to a world. I'm prepared to gather all the elder gods here to discuss the future of the myriad worlds. If we're strong enough, we'll be able to strike fear into the hearts of many elder gods who harbor ill intentions. To the elder gods, there are no rules in this world. That's right, we should establish rules. Otherwise, things will become more and more chaotic, and there will be more casualties. My world will eventually be affected. Since that's the case, I'll follow you. Hearing this, Long Chen was a little happier. Sacred Ancestor, I won't betray your trust in me. I can tell that you're a good child. Sacred Ancestor Gu Mu's voice was as gentle as water. Long Chen was still in a hurry, so he quickly brought her to the Devil Dragon's ancient tomb. There, Ancestor God Ling Su and the other 2 could entertain her. Now, Long Chen's team had 4 elder gods. This was just the beginning. Next, Long Chen discovered that because the elder gods knew that he was the long-lost elder god of the myriad worlds, those who had left their worlds were now returning. More elder gods returned to their worlds to ponder. This made it easier for Long Chen to find them. Next. At first, he looked for the ones with the least unrest, or those with basically no unrest at all. The others also formed groups of 2 to communicate with these kind-hearted elder gods. With their efforts, the number of elder gods in the Devil Dragon's ancient tomb increased in a short period of time. 4, 5. Then 7, 8. Basically, those who arrived first didn't have bad personalities. After they gathered together, they were very curious about each other and began to understand and familiarize themselves with each other. Long Chen observed that the Azure Ancestor God was actually a special case. Among the ancestor gods he found, they were all very easy to get along with. When the total number of ancestor gods in the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb broke through to 10, the ancestor gods who did not cause a big commotion all came. The rest were either missing, or like the Purple Thunder Ancestor God, they were still causing trouble. I have to be careful next. If the other party doesn't come over, I'll provoke him and lure him over. I can only do this myself. You guys stay here. After all, it would be slightly easier for Long Chen to return to the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. If the other party was difficult to deal with, he would use the method he used to deal with the Purple Thunder Ancestor God. Now, with the addition of Ancestor God Ling Su and the others, there were a total of 11 ancestor gods in the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. They had basically reached a consensus, and that was that even though the ancestor god had returned, they still hoped for the myriad worlds to be at peace. The ancestor gods were all the creators of the world. They should not destroy their own world, and even more so, should not destroy the world of others. Seeing this scene, Longchen felt a lot more at ease. This time, of the 24 ancestor gods that had descended, 3 had already been imprisoned, and 8 had joined Longchen's alliance. Of the remaining 13, 7 were still causing trouble, and the remaining 6 had disappeared in the myriad worlds. It was impossible to determine whether the missing part was good or evil. However, Longchen wanted to bring these 7 in first. Whether they wanted to fight or to make peace, he would let them decide for themselves. The first destination that Longchen arrived at was a world of creation level. This world was called the Ice-Snow Continent. The entire world was covered in thick ice and snow all year round, and the temperature was rather low. The human race that lived here called themselves the Snow Clan. They were all tall and slender, and they had eyes that were like ice spirits and ice-blue hair. However, when Longchen arrived in this world, he saw that the entire ice-snow continent was covered in even more ice and snow. Endless blizzards swept across the entire world. It was precisely because of the ice-snow ancestor god's arrival that the ice-snow continent's temperature dropped even further. He did not control himself, and many lives were destroyed. When ancestor god Ling Su had arrived in this world, she had advised him for a long time, but the ice-snow ancestor god had ignored her. Ancestor god Ling Su had been worried that he would destroy this place in his anger, so she had not done anything. When Longchen arrived, 2 icy gazes landed on Longchen from the ice-snow continent. Instantly, Longchen's body was covered in a thick layer of ice that seeped deep into his bones. Someone else has come. Are they looking to die? On the ice-snow continent, Longchen saw a burly man draped in beast hide. He seemed to be made of ice and snow, and he had a very powerful aura. He had the aura of an emperor, and was completely different from the ancient wood sacred ancestor. Longchen said, "Ancestor God, do you know why I'm here? You're here to persuade me not to harm the masses. Cut the crap and scram. This is my world, and I can do whatever I want. If you piss me off, I'll really kill you." He had turned the ice-snow continent into its current state because he wanted to feel better. It seemed like this fellow was no better than the violet lightning ancestor god. Longchen had a plan in mind. He laughed coldly and said, "How interesting. A mighty ancestor god doesn't even care about the lives of his descendants. How disgraceful. The other ancestor gods are already raising their own descendants. One day, when their descendants far surpass this one, you'll know what it means to lose face." Having said that, Longchen didn't stay behind. He knew how powerful his words were to the ice-snow ancestor god, and so he immediately fled. Of course, if the ice-snow ancestor god were to vent his anger on the ice-snow continent, that would be Longchen's loss. But at least Longchen knew that every ancestor god would have some qualms about destroying their own world. "What did you say?" The ice-snow ancestor god was enraged by Longchen's words. Longchen left as soon as he finished speaking. He didn't even have the chance to curse. Under such a quick provocation, he didn't say a word and directly chased after Longchen. When Longchen turned around and realized that he was chasing after him, his expression was one of horror. Seeing that the distance was getting closer and closer, Longchen, in his panic, opened the devil dragon's ancient tomb and rushed in a very short period of time. "Don't even think of running away. I'll smash your mouth and teach you a lesson." The ice-snow continent's voice was ice-cold. The bitter cold had already enveloped Longchen's body, and was even about to freeze him. Whoosh! The two rushed into the devil dragon's ancient tomb. The ice-snow ancestor god had absolute confidence in himself, and didn't think much of Longchen. At this moment, he also followed in, exactly like the violet lightning ancestor god. O. Chapter 33:47. The ice ancestor god didn't realize that the demonic dragon tomb was Longchen's trap. Currently, in this dragon devil ancient tomb, other than the 5 imprisoned, there were 11 other ancestral gods. Adding Li Xuanji, Mo Xiaolang, and Long Chen, if the Ice Ancestor God were to stand against them, it would be a crushing defeat. When Long Chen rushed in, he had already closed the door to the Devil Dragon's ancient tomb. However, as expected, the Frost Ancestor God still chased after him. When this Ancestor God, who was covered in ice, came into this world of torrential rain, he naturally sensed the presence of other Ancestor Gods. Of course, the first thing he thought of was to escape. But the door to the demonic dragon tomb was already closed. He had nowhere to run. You actually set a trap. The Ice Ancestor God's face was now covered in frost. He wanted to capture Long Chen, but Long Chen was already with the other Ancestor Gods. Whoosh! Elder God Ice Snow stood amidst the frost, facing off against the 11 Elder Gods and the 5 experts on Long Chen's side. His eyes were as cold as ice. But of course, Long Chen's side had far too many experts, and they were all of one mind. When they joined forces, the pressure on Elder God Ice Snow was simply too great. He wanted to look fierce, but he wasn't able to. You are all Ancestor Gods. What do you want? The Ice Ancestor God's voice was cold. It was as if the entire demonic dragon tomb was about to freeze. Long Chen hurriedly said, Ancestor God, don't be agitated, and don't worry. Everyone here was invited in the same way you did, but none of them were angry. I'll get straight to the point. We gathered everyone here today to discuss matters related to the future of the myriad worlds. We are all Ancestor Gods who have just ascended, so we should interact and get to know each other. However, there are still other Ancestor Gods who haven't arrived yet. I'll go invite them first. Long Chen explained briefly, then set off. After all, there were still 6 more Elder Gods that he needed to bring in. If he could bring those 6 in, the myriad worlds would be temporarily at peace. Of course, there were still 6 missing, but they would slowly reappear. After Long Chen left for another world, the everlasting ancestor took his place. You must be the Ancestor God of the Frost Continent. For the time being, you're the last to arrive. You should be aware of the situation this time. Nearly 30 of us creators have returned to this world, and all of us have lost our memories. Because of our abilities, we're too destructive to the myriad realms. A single Ancestor God can destroy the myriad realms. The problem is, the myriad realms are where we'll live in the future, the home of all of us Ancestor Gods. None of us wish to destroy our common home because of the actions of an Ancestor God. So today, we must gather together. The 24 of us, along with the original Lord of the Myriad Realms, Long Chen, will establish order in the myriad realms. What the Ice Frost Elder God had to endure was the suppression of the other 11 Elder Gods. The everlasting ancestor's words did not include the 5 imprisoned in the jade disc. Those 5 didn't know how to repent, so for the time being, they didn't have the qualifications to establish order. Long Chen and the others hoped that the 7 Elder Gods who came later would be able to establish order. If there was no order in the future, then the myriad realms would become a chaotic place. Right now, we're all waiting for everyone to arrive. There aren't many left. Ancestor God Ling Su said. Hearing this, the Frost Elder God couldn't help but laugh. He said, You must be joking. The myriad realms are such fragile places. What's the point of establishing order? How miserable would that be? If the other worlds without Elder Gods were destroyed, would they come looking for trouble with me? From his words, one could clearly hear the difference in their natures. This caused the other Ancestor Gods to look at him coldly. Sacred Ancestor Ancient Wood said, You're wrong to think that way. As a creator, if you don't have the spirit of compassion, and if you don't fulfill your responsibilities, you're not qualified to be one. We need peace in the myriad realms, so we need order. This is the opinion of all of us. If you don't abide by it, then regrettably, you'll be excluded from the competition. When that happens, what awaits you is an eternal loss of freedom. Perhaps you don't know this, but there are 5 Elder Gods here who have been imprisoned and stripped of their freedom. Mo Xiaolang was on Long Chen's side, so he said, Frost Elder God, before you Creator Gods descend, the myriad realms will be at peace. You possess terrifying power, and as the protectors of the myriad realms, we won't allow anyone to destroy this place. Even if you're a creator, you don't have the right to do so. If you act rashly, no matter how the other creator gods deal with you, we'll definitely teach you a lesson with our lives. That's right, there are indeed 5 elder gods who have been imprisoned by us. They've done wrong, and it won't be easy for them to escape. To tell the truth, you're all our ancestors, and we all respect and love you, but none of us want our creator to be a devil. Sacred Ancestor Ancient Wu's words represented the 11 elder gods, while Mo Xiaolong's words represented the entire myriad realms. The Frost Elder God had previously thought that order was a joke, but under the intense pressure of their wills, he understood that he wasn't the only creator in the myriad realms. Therefore, he didn't have absolute freedom. At this point, Long Chen rushed out of the Devil Dragon tomb. Another ancestor god had been lured in, and he'd used the same method as the Frost Elder God. These hot-tempered ancestor gods couldn't take it. When that ancestor god entered and saw the huge lineup, he was instantly stunned. When Long Chen saw how obedient the Frost Elder God was, he knew that their intimidation had a certain effect. The next person to bear the pressure was this new ancestor god. Long Chen didn't say much and directly left to deal with the next one. In this Dragon Devil ancient tomb, the various ancestral gods gave this new ancestral god a new round of lessons. Their words were basically the same as when they were directed at the Ice Snow ancestral god. The originally arrogant and despotic ancestral god, under this degree of suppression, immediately shut his mouth. This was the effect that Long Chen wanted. The only way to deal with this kind of ancestor god was to scare them. Otherwise, everything would be empty talk. Soon, the third and fourth came in. After each one came in, they would be taught a lesson and quickly lose their temper. But in fact, they had kept their temper. Everyone realized that the factions among the ancestor gods were very clear. The last 7 had basically come in because they were chasing after Long Chen, while the ones in front were basically invited by Long Chen. After they came in, there was no need to explain or suppress them. This also led to a situation. That was, when the new ancestor gods realized that the Frost Elder God wasn't standing with the other ancestor gods, they subconsciously approached. From their expressions, they could tell that they had all been taught a lesson after coming in. In the blink of an eye, the 4 ancestor gods stood together, as if they were forming an alliance to fight against Long Chen's group. But that was actually impossible. This was because there were no more than 10 of them. After all, 5 of them had already been imprisoned. On Long Chen's side, other than the 11 ancestor gods, there were 5 of them. Of course, there were good and bad ancestor gods among the missing 6. If they were all invited in, Long Chen's camp would be equivalent to at least 16 or 17 ancestor gods, almost twice as many as the other side. Following that, the 5th, 6th, and 7th. Some of the ancestor gods didn't just use provocation. Long Chen used many other methods before finally tricking them into entering the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. Other than the missing 6, all the ancestor gods had already entered the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. In a short period of time, the myriad worlds could be considered to be free from danger. However, the descent of the 24 ancestor gods this time still brought a huge disaster to the myriad worlds. The number of deaths was far more than just one world. If the myriad worlds could stabilize, Long Chen would definitely have to spend a long time to save the lives that had passed away, allowing them to be reborn or rest in peace. As for the remaining 6 ancestor gods, the entire myriad worlds were looking for their movements. In the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb, there were a total of 18 ancestor gods, and they were clearly divided into 2 camps. One side had 11, and the other side had 7. Including Long Chen's side, there were a total of 3 ancestor gods, so the difference in strength between the 2 sides was still almost twice that of the other side. It was precisely because of this that it had an absolute effect. Seniors, other than the 6 ancestor gods who are still missing, all the ancestor gods who can be found are now in this Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. Today, I have invited everyone here, and I have already made it very clear. We want to establish a new order in the myriad worlds, and first, let me introduce myself. My name is Long Chen, and before everyone descends, my brothers and sisters and I are the guardians of the myriad worlds. Our duty is to protect the peace of the myriad worlds. To speak to the ancestor gods, one had to have confidence and courage. In the beginning, Elder God Lingsu suddenly appeared, followed by the Infinity Stone Rock ancestor. But the Infinity Stone Rock sought to destroy the infinite worlds, so we had no choice but to defeat him and imprison him. Later, 3 more Elder Gods appeared, one of whom sought to dominate the infinite worlds and destroy all life. We had no choice but to imprison her as well. Now, 24 of them have suddenly appeared. In the previous battles, we imprisoned 3 more Elder Gods. The reason for this is because they disregarded the lives of all life, destroyed the balance of the infinite worlds, and destroyed our common home, oh. Chapter 33-48. Apart from the 6 missing ancestral gods, everyone else was present. There was no news from the 6 for the time being. God knew how long they would be waiting for them. The ancestral gods in front of them, especially the 7, definitely did not have that much patience. Long Chen stood there and made the first move. Although the 7 ancestral gods were not convinced, Long Chen's camp was huge. The 11 ancestral gods were basically standing by his side and had become part of his strength. Even in front of so many ancestral gods, Long Chen did not pale in comparison. Of course, it was because he had a heavy responsibility in his heart. He carried the heavy responsibility of saving this broken world, so he was fearless. He continued in a clear voice, everyone has lost their memories and has come to the infinite worlds for the first time. Today, I will be a small host and analyze the future for all of you seniors. Just as Long Chen finished speaking, news came from the Chaos Divine Realm. The Chaos Divine Might said to Long Chen with a slight urgency, an ancestral god has appeared in the sky above the Chaos Divine Realm. There is no movement for the time being. Just relying on the Chaos Divine Might would not be able to stop an ancestral god. Once the Chaos Divine Realm was destroyed, trillions of lives would be lost. In that case, Long Chen would have to spend a few years just to save people. Many souls might not even be able to last until then. Therefore, he instantly became nervous. Coincidentally, at this moment, Long Chen said, "My apologies, ancestral gods. One of the 6 missing ancestral gods has appeared. I will invite him in first. It will be easier to discuss with more people. Please wait a moment." With ancestral god Ling Su and the others presiding over the situation, there would not be too much of a problem. At this moment, Long Chen directly opened the demonic dragon tomb and went to the death world. After arriving at the death world, he immediately moved to the Chaos Divine Realm. The Chaos Divine Realm was an original grade world. Even if an ancestral god wanted to destroy it, it would not be that easy. It would take at least some time. An original grade world was relatively rare even before the epoch. It was comparable to the 6th epoch before the epoch. Of course, the Chaos Divine Realm was still a 4th epoch before the epoch, but now it had weakened. At this moment, Long Chen appeared outside the Chaos Divine World. Of course, he instantly discovered the Elder God who had appeared. Fortunately, he didn't attack. Instead, he hovered outside the Chaos God world and coldly stared at the world. This was a young man with long green hair. There was no wind in the starry sky, but his long hair danced in the wind. There was a kind of messy beauty to it. One could feel that there was an invisible whirlwind around him, and his body was also changing between illusory and real. When he was illusory, he was like a gust of wind. Kitten actually recognized this person. He was the ancestral god of a world called the Tempest Astral Sea. The Tempest Astral Sea was at the creation level, and it was composed of several giant planets. Outside of the giant planets was an interstellar storm that surrounded the entire Tempest Astral Sea, tightly entangling this world. Therefore, it was very difficult for the gods and demons of the Tempest Astral Sea to leave this world. This elder god's name was the Tempest Elder God. I have a slight impression of him. He seems to be a maverick fellow. Of course, to Lord Cat, these elder gods count for nothing. In the past, when they saw Lord Cat, they all had to kneel before him. After all, Kitten had cultivated to the 6th era's primordial ancestor realm before this era. And now, the ones who had descended were all 9th era's primordial ancestor realm. No matter who he was, he couldn't affect Long Chen's plan. Now that the myriad worlds were temporarily safe, Long Chen could be bolder. He quickly appeared in front of the Tempest Elder God and said respectfully, "Senior Tempest Elder God, nice to meet you. My name is Long Chen, and I am the one who protects the myriad worlds now." He introduced himself briefly. From the other party's reaction, he didn't seem particularly confused. Clearly, he had heard everyone introduce him and probably had a certain understanding of Long Chen. After all, an elder god who had just arrived here had a blank memory. He would take the initiative to learn about this world, and so naturally, he knew Long Chen. "Oh, it's you." He seemed cold on the outside, but his heart was even colder. He didn't seem to have much interest in Long Chen. Instead, he stared carefully at the Chaos Divine Realm and murmured, "Why is my world so different from this world?" Long Chen said, "Senior, before the epoch, the master of the Chaotic Divine Realm was in the 4th epoch's primordial ancestor realm. The Chaotic Divine Realm is in the 4th epoch. You and your world belong to the 9th epoch. That's why the Chaotic Divine Realm is still different from your world." Long Chen explained. From the looks of it, he still wasn't sure what kind of person this fellow was. "Oh." Only then did the Storm Ancestor God stare at Long Chen. "Why are you looking for me? Are you trying to restrict me, or are you trying to deal with me?" Long Chen said sincerely, "You are our ancestor. We definitely wouldn't have any thoughts against you. It's just that the myriad worlds were originally peaceful and peaceful. Now that a total of 30 elder gods have returned, it has caused a huge upheaval and a large number of living beings to die. Many elder gods have decided to band together and establish a new order for the myriad worlds. Now that we have found Senior, we wish to invite Senior to participate. After all, Senior is one of the elder gods of the myriad worlds." "I'm not interested." Unexpectedly, the Storm Ancestor God immediately rejected Long Chen's words. He was still observing the Chaos Divine Realm. "The new order will affect every elder god, so you must participate. The other elder gods are doing this for the sake of peace in the future, for everyone to coexist peacefully." The Storm Ancestor God sneered, "What's the point of peace? Only war can ensure the vitality of a race. This so-called peace is just the thinking of pedantic people. I beg to differ. The myriad worlds are so weak right now, it must be because there isn't enough chaos." From these words, Long Chen realized that this fellow was difficult to deal with. He definitely wouldn't follow him into the Devil Dragon tomb just because he provoked him. He stood against Long Chen's camp, but his thoughts were clearer than the other irascible elder gods. Long Chen had just interacted with the other 7 elder gods, and they were all one-track minded. "Senior, this so-called chaos also requires a certain bottom line. The myriad worlds are weak, and it definitely has nothing to do with chaos. It's because of the disappearance of the elder gods of the myriad worlds. Every world has lost its pillar of strength. Your strength can change the myriad worlds, and in the future, your world might even be more glorious than the Chaos Divine Realm." Long Chen said solemnly. "You're lying to me." The Storm Ancestor God was still unrelenting. Long Chen could only say, "It's up to you whether you believe me or not, but this is already the most chaotic time. The biggest problem is that all the elder gods have lost their memories. This is the root of the chaos, so no matter what, we must gather all the elder gods together. Only then can we discuss a strategy for the future. If Senior doesn't participate, you will be excluded, and become the target of all the other elder gods. This isn't good for you either. You're threatening me." "No, I'm just speaking the truth." Facing this elder god, Long Chen no longer had much fear. At this time, the storm ancestor god hesitated, and after a while, he said, "Forget it, then I'll see what kind of order you can come up with. Lead the way." It was a good thing that he agreed to enter. Long Chen directly opened the devil dragon tomb. The storm ancestor god could feel the aura of many elder gods inside. This devil dragon tomb, he hesitated for a while, but in the end, he still entered. But from the looks of it, this was not an easy character to deal with. In the depths of the storm ancestor god's eyes, there was the deepest coldness. Yet another new elder god had joined. Seeing that this elder god had not been lured here by Long Chen's provocation, elder god Ling Su and the others automatically treated him as one of their own. Since he was one of their own, there was no need to explain too much. Now, there were a total of 19 elder gods, and 5 were missing. Of course, they would appear sooner or later. Every single elder god had already been introduced to the other elder gods. There were a total of 19 elder gods present. This was a truly astonishing lineup. Long Chen returned to his seat. Now that there was no news of the other elder gods, it was time to begin. He said in a clear voice, "The myriad worlds are fragile, and the elder gods are too strong. In order to protect our home and the common people, every elder god has a responsibility. Since we want to establish order, we first need a group. Only with a group can we punish members when they make mistakes, and reward members when they make contributions. There are 19 elder gods here, and in addition to those 5, there are a total of 24. As for the 5 imprisoned ones, I believe that they do not have the right to join this group, unless they have truly turned over a new leaf. Since everyone here is an elder god, let's call this organization the Ancestor God Alliance. As long as everyone agrees to join the Ancestor God Alliance, it will be equivalent to agreeing to abide by the rules and regulations of the Ancestor God Alliance in the future. You will act according to the rules and regulations, and you will absolutely prevent lawlessness. Currently, most of the elder gods were hesitant. After all, the Elder Gods Alliance didn't have any specific rules. They needed to be discussed and slowly formulated. There would definitely be more conflicts during this period of time. The Elder Gods Alliance definitely has its own rules. Now, let us establish the rules one by one. Of course, every Elder God can express their own opinions. We shall call each rule the Elder God Treaty. Once the Elder God Treaty is established, and everyone has confirmed their participation, then from then on, the Elder God Treaty will be the supreme treaty of the myriad worlds. It is an ironclad rule that every Elder God must abide by. The embellishment was more or less complete. Next, it was time to discuss the specifics of the Elder God Treaty. This required detailed discussion, and Long Chen already had some ideas. At this moment, the Storm Elder Gods suddenly said, "What you said is completely correct. This is the Elder Gods Alliance, and we have established the Elder God Treaty. But may I ask who you are? You are not an Elder God, so what right do you have to participate in our alliance?" Chapter 33-49. Long Chen knew that this person wouldn't be easy to deal with, but he hadn't expected him to make things difficult for him so quickly, and in a good spot. Since this was the Ancestor God Alliance and the Ancestor God Treaty, and since Long Chen wasn't an Ancestor God, what qualifications did he have to speak here and participate in the formulation of their rules? What kind of status did Long Chen have here? Did he transcend the boundaries of the Ancestor God Treaty? When the Tempest Ancestor God said this, the Ice Snow Ancestor God and the others quickly found an opportunity. That's right. We are all Ancestor Gods. Who do you think you are to speak here? Moreover, from your attitude, it seems like your status is above us. How can a junior like you have the right and confidence to speak here? More importantly, he imprisoned 5 Ancestor Gods. This is clearly a threat. He doesn't respect us at all. This person definitely has ulterior motives. Of course, these were the words of the 7 Ancestor Gods. The 11 Ancestor Gods were on Long Chen's side, at least for the time being. Sacred Ancestor Ancient Wood spoke up for Long Chen. Before we appeared, he protected our world. Of course he has the right to stand on equal footing with us. We are new here and don't know much about the myriad worlds. Without him, it would be difficult to establish a workable order. Although he's a junior, his strength isn't weak. Otherwise, how could 5 elder gods have been imprisoned by him? As for those 5 elder gods, I've heard of what they've done. Indeed, elder gods who are able to destroy worlds, why can't they be imprisoned? Moreover, as Long Chen said, we can't let them join the Ancestor God Alliance for the time being. At this time, both sides expressed their opinions. At this moment, the Storm Ancestor God continued to target Long Chen. You guys said that he isn't weak, but does that mean he isn't? If he wants to stand on equal footing with us, wants to join the alliance of us Ancestor Gods, and wants to point fingers before our eyes, ignoring everything else, he should at least have the capability of an Ancestor God. If not, he should leave this place and let us discuss our own matters. We are the true creators of the myriad of worlds, and he is just a descendant. With him taking the lead, the other elder gods naturally followed suit. If he doesn't leave, we will definitely not form an alliance, nor will we abide by the Ancestor God Treaty. What's the point of having a descendant take charge of the situation? In any case, we're not convinced. At the end of the day, they were still doubting Long Chen's qualifications. Of course, they were also using Long Chen to destroy this alliance. Most importantly, it should be considered as fighting for more rights for themselves. They were more worried. Even if there were many elder gods, Long Chen would still become the core of the future 10,000 worlds. They were worried that the elder gods would treat him as the center, and if that happened, the entire 10,000 worlds would be ruled by Long Chen. At that time, they would have less and less freedom. Long Chen was neither servile nor overbearing. He said, at the end of the day, everyone is still doubting my strength. What you're trying to say is that if I had battle prowess on the same level as all of you, I would be qualified to stand here and establish the Ancestor God Alliance with all of you. I, Long Chen, will accept the challenge. He was simple, straightforward, and crude. Long Chen, Li Xuanji was slightly worried. Last time, she had defeated the Violet Thunder Elder God because the two of them had teamed up. They had a great advantage, and their teamwork was quite good. But now, Long Chen had to face him alone. Don't worry. Come into my body later. Long Chen and Li Xuanji had a miraculous connection. No one could replicate it. She was an independent entity, but she was also a part of Long Chen. Although Long Chen didn't have much of a chance of victory in such a battle, he knew very well that if he wanted to have the right to speak in a situation like this, if he wanted the other elder gods to trust him, the most important thing was his own power. If he didn't have the ability, then as they said, he would be a junior. He wouldn't have the right to participate in the discussions and decisions between the ancestor gods, nor would he be the leader. Strength was the right to speak here. Even though it was difficult, Long Chen understood the importance of having the right to speak. When Long Chen said those words, the other elder gods, who were leaning against each other, exchanged glances. Finally, their gazes landed on the Tempest Elder God. After all, it was the Tempest Elder God who had targeted Long Chen first. Then let me test the qualifications of a junior like you. The Tempest Elder God didn't decline, and he immediately replied. Long Chen, is this how you want to do this? Elder God Ling Su was rather angry. To her, these elder gods were nothing but trouble. Now that the myriad worlds had finally calmed down, trouble had once again fallen onto Long Chen's shoulders. She knew that fighting an elder god by himself wasn't going to be easy. No problem. Seeing how confident Long Chen was, the elder gods who stood on his side still made way for Long Chen, even though they were somewhat worried. Mo Xiaolang and the others were pushed to the side as well. In truth, they were the ones who had the most confidence in Long Chen. Thus, at a time like this, they understood why Long Chen had stepped forward. If he didn't have the right to speak against the elder gods, how could he truly protect the myriad worlds? Thank you for giving me the chance to fight for the right to speak. By now, Long Chen was facing off against the Tempest Elder God. On the other side, the 7 Elder Gods had left the Tempest Elder God and retreated to the other side. It's all up to you. We can't afford to lose our freedom. If we let a bunch of incompetent people control our actions, it would really be a depressing matter. They had placed all their hopes on the Storm Elder God. In fact, if they eliminated Long Chen from the competition, it would be considered as a show of strength to the other Elder Gods. Moreover, they would also be able to fight for more freedom in the upcoming Elder God Treaty. Don't worry. The Tempest Elder God was brimming with confidence. Of course, his tone was still very calm. Under the gazes of over 10 Elder Gods, within the Devil Dragon tomb, only Long Chen and the Tempest Elder God were clashing. Li Xuanji had stealthily entered his body, becoming a part of him. At this point, not many people had discovered it. After all, everyone was focused on this battle. If you lose, I hope that you will abide by our future agreement. Long Chen stared into his eyes. The Tempest Elder God said, "What a joke. You keep saying things that are impossible. Of course, we'll do as you say, but I'll still say the same thing. It's impossible. I have a very deep understanding of our powers. According to what I know, the difference between gods and elder gods is as great as the difference between mortals and gods. However, you're not at the peak of the 9th era's ancestral ancestor realm. You're still a little lacking. As for me, I'm not completely a god. There's not much of a difference between us." Long Chen said very calmly. "But, what about this?" At this moment, a jade-green palm leaf fan appeared in the Tempest Elder God's hand. It was only the size of a palm, and the leaves on it looked rather fresh. This was originally a very insignificant and ordinary item in the myriad of worlds, but because it appeared in the Tempest Elder God's hand, it became extraordinary. The origin of the world. He didn't expect that he would actually find his own origin of the world. Of course, the matter of the origin of the world couldn't be kept a secret. Patriarch Penglai and the others had already found it, and if the other ancestral gods continued to search for it, they would find it as well. However, it was still rather troublesome that someone had found it today. This indirectly increased the difficulty of the battle. To any ancestral god, whether or not they had the origin of the world made a huge difference. The Tempest Elder God with the origin of the world was much weaker than the Purple Thunder Elder God without the origin of the world. It was quite difficult to deal with him. At this moment, Long Chen didn't have a high chance of winning, and he was only filled with passion. "Everyone, let's look for this thing on you. I'm guessing that every ancestral god has one. It's our most precious weapon. I think the 3 who arrived earlier all have it, but they didn't want to tell us." Even at this time, the Tempest Elder God didn't forget to sow discord between Ancestor God Ling Su and the other ancestral gods. Of course, the other ancestral gods didn't pay much attention to him. They were more concerned about what kind of origin of the world they could find on themselves. For a time, all the ancestral gods were searching for the origin of the world. After this incident, Sacred Ancestor Gu Mu and the others didn't trust Long Chen and the others. After all, they knew about the origin of the world, but they didn't say anything. "Everyone, this is the origin of the world. The reason why we didn't say anything is because if we did, they would definitely know about it. Our original plan was to tell everyone after the Treaty of Ancestral Gods was made," Ancestor God Ling Su explained. This was actually a reasonable explanation. In order to avoid chaos, this was a very normal and safer choice. After all, the other ancestral gods were like ticking time bombs. Just as they were all searching for the origin of the world, the Tempest Elder God's hands trembled, and the tiny palm leaf fan enlarged before his eyes. Finally, he grasped it with both hands, and his long green hair made him look exceptionally dreamy. At this time, he exhaled at the palm leaf fan, and a white mist appeared on it. Vaguely, the tempest had already begun to sweep through the origin of the world. "Are you afraid?" The Tempest Elder God revealed a strange smile. He was even harder to deal with than he had imagined. Of course, Long Chen wasn't afraid at all. While the Tempest Elder God was building up his strength, he had already made his preparations for battle. Scram! In an instant, the Tempest Ancestor God fanned his palm leaf fan with both hands. All of a sudden, an invisible gust of wind blew towards Long Chen. It was as though nothing had happened at all, and even the raindrops continued to fall. Soul Softener Wind. A law, a gentle breeze, and a fragrance wafted towards him. Chapter 3350. When the Storm Elder God added his world essence and attacked mercilessly, the other Elder Gods scattered. In truth, many Elder Gods were slightly curious about Long Chen's strength. As the current Lord of all worlds, they wanted to know how strong he was. The Tempest Elder God was virtually equivalent to every single Elder God at his peak. Soul Softener Wind. It was colorless, odorless, and even soundless. But Long Chen and every Elder God could sense its existence and threat. The wind was unstoppable, and it reached Long Chen in a very short amount of time. Whoosh! It was like a primordial mist slamming into him. Long Chen's heart instantly turned cold. This law was a double blow to his body and nascent spirit. In an instant, it entered his body and seeped into his heart. At this time, although there was no wind outside, Long Chen had already entered the abyss of the storm. Countless storms transformed into sharp blades that surged into his body. Even though Long Chen had trillions of divine palaces in his body, there were still sharp blades that pierced through. In the face of such a threatening attack from the Storm Elder God, Long Chen was very calm. The world essence was indeed powerful, but it wasn't enough to scare him. When the Soul Softener Wind descended, Long Chen had actually been preparing for it for a long time. Dragunculin's Fury. It was fine when he didn't attack, but when he did, it was violent. In an instant, the shadows of 7 ancestor dragons appeared on his body, and when Long Chen's gaze landed on his opponent, the mark of Dragunculin's Fury was imprinted on the Storm Elder God's body. He and the Storm Elder God had been hit at almost the same time. Dragunculin's Fury, or perhaps the wrath of 7 ancestor dragons, all sorts of laws stabbed into the Storm Elder God's body like sharp blades. In the blink of an eye, the Storm Elder God faced an even more terrifying attack from Long Chen. You. At this moment, the Storm Elder God had never imagined that he could actually pose such a threat to him. The law of Dragunculin's Fury was a huge problem. The soul-softening wind was indeed powerful. However, while enduring this attack, Long Chen had no choice but to use the melody of life to protect himself. Of course, such a stalemate wasn't beneficial to the Storm Ancestral God at all. After all, Long Chen's Dragunculin's wrath was a greater blow to him. In just a short moment, the Storm Ancestral God's expression had started to turn extremely unsightly. It's quite interesting. This power of laws is quite good. It forced the Tempest Ancestor God to use even more profound techniques. Otherwise, he would have been defeated. Just as the Elder Gods were discussing, the Tempest Elder God was indeed unable to hold on any longer. At this moment, his expression turned gloomy. Amidst the destruction of the Dragon Cheelant's wrath, he struggled to hold on to the banana fan with both hands. Veins popped up on his face as he furiously fanned himself in extreme rage. This law was completely different from the soul-softening wind. Wind of rebirth. With a loud boom, a raging gray gale rose. It was as though countless gray locusts had gathered. The gale took shape, and in the air, it was as though a gigantic beast was about to devour Long Chen. Rebirth was death. This was a tempest of death. Anything that was struck by the wind of rebirth, be it a living being or a god fiend, would perish. Only those at the ancestor realm could withstand this tempest of death. If this gale were to sweep through the chaos divine world, it might not be destroyed, but there would definitely not be many living beings and god fiends left. And at this moment, Long Chen was the first to bear the brunt of it. Boom! Before the tempest of death engulfed him, the Tempest Ancestor God did not stop. His tempest laws were cast rather quickly. In a very short period of time, he grabbed the banana fan and continued fanning. God assimilating wind. Another law belonging to an elder god. The wind of rebirth was in front, while the god assimilating wind was behind. This time, the two storms were separated. The wind of rebirth was meant to destroy the physical body, while the god assimilating wind was meant to annihilate the essence soul. The former was gray, while the latter was pitch black like ink. How resilient. In fact, under the restrictions of the Dragonculan's wrath, it was already quite impressive that the Tempest Ancestor God could cast two attacks at the same time. Of course, even if he did, he might not be at his peak condition. At the very least, he was still in a rather pathetic state. The two tempest winds swept over violently. I want to see what right you have to criticize me since you're not an elder god. Puny Junior, scram and do what you should be doing. You overestimate yourself and think too highly of yourself. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. When the elder gods on the Tempest Ancestor God's side saw that Long Chen had been suppressed by the two winds, they could not help but laugh inwardly. Although they had no memories, their primitive instincts dictated their thoughts. It was extremely difficult to make them submit. Long Chen remained unperturbed in the face of this scene. In fact, his two strongest laws had to be cast at this moment. To Long Chen, the suspense was whether one of his laws could break through the Tempest Ancestor God's two tempest winds. Primordial Dragon Sacrificial Rite. The elder gods no longer had any memories of the ancestral dragon. Naturally, they did not know of Long Chen's identity. The instant the rebirth wind and the god assimilation wind descended, Long Chen transformed into the primordial sacrificial dragon and flew in front of the elder gods. The vast and majestic aura he exuded caused the elder gods to feel an inexplicable sense of reverence in their hearts. This was a suppression of bloodlines. Destruction Dragon Pearl. The primordial sacrificial dragon's laws reappeared. A dreamy black star of creation appeared in the primordial sacrificial dragon's mouth. It condensed and instantly expanded. Boundless vicissitudes swept over. The powers of primordial chaos and primordial chaos appeared one after another. The pitch-black gravel rumbled with the power of creation. 9 colors could be seen within it. These 9 colors were the hidden boundless chaos elemental powers. The black star grew relatively large in a short period of time. The instant Long Chen spat it out, it collided with the two tempest winds, the rebirth wind and the absorbing wind. The storm's laws corresponded to the fusion of the 3 laws. Although in terms of strength, Long Chen was much weaker, in terms of laws, he actually surpassed his opponent. More importantly, the wrath of the dragon Kailan was still under Long Chen's control. Under his control, it mercilessly destroyed the opponent's body. Thousands of laws swept through the opponent's body. It was as if the Tempest Elder God's body was a gigantic world, and Long Chen was using the laws to destroy this world. In the end, it was still a contest of 2 laws. In terms of cooperation, Long Chen was clearly superior. This was because he was coordinating both inside and outside. The Destruction Dragon Pearl was violent enough on the outside, and the wrath of the dragon Kailan was a nightmare that the Storm Ancestor God could not escape from. In an instant, the Destruction Dragon Pearl and the 2 storm laws melted together. What followed was the trembling of the Devil Dragon's ancient tomb. Long Chen was really worried that the Devil Dragon's ancient tomb would be destroyed in this battle. Pop. However, the Storm Ancestor God with the world origin was still very powerful. Even with Long Chen's pincer attack, he still managed to hold on. He used the 2 violent winds to completely annihilate the Destruction Dragon Pearl. The 2 clashed and collided, sending them flying backward. Bang! Long Chen and the Storm Ancestor God were stabilized by the Ancestor Gods of both sides. At this moment, Long Chen was a little uncomfortable. After all, the 3 storms still affected him. However, the Storm Ancestor God was definitely not having it easy either. To be honest, he had already unleashed his current limits, but not only did he not defeat Long Chen, he was clearly more injured by the invisible attack of the wrath of the dragon Kylan. Humph, the storm ancestor god was rather indignant. At this moment, he charged out again and was about to wave the banana fan to continue fighting. However, at this moment, a total of 11 ancestor gods on ancestor god Ling Su's side, including Imo Xiaolang and the rest, all stood in front of Long Chen. The vast divine might of the 11 ancestor gods suppressed the storm ancestor god in a very short period of time. What? The other side instantly tensed up. To be honest, judging from the current situation, the ancestor gods had automatically split into two factions. This was something that Long Chen was unable to stop. It was a problem of their personalities. Clearly, the two sides could not understand each other, and they disliked each other even more. Old Ancestor Everlasting stood at the front and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, from the looks of this battle, we can more or less understand the situation. Both sides are equally matched. If we continue to fight, it would be meaningless. It would only result in more casualties. Today, we are here to form an alliance, not to cause conflict." Although Long Chen isn't an ancestor god, his ability wouldn't lose to any of the ancestor gods. He is completely qualified to join our alliance. More importantly, he was once the Lord of Myriad Worlds. Compared to us, he belongs to this world more. Our ancestor god alliance doesn't have anyone, but we cannot do without him. To be honest, it had already been proven. Long Chen was in no way inferior to the storm ancestor god, who possessed the world origin. Since that was the case, he naturally had the qualifications. And there was no need for this battle to continue. The storm ancestor god was even more foolish, as he was unable to suppress Long Chen. When the old ancestor Infinity finished speaking, the people on their side were basically all in support. Let's call it a day. If we continue fighting, who knows who will be the loser? Right now, both of their injuries are very obvious. Just from these few clashes, Long Chen has completely proven that he has the qualifications. Moreover, the reason why we are able to come here today and have the opportunity to form an alliance is all because of him. The living beings of the myriad worlds don't really recognize us. Our ancestor god's alliance needs a representative in the myriad worlds, and that representative is him. Everyone on their side was in support of Long Chen. As for the other 8, they did not say anything. Naturally, they were still somewhat unwilling. To be honest, they did not want to join this organization at all. From the looks of the current situation, the ancestor gods' treaty would definitely restrict their freedom to a great extent. This was something they did not wish to see. At this time, the storm ancestor god calmed down. He was still targeting Long Chen. When the other ancestor gods around him were speechless, he laughed coldly. He was probably plotting something again. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.